jab, uppercut, leave you laid out on the floor. Try to duck and roll, hit and miss, now you counting stars. Should've practiced more, should've hit the mask, get out there more. Claim that you're the best. You gotta show me, son. Actions over words, baby boy. Is you real or what? Talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports,
What up, it's your boy Roy Jones Jr. and right now you tune into World Combat Sports. World Combat Sports. Salute everyone. Appreciate you. This Wednesday to the WCS supporters, man, and everybody who rock with the channel. It's totally appreciate your support is always welcome. And those of you that's getting ready for the holidays, man, hopefully everything is great with you and your family, everybody healthy, because you have individuals out here that's being pretty much not make us pay and put us in isolation again. So they just encouraging people to get the boosters. How serious it is when you have a church on the side of the road that's giving out vaccinations and it's traffic. It's backed up traffic in the main roadway because people are waiting in line to get a vaccination. And also, they pretty much forcing people to get the shot so they can keep their jobs. So you have people, they don't care. Like they lined up on the side of the street, man. They was taking it for granted until they start. People lined up. Just chat Eclipse 330 Michael in the building. What's good, OG? How you feeling, man? What's good? So we have some topics to talk about. It's kind of like an open topic discussion or whatever. I put the wish list out there, but also, it's about to get to the holidays, of course. And, boxing is what it is. We're on the eve of Christmas. For some of you that still celebrate that or whatever. So we're on the eve of Christmas. But yeah, I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on a couple of topics. It's coming up. Let's talk about Russel. Russel Jr. versus Mark Magsayo. Mr. Your Filipino. He's not a Filipino sensation like Manny Pacquiao, but every boxer that comes out of there, they want to boost him up because he's coming out of the Philippines. His alias is Magnifico. You know what I'm saying? Magnifico. So what we know about this guy is, he's second right now in the WBC behind Ray Vargas. So when it comes down to him being next for Russel, it makes all the sense in the world. I'm listening to people, give him the same credit as John Casimiro. Whenever you have a fighter coming out of the Philippines, they boost him up, they inject him with all this hype, and they haven't fought nobody. You know what I'm saying? This guy haven't fought nobody like Gary Russell. His last opponent, Julio Ceja, he dropped Julio Ceja in the first round, but Ceja came back and dropped him in the fifth round. And then it was a pretty good fight. You know, it wasn't too long ago. This is a pretty good fight. And then Masago ended up stopping him in the 10th. But the fact, he went down. People are bigging up this guy to really give Gary Russell a I guess they want to give him some type of advantage heading in there. They want to give Masago type of advantage heading in there with G Russell, without looking at the fact that, in my opinion, Gary Russell Jr. is a better boxer than this Masago. And also foot movement, agility, ring generalship, all of that. I have to give an A+ to Gary Russell Jr. heading to this fight. Now, we all know how pictures can be. You know what I'm saying? I know people just want to sit up here and put pictures and size difference and all that. But when it comes down to it, does he have the gas tank to keep up with the pace of Gary Russell Jr.? Does he have the speed? Does he have any power enough to, take away the respect that Gary Russell, well, I'll take that back. Does he have enough to earn Gary Russell's respect in this fight? Can he do something that will make Gary Russell think twice, like, damn, this guy's better than I thought he was? That's the biggest question. You know what I'm saying? Andrew Charles on deck. How you feel, bro? That's the bigger question right there. Can he do anything that any other fighter haven't been able to do with G Russell? Any other fighter outside of Vasily Lomachenko? And I know that fight was, at that weight, and I know it's for the vacant. It's been so long ago. But, Vasily Lomachenko, of course, is a big name on Gary Russell's resume. And, on both sides of the names, whether it be Lomachenko or Russell, they still mention, people still mention one another to speak in conversation. They always the topic of discussion. But this guy, Masago, man, once again, you have him coming from the Philippines. They say a country behind him, and it's going to be another tough fight. Hey, on paper, his record, he's undefeated. Okay, kudos to him. As far as his weigh-ins and, checking his fight, I looked at his fight, a couple of his fights before, and I'm saying to myself, all right, he like using his lead left hook, and but he has some vulnerabilities too. He can go to the body, but going to the body on that specific opponent doesn't mean when you go to the body on Gary Russell, you're going to have those same opportunities or those same windows, because his footwork is much better. They're trying to make it seem like that the guy has power, which to that certain opponent, in Julio Ceja, it did look like he had, decent power to break him down. But when he knocked him out and finished him up with that right hand, that was up top. That was a headshot. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure everything else leading up to that point contributed to that knockout. But when he knocked his ass out, it was clean. Like it wasn't Gervonta Davis clean, but old boy was on his back. He was hurt bad. Seriously, he was hurt bad. You can tell. He was hurt bad, man. So we'll see how that goes, man. Shout out to Gary Russell for getting back in there. It's such a big story about G Russell, man. People talking about him and potentially Gervonta Davis. Now, I've heard a lot behind the scenes about this that I haven't and refuse to really go in detail about. But, Gary Russell was being shelved for speaking on the terms, so to speak. And, when it comes to boxing is a business, people. You know what I'm saying? Boxing is a business. First and foremost, boxing is a business. People want to treat it like a sport, but boxing is a business. That's why you have individuals talking about percentages and getting in people's pocket as if they the CFO and the people that's sitting up here doing the numbers and everything. But truth be told, boxing is a business. So when it comes down to Gary Russell not being able to step in there with some top tier opponents or not being able to fight on a regularity, it's more so his contentiousness between him and Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather has a very solid relationship with Al Heyman, of course. They are colleagues, and with the way that went down over the years, Floyd was like, "Don't give him nothing. Don't give him nothing big. Dry his pockets out. Dry his pockets out. Put him on a drought. Don't allow him to make no money in this boxing ring. He got the skills, but what's good with the skills if you can't get in the ring and show him and get paid for them?" Hopefully, we're at a point right now, a crossroads, where we can see a reprieve. We can see this release. We can see this let go. This is what I'm thinking. Hopefully, this have finally come to an conclusion, a benediction, y'all. I'm hoping something, not just for Gary Russell, but I'm hoping with whatever's going on with Tank, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully the crossroads with Floyd and what he has going on, that this probationary period that Gary Russell's been on is done and over. I'm hoping for him. I'm hoping for his brothers Antoine and Antonio, because they're young lions coming up in the game. You know what I'm saying? Antoine is at 140 pounds and Antonio is at bantamweight. So I really want them to be able to, reap the benefits, of their boxing career, because they're young. They have a huge boxing landscape in front of them. So I really want to see them thrive. As for Gary, I don't know how long he's going to be in the sport continuing, but look at it this way. Him being out the ring, he hasn't had that wear and tear on his body. You know what I'm saying? There's been some preservation there. So we still have some time. Well, potentially, if he's able to fight twice next year, we get to see him in there with some quality opposition, right? Starting off with Masago, undefeated young Filipino. He go in there and get this win. Then we can see if there's clarity in him potentially stepping there with Gervonta Davis. Now, you see how all of this is basically surfacing at this point, because Gervonta Davis is at a point. He's at a place right here in his career where he's trying to switch over. He's gonna stay in the yard though. He's gonna stay at home. He ain't leaving PBC. But his binding commitment is not going to be on the promotion of Mayweather, right? So with that said, you now hear the news that potentially Gary Russell Jr. may fight somebody with the likes of Gervonta Davis. And you know what? If that is indeed the case, that'd be great, man. We need something like that shit. We do. We need that. We need somebody like Gary Russell, Gervonta Davis to only add to the lightweight division, because we already heard Gervonta Davis say what? Gervonta Davis is recognizing the lightweight division as his homestead, and that's where he's going to be campaigning. So why not fulfill that? I don't want to go down the damn bumpy ass gravel ass road on what potentially may happen with the Kambosos situation. So we have, of course, the top names up there. We have Devin Haney and Kambosos, Lomachenko. So we have that trio right there, and we're trying to find out who's going to be selected on the left and right flank. Is it going to be left Devin Haney? Is it going to be right Lomachenko? We don't know what the hell Kambosos is going to do, but we're hoping that we get to see something that's climactic. Hopefully we can see something that's never been done in boxing before. Hopefully we can see something that can elevate one fighter's career to a whole nother level. Primarily Devin Haney. If he's able to win all this, he would be the first and only one to have all the belts in the division to include, in addition, the franchise championship. As for Kambosos, he takes Devin Haney's belt. He too would be the first to ever do it. He too would be the first to ever do it. Kambosos would have came from behind and slightly put himself abreast with Teofimo Lopez. Because the only thing that's going to separate Teofimo Lopez win over Lomachenko is the fact that he was on the pound for pound list behind Canelo. So Kambosos was a mandatory, and Teofimo was like in, around 7. You know what I'm saying? 7 on the pound for pound. So he only jumped on the pound for pound list because he beat Lomachenko. At the end of the day, when he fought Lomachenko, you have to look at it like he fought a pound for pound best in boxing. Kambosos fought someone that was on the pound for pound list, but he wasn't up there near Canelo. So we'll see how that play out, man. I'm disappointed. Everything is aligning like I said it would. Kambosos did not seem like he was automatically in agreement to choose Devin Haney. He wanted to wait to Gervonta Davis finish fighting. He wanted to wait till Lomachenko finish. What he did take advantage of is the media out in Vegas. So looking at how he went out there to Vegas and everything, man, I wasn't too impressed, dog. I was like, man, Kambosos is out here saying the same shit. I think the best part out of that whole media tour that he was doing was the fact that Devin Haney stood up and said, why you keep saying you got to see the way I look? I'm happy he said that because it just kind of reminds me of how people try to put you in a state of subordination. You know what I'm saying? Kambosos just won those titles. But the way he was speaking to Haney, my perception, it seems like he was trying to act like he was placing him, assigning him in a place of subordination because he has more belts. Not really identifying that, you would pretty much catapult your career or levitate your audience, your fan base, if you fight Devin Haney and both of y'all fight for all the titles. Now, being that boxing is a business, real talk, it's not a like business. Boxing is a business that deal with dollars and cents. Lomachenko, he looked very good for Richard Comey. He also had to put some theatrics in there. He's trying to channel his Khabib Nurmagomedov, where Khabib be asking the corner to stop the fight. He'd be talking to the fighter, say, my brother, I'm not trying to beat your head in and crack your skull. Just quit right now. You know what I'm saying? So that's what Lomachenko was doing. He was being a bit theatrical and talking to Andre Rozier and his team over there and telling them to stop the fight. Richard Comey ended up, making it to the final bell. And Kambosos may be looking at Lomachenko with that momentum to say, that's who I want to fight. And his best friend, Lomachenko BFF, Oleksandr Usyk, has been basically injecting his influence as a unified heavyweight champion. He's also been trying to get the people to say, yeah, the next one should be Lomachenko. The next fighter that Kambosos should fight should be my good friend Vasily Lomachenko. So I'm glad they're sticking up for one another. Real talk. I'm glad. I don't know who Chad Perez is, but you need to show your face, man. I don't know who you are. You're not in the live chat. None of that. So I need to see your face. If I don't see your face, I'm not letting you on, man. I haven't seen you in the chat. None of that. So as I was saying, Vasily Lomachenko might be the first choice that's going on with Kambosos. You know what I'm saying? That may be it. That may be his choice, unfortunately. But I'm not going to prognosticate anything outside of, Devin Haney having a clear and concise shot. But I would like to see something epic. You know what I'm saying? I want to see this epic, suspenseful lightweight division fight where we can have a championship showcase where everything that's on the table is on the line. Not just the 4-belt era, but we're talking about everything. We're talking about the franchise belt. We're talking about all the titles. It'll be the first of its kind because every division don't have a franchise belt. So this would be the first of its kind, man. I really want to see it. For real. I still can't see your face, big dog. Yeah, what's up, bro?
What up, man? Yeah,
I didn't
no,
see.
I wanted to chop it up with you, man. With the boxing and uh, all the, I like the title that you had up there. Um,
First of
called,
all, why you ain't in the live chat, man? Why you haven't put your name in the live chat?
oh, I didn't know I had to. Sorry about that.
No, I'm just saying this your first time over here, right?
Yeah, yeah. I just searched boxing live. That's pretty much it.
Okay. Where you
Yeah,
from, man?
you were on there along with Punch Drunk. So, but
What now?
uh,
Punch drunk.
yeah, there's another channel who was live. I was just watching a second ago. Yeah, man.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah,
right, I
your
got you.
title was attractive. That was pretty much it, and I saw you put the link in the uh, in the chat. So I was like, okay, that's cool, man. I love channels that will interact with people.
So, what's your interest there, Chad? What's your interest to talk
Yeah,
about?
yeah. The upcoming fights of 2022, the possibilities of what we could see. Uh,
Hmm.
one of those being, in 135. So many, so many great potential fighters. I think. Now, whether they get in the ring with each other or not is yet to be seen. Would love to see Tank Davis be tested this next year with at least a champion, one of the champions, and that'd be great to see this.
What about the potential rumor of him fighting Gary Russell Jr. if he makes it past
Ooh, I
Masago?
would love that fight. Actually, I would love that fight. That'd be a great fight to see Tank against some speed, against a good jab, and it'd be also a good test for Gary Russell. Last time we saw him out tough was against Lomachenko, and I feel like Gary folded a little bit under that pressure. I don't know if it was the lead up to the fight where he was an Olympian alternate, and he didn't get a chance to get in there and fight against the best in the world. Maybe that got to him in the big stage of that. Um,
You know he was extremely dehydrated for that fight, right?
oh, was he? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was extremely dehydrated, and also instead of them just being penalized for being, for the pounds they was over because they
Mhm.
tested themselves and thought they was at this weight, and then turned around they was like 4 or 5 pounds overweight. So they went and lost that expeditiously, and it drained him. So he didn't look that good like he could have been in the fight, but he did score a knockdown that wasn't scored. I think he did pretty decent.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there were some spots there. There were some spots there. For me, the only thing with Gary Russell, man, is like I want to see him against tougher competition. That's pretty much it. I mean, Lomachenko when he stepped up against Lomachenko, man, I was like,
Yeah.
hey, yeah, let's go. Finally, Gary Russell's going to come up. He had a good little fight with JoJo and beat JoJo, outclassed him. And that's a younger guy, who was on the
Yeah.
come up. So I mean, I think Gary Russell. I think it's a great test for both fighters, honestly, to see where Gary Russell is now, um, versus with the Lomachenko fight. If he's improved, if Tank has the ability to uh, win some rounds against a good boxer, I feel like we haven't seen that much. I feel like Tank has won some fights off of his power, and with the exception of this last one with Cruz, and I think Cruz gave him a pretty good fight, unexpected fight for a lot of fans as well, who thought maybe it was a cherry pick, but with my thing with Tank is that he didn't fold, he didn't give up in that fight, regardless of who people thought won or lost. I think Tank at least showed some mental fortitude when he was fighting, regardless of the outcome. You got to at least give that to Tank, and I think we'll see which fighter has the most heart. I think in this matchup if that does happen.
So did you think Tank was ever hurt in that fight? I didn't think he was seriously hurt to show this mental fortitude. I think it was just like a normal Tank Davis fight where sometimes, he gets placed in situations where it's a little bit more adversity than we assumed.
Sure.
But I
Yeah. Yeah.
thought, he hurt his hand in like the 6th round, he
Yeah. And
said.
that's the mental fortitude I'm talking about, is that he didn't quit. If you
Yeah.
look at like a Chavez Jr., man, that boy folds immediately. Broken nose, he gave up, quit on the stool versus Funforo. Like that's what I'm talking about. Those are the things that I take note of. I do
Well,
think
he
that,
has his daddy Ferrari sitting outside in the parking lot, that
of course, eating a bowl of cereal, in his underwear.
yeah, exactly. So
But yeah,
what would be a second fight in the lightweight division that you would like? What's going on, Ben Israel? How you feel, bro?
Shalom, World Combat. I'm listening to you and Chad chop it up. Chad, make some good notes. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking notes, man. I can't give you your roses. World Combat Sport. Your boy made an announcement today, downplaying Devin Haney position as the lightweight champion. But I'm gonna let you and the brother finish chopping it up. And I'm gonna give you my opinion about that though.
Oh, absolutely. Can't wait.
yeah,
But
man.
but go ahead, Chad. Like, speaking of the next fight and everything, we already have the unified champion, the undisputed champion, George Kambosos.
Sure.
Who do you think he should fight?
100% the man, Devin Haney. For me, Devin Haney is the best in the division skill wise, in my opinion. Devin Haney's got the most skill. Uh, right there with Lomachenko. That'd be the fight that interests me the most. Devin Haney versus Lomachenko.
Okay.
I feel like those two would it would be a chess match, man. I really do. I was really impressed with some of the ways that Devin Haney was keeping JoJo off with his jab. Sticking and moving. There were some times, some things that I feel like he can improve on when it comes to getting hit to the body a little bit and at times. But nonetheless, man, I think he showed some good stuff in there.
He stayed in the pocket longer than what we expected too. I
did.
know he did with Jorge Linares, but he did stay in the pocket longer than I expected with JoJo now, because JoJo is not a Linares. He's a much younger dude, and a lot of us thought he had the power to kind of, wake Devin up a little bit if he does get caught. But Devin took some of those shots from JoJo on the chin and kept on fighting.
Sure, he sure did. And most people, I think, coming in thought that JoJo would have the power of Linares. I don't think so. I do think that Devin got hurt against Linares, but I mean, the dude won. He won the fight. Like,
Correct.
It's the fight game. You got to be able to get past some mountains and move forward. Like that's what nobody needs to fight a perfect fight, man. Like that's what making a fighter is. Like you got to see them go through some adversity. If you don't,
Correct.
you'll always want them challenged. You know what I'm saying? Like at least Devin Haney is starting to make some adjustments, and I think you saw some adjustments from that Linares fight to that Jojo Diaz fight, and I think he's developing a lot more. I get on other boxing channels and they don't think Devin Haney's all that. They think he's chinny. He may be a little bit chinny, but at the end of the day, he's still fighting through it. He's no Amir Khan. I do think he's got some things to work on, but at the end of the day, man, my favorite fighter in that division has to be Devin Haney, the most potential, in my opinion. Again,
I mean, I respect that. I respect how you coming with it, in your opinion, because at one point in time, I was very critical of Devin because I was waiting on him to match up to the hype behind his name. But
100%
when I start seeing cats duck him, and like Ryan Garcia, Javier Fortuna, then Jojo Diaz, I was like, I'm kind of agitated right now, because now the lightweight division, it has all this fire behind it, but they're just making it turning the smoke for the wrong reason. It's not the smoke as far as the way we put that slang term out there. Everybody's fighting one another. Now it's getting to the point like they're not fighting one another. You know what I'm saying? Ryan Garcia want to be Mr. Capper 101, and act like he wanted to fight Javante. He jumps out of that and act like he's gonna have an exhibition with Manny Pacquiao. I mean, come on, man.
And then he has his mental stuff. You know, he's saying that he's meant to,
Oh
like.
yeah, I would have mental problems too if I was going on the beach with my girl. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying, man. I want to see that guy fight somebody. He should have taken that momentum he had with the Luke Campbell fight, even though he got dropped. You know, I have to respect him. He did get up. He did finish the fight. He did win the fight. But
I just have to question Luke Campbell though. Man, Luke Campbell, I seen him. Look, man, you seem like you follow the sport pretty adequately. I mean, when I seen him in there with Lomachenko and get dropped, he
sure.
finished the fight, man. He finished the fight. That's Vasily Lomachenko, the three-weight champion.
Yep.
How in the hell he gonna get up from a knockdown and Luke Campbell just back up into the garage and park and goddamn let Ryan Garcia come in there at full throttle?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. No, I get that. I definitely do. I think with Ryan, man, I think he needs to do more boxing and less talking. I think the Haney's have been guilty of that as well. You know, their attitude when it comes to their talk is more of like, man, this is where we see ourselves. But okay, it doesn't line up necessarily with where you're at in your career when it comes to the opponents you faced. You know, and so you kind of have to dial back the talk and let the boxing speak for itself. And I think you know, in this era that we live in, the culture that we've created is one that, oh, look at me, you know, when it comes to TikTok, Instagram, all these things, like it's all about the facade, right? And well, boxing is more than that. You can have the talk. I enjoy, and I think we need more of it. And I spoke on another channel, more salesmanship when it comes to boxing. I don't want to see these press conferences be like just snore fest. What's the point of having?
Yeah,
They're all
agree.
Yeah, I want to go back to Don King where he robbed some of the fighters. I get that, but I want to go back to the salesmanship when it came to, man, why do I, as the consumer, want to watch this fight in particular? You know, I don't want to hear De La Hoya stuttering over his words, broken English. Like, I don't want to hear Leonard Ellerby boring as heck. It's the same thing. Like, it's just boring, man. Like, and
we need some of the UK energy combined with the old school Don King press conference energy. You know what I'm saying? Like we see UK fighters tearing shit up over there at press conferences. You know, Derek Chisora, you know, Tyson Fury came in the Batman outfit. You know what I'm saying? All those pressures that we used to have, bro.
We need that, man. We need that. We need that David Haye versus Chisora when they were going at it in the press conference. You know, like
without the kiss.
Exactly, man. Like I want to see that again in boxing, and I think that's why a guy like Jake Paul can come in and sell himself without a promoter. You know,
who did you say?
Jake Paul.
Oh my God!
I
you
know
was doing good, Chad.
Don't hate me for it,
man. Hell no, you just didn't insert that dude into the conversation.
I think World Comeback. That's why I jump in there. He was doing
all right.
great.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead, bro.
Man,
but no,
if nothing else, man, the guy sold the fight. Him and Tyron.
Man, a lot of people sell the fight, but come on, man. You trying to tell me my
I'm
boy T Wood didn't throw that fight? That shit was fixed, bro.
I don't know, man. They
look at his record.
Off of
the only time he ever been knocked out like that from Nate Marquardt in the Strike Force, man. Who knocks him out like that face first just because they had heavier gloves on? He went the distance the first fight.
Bro, yeah.
Go ahead, Ben. Let my boy Ben get on here. What you got to say, Ben?
You know, Carnegie your roses. Udamar made statements today, but I'm gonna close it with Chad with Ryan Garcia. I'm gonna put them. Maybe that's a good sport for Ryan, the World Comeback sport. Maybe Ryan need to go over there and fight with Jake Paul. Maybe Chad might be making good sense with that. Because Ryan been avoiding all these true champions. If
Ben is 190 pounds, bro. Ryan is small.
Ryan been capping so motherfucking much the World Comeback sport. This man been capping so much. If Ryan was a superhero, he'll be a superhero who can't turn to no powers. He'll be one of the, just a simple superhero. His shit, you know how a superhero be able to fly, take a bullet. Ryan be a superhero just Ryan. He just can't do shit. And this what he been doing to me as a boxing fan. He been lying to me, deceiving me, selling me stories. It goes on and on. Who the fuck is Ryan Garcia now, Royal Combat Sport, as a fighter? Who is that guy? I mean, we talk about the JoJo y'all just brought up when he fought Mr.
Luke Campbell.
Skywalker. You know what I'm saying? When he fought Luke and how Luke just hit him. He hit Luke with a body punch in it, and he went the distance with Lomachenko. You like what type of fighters we getting nowadays? I ask myself. I say, man, damn, man, what type of fighters showing up the ring? Ryan Garcia, he told Tank Davis, he went on Mike Tyson Hotbox talking all this shit. This man had me convinced. I said, okay, Tank, you're going to have to knock this motherfucker out. You're going to have to show me something. He's saying you're going to have to get on the stepping ladder to get him. He going to be out there. He going to put this straight jab on your ass. You ain't going to know what to do. And what Ryan does, Ryan do what Ryan do best. He turned to Lion Ryan again. Then he had us fool with the he finna fight the 8th division champion. He finna fight Manny Pacquiao. Ryan got we was cool to I was ecstatic that he pulled that fight off. I'm saying how the hell, because Terrence Crawford was just saying Bob Aaron had this sealed, and we had Ryan announcing this fight. Oh yeah, I ain't fighting Tank because I'm going in there with Pac-Man. That turned to be a motherfucking lie. Then he got COVID. Then he got this shit. But I ain't gonna take up too much time. I can't, like I said, World Combat Sport. I came to give you your roses. Suleiman, me and you had an issue about this franchise. The super champ. I'm gonna give it what it is now. You feel what I'm saying? I ain't gonna hold nothing back. But the disrespect to what he's doing to Devin Haney don't make no sense. I commend Chad. When you asked Chad earlier, he asked who the next person in line. Chad said, well, not a doubt. He said, I think Devin Haney is proven. I thank you, Chad. I don't know you personally, never seen you on no other platform, but you sound like you knew what the fuck you was talking about, bro. You feel what I'm saying? and you was on point with that. Me and World Combat Sport, we go back and forth. He loved the World Combat Sport, loved the franchise destination. I'm understanding it now. I understand it in the beginning, but I thought it was like out the clear blue when you take Devin Haney, the reigning WBC champion, and you make George Kambosos this all of a sudden undisputed champion. I mean, did the IBF is in agreement with this? Is the WBA in agreement with this? Is the WBA people in agreement? Because Suleiman said it's okay. As a boxing fan, me World Combat Sport, this is the thing I had a problem with. As a boxing fan, damn, you gonna sell me Devin Haney today. This man, even when Lomachenko and Tio was fighting, Devin Haney was that fighter saying, let me get the winner of that. Let me fight somebody. It went on. Tio beat the man. Tio beat Lomachenko, fan square. He went on to George Kambosos. George Kambosos beat his ass. Now we got Devin Haney still screaming, saying, let me get that smoke. Let me get that smoke. And I think we as boxing fans, World Combat Sport, we should stand behind Devin Haney. Just with this. I came to give you your roses with that. Suleiman made an announcement. I don't think Devin Haney should. I done heard on other platforms, Devin Haney should just throw that WBC. Hell, fuck no. I don't think he should throw it down. I think he should continue to defend his honor. If George Kambosos don't stand up and be a man of his word, like he said he was going to, if Devin take care of Jojo Diaz, we can talk about it. I would love to fight. I want that George Kambosos. That's the George Kambosos. I wanted him to be a man of his word and quiet being Israel. Because I don't believe George Kambosos have an answer for Devin Haney. I don't think nothing in George Kambosos' toolbox get met.
So let the audience, hey Ben, let the audience know what did Mauricio say today.
Mauricio Suleiman actually downplayed Devin Haney world title. Basically,
He's been doing that.
But he went. To me, it's just like he went a step further today. The World Combat Sport. You did made your point clear. Me and you was at a disagreement at that, and I said, "Damn, what that does for a fighter like Devin Haney." And I'm still standing on that. damn, you just gonna downplay me as from a world champion to some damn underboss? You gonna make me
Mm-hmm.
a fucking silver champion just out the clear blue when I've been asking for the Lomachenko. I've been asking
Exactly.
for the Linares. They don't want to fight Devin Haney. That's not Devin Haney's fault. You feel what I'm saying? Y'all should be ready to script them dudes who claim to be gladiators and warriors. Script they honor.
Well,
Upgrade
you have
Devin
people.
Haney.
Let me chime in right quick. So Ben, you have people that's saying that George Kambosos' biggest, he has Lee Selby and freaking Mickey Bay. And then they'll turn around and say, "Well, that's better than what anybody had on Devin Haney's record." But now we at a point where we can be assured that the choices we're gonna make with Kambosos will be equal across the board. Him picking Devin Haney, Lomachenko, those are the top two choices. Now I stand on it. We have opportunity to see something that we'll never potentially see again in boxing for a while. They get to fight for the franchise, WBC, WBA, IBF, the ring, motherfucking lineal, WBO in the lightweight division, be the first to ever do it.
And that'll
This will
tell.
be, and check this out, Ben. If whoever does it, this will be the fourth franchise champion in one division. You would have had Lomachenko, you would have had Teofimo Lopez, George Kambosos, and if Devin Haney wins these titles, he would have become the fourth in one division.
Yep.
This would make it so beautiful if all the keys is in George Kambosos' hands.
Yes.
So it's up to what George Kambosos want to do from here. I hope he take Devin Haney fight on first. I want to see him with the Lomachenko. You feel what I'm saying? I want to see how he match up. I think Lomachenko will beat George Kambosos, me personally. But I think Devin Haney has the answer to not only George Kambosos, I think Devin Haney has the answer to Lomachenko, Mr. Matrix himself. But will Devin Haney be given the opportunity to prove that? That's the question I'm asking, though.
Andrew asks, and I'll let you go after this, Chad. Andrew asks, can someone summarize what Mauricio said recently so I can be on board with the conversation? That's why I was asking you earlier, being what exactly did he say? You know what I'm saying? Saying he downplayed, yeah, he's been saying that. And he's been, behaving as such because he's a WBC president.
You,
He didn't do it as much with Teofimo because they was busy pissing him off. But for Kambosos, he find Kambosos is in a more inferior position as a champion, and he want to do everything right. Kambosos want to do everything. He don't want to piss nobody off. He don't have Lopez Senior going around and being a mouthpiece. No, the Kambosos camp is very quiet. So I don't know what's going on behind the scenes with this little kinship between Kambosos and freaking Mauricio, but he's really building up this undisputed shit. Like he's basically advocating it. He's taking up for Kambosos. Kambosos put it on his IG quick in a hurry. His trainer said he was undisputed. Mauricio said he was undisputed. So Devin's in a hard place right now. It's going to take more than him to say he'll fight him on Jupiter. That's desperation. Just let the shit play out. Let the fans kind of advocate for you. What you going to say, Chad?
Yeah, yeah. First of all, for Mauricio to sit there and discount one of his champions is embarrassing.
Yeah.
It's an embarrassment to where the WBC has been, and it shows us the fruit of where it's going, and it's becoming more of the WBA, because a lot of people were complaining about the WBA Super, WBA Regular, and none of this stuff has been consistent. Like if you think about it, when they first introduced this franchise champion, they champion belts, they said they were non-transferable.
Correct.
They said that. Then all of a sudden, Lomachenko gets beat, and now Tio has the franchise champion. And the reason that Loma became franchise champion is because they requested it because they'd want to fight Haney. Like that,
Correct.
all that came out. So for me, Haney is a WBC champion. Whether he picked it up on a weird kind of situation. At the end of the day, Lomachenko did not want to fight him. He did not want to fight him, so he requested to be a WBC franchise champion. And none of these rules make sense. It's just like whatever makes the most money. And we've seen that from the WBC with these stupid witch belts when Canelo freaking snubbed them, and all of a sudden, He's like, I'm not gonna carry the WBC belt anymore. I don't care about them because they try to enforce what a mandatory on them, right? And he felt like he was bigger than the belt, which in some cases, sure, yeah. When you become the cash cow of boxing, yeah, sure, it's Floyd same way, but he always had a good relationship with Mauricio's father, and that's the difference. I think Mauricio's taking it more driven by the money, you know.
Canelo had nobody to put. It was no one to petition the franchise. They was going to make Canelo Alvarez. They did make Canelo Alvarez a starting point.
Sure, they did, and I truly believe that, and I think Canelo's a great fighter, but I truly believe that this Bridgerweight was created so Canelo could be a 6 weight division champion. He's going to go through cruiser and be this Bridgerweight champion.
But with the Canelo situation, Chad, in World Combat Sport, I give Canelo credit for when he drug Yildirim in the ring to clip all that. So when he became undisputed, that we didn't have the question, the scratching our head. Well, is Devin Haney over here as the WBC champion? I mean, like it or not, Canelo had, used that designation. And, I want Yildirim. I want to fight him for the vacant WBC that Benavidez just lost on the scale. I want that belt. So when he became,
they didn't fight for that belt though.
He did fought Yildirim for that WBC belt.
No, they didn't approve that.
Canelo fought Yildirim for that vacant WBC belt.
No, he fought Callum Smith, man.
No, it was for. So what he fought Yildirim for?
For a mandatory.
Just a mandatory promissory note that's been out there for a long
WBC.
Time.
That was
it
the
wasn't,
one.
bro. I'm telling you, it wasn't. They wouldn't approve it.
Okay, well he drug Caleb Smith in for.
Callum Smith was the WBA champion at the time.
I was saying the WBC, David Benavidez belt.
Yeah.
He fought for
the promise that Yildirim would get that fight against
Yildirim. He drug Yildirim in the ring,
right.
and he fought him for that vacant WBC. He used that destination, that franchise title. He was playing chess right then and there. World Combat Sport. He took WBA, Caleb Smith, all that European shit. All that shit was lined up for Canelo. But the clip or the talk, we wouldn't have this same talk if Lomachenko would have fought Devin Haney a long time ago. Exactly. We wouldn't have this here talk because when Till whooped him, Till would have been clearly that guy. Because we don't got no WBC champion over here to be talking about Devin. Who? Because Lomachenko handled that. If he would have. But we still got Devin Haney over here. We got George Kambosos. We got Mauricio Suleiman super playing it today. Oh, I'm announcing George Kambosos is the franchise champion. He's what? How a president, a single sanctioning body president, one president over one sanctioning body announced undisputed. Now, if he tell me people's the WBA and the WBA was on board World Combat Sport, I can agree with it. What you do with your sanctioning body, if you want to make 9 belts in the WBC, he entitled to do that. Mauricio Suleiman, his daddy left him in charge. I wish he would have left his sister in charge because I don't know what Suleiman doing. He just making super champions and undergrading real champions. It's just embarrassing, bro.
He's looking out for his Hispanic fighters, man. I mean, WBC is based in Mexico, out of Mexico. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he has a connection there.
But period. I mean, I ain't gonna lean on no flags there, which is good because I love all fighters.
It's public record.
Yeah,
it's public record.
But this shit, that part there, and I hope George Kambosos just take care of Devin Haney. The winner, he can fight Lomachenko, he can fight Till again. I wouldn't give a fuck. Just get rid of this Devin Haney situation, this saga here at 135.
I hear y'all keep talking about that. He was supposed to, in some way, shape, or form, fight Devin Haney. It was nothing on writing. It was nothing on paper.
He said when he came out.
Now check this out. Once he won the title from Luke Campbell, he said he wasn't fighting for the rest of the year. So therefore, Mauricio did not make a title eliminator. He made a fight for the interim championship.
I'm not saying what Suleiman said. I'm saying what came out of George Kambosos' mouth. He said he was gonna go to Devin Haney fight. He said if Devin Haney take care of JoJo, he said if Devin Haney take care of JoJo Diaz, we gotta fight. I want that George Kambosos to be a man of his word. I want the George Kambosos that whooped Teofimo Lopez ass that night, that had Teo with all them lumps and hickey. I want that George Kambosos to show up for Devin Haney. Because I know what Devin, the Nightmare Haney, gonna bring to the table tonight if he given that opportunity. I don't want it to be no excuses. You feel what I'm saying? If Devin Haney hand broke and you got that, and George Kambosos is there, then baby boy, you better fight his ass with one hand. And you better be the best one-handed fighter that night, and you better come back with all the motherfucking marbles, because it might not be an opportunity given to you, because he's a threat. Hands down, Devin Haney is a threat.
I mean, if they fight in
135.
Australia now, it's definitely going to be different.
If they're fighting in Australia, I think Devin Haney will do it to him in Australia too. I'm not impressed with George Kambosos. I told you, World Comeback, that I'll come down to 135 and fight George Kambosos.
But you're not ranked. You're not even fighting 8 rounders or 10 rounders.
I'm ready. I'm not impressed with him saying World Comeback. He's not scary. He's not one of them fighters I said, damn, he threatening. He's none of that. I don't see none of that in George Kambosos. I'm impressed how you whooped the shit out of Teo, though, World Comeback. That ass whooping was just very, very impressive, bro.
Not at all. I wasn't impressed at all. And I know why you keep on exacerbating this shit, because that's my fighter. Because Teo's my boy. You
got tapes. You do your thing, World Comeback.
That wasn't no beautiful fight. He got his ass knocked down in the later round.
Chad, you saw the fight, Chad?
Sure did.
Man, did you see Teo's face after the fight?
His face did look fucked up.
But
not when he first went into the ring, he wasn't looking like that.
I'm saying, look at early when Kambosos
was George Kambosos and the referee, bro. So you said the referee did that shit too?
Hey, check this out, man. He was able to land a knockdown in the first round where he's fresh and he's at his strongest.
Mm-hmm.
Teo knocked him down later on in the round, and he was on all fours. Mm-hmm. So what does that say about Kambosos?
Did you see George Kambosos' face after the fight?
It don't matter. He was knocked down just like Teo was.
Both of them did a knockdown, like you said. Great assessment. George Kambosos knocked him down in the first. Teo knocked him down in the 10th. Okay, if you want to use those assessments, let's look at.
No. We ain't about to go in depth, bro. Hey, I was having a good conversation earlier with you and Chad about the evolution of the lightweight division. We ain't talking about what's already happened. We want to talk about Kambosos, Lomachenko, or Devin Haney. I don't want to talk about that fight with Teo, because Teo's a junior welterweight right now, so he ain't in the equation no more.
He's a big boy. He's gonna move up. I think Teo should chase undisputed at 140. I think the division's pretty light right now.
I mean, Josh Taylor acting like he want to go up and fight Crawford if he gets past Catterall.
I think Bud destroys him. I'm sorry.
I do too.
But as far
can't look past Colorado, man. We can't be moving what they say about moving the carriage and the horse and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He mess around and he get upset. Then we'll be looking at some shit at 140 then, bro.
That'd be perfect.
Yep.
Because then we can set up Teo moving up to 140 and facing the winner of that fight. That'd be good.
But then Josh might be screaming he want a rematch, and then we got another episode right there.
No, he's moving up, man. So if the money's good, and we don't know what's going on, but the money's good, if he wins and Teo move up out of nowhere, I'm telling you, they're working something out, man. They're working some shit right now.
If Josh decides to move up to 147, man, Boots Ennis is gonna destroy that boy, like straight up. It does bring some more players into the 147, but
yeah,
I still want to see Crawford and Spence, man. I'm sorry, I don't want to see Ugas versus Spence, man. I just don't. Before Crawford, man, I just can't. These guys have killed the 147 division. That's why a lot of people are focusing on the 135 division, because there's possibilities of them actually fighting each other, And so, man, I don't know, man. The 147 is looking real bleak to me right now.
I think we got undisputed next year, Chad. I think we got Udanis Ugas lined up. We got that fight on the table and sit well. Then after that, it's on Terrence Crawford. It's what Terrence Crawford want to do. Is he going? I mean, who is he signed to? MTK Glover, Eddie Hearn. Is he going to sign with?
No, he ain't signed with MTK.
I don't know. You had a good and Boom, he brought it back up. You put it back up again. And it's a beautiful thing. You had a good thing yesterday going on to World Combat Sport with your analogy. Where is Terrence Crawford, though, Chad? He should be on the milk box. Where is he?
I didn't say Terrence. I didn't say Terrence should be on the milk carton.
No, I said Terrence should be on the milk carton. I said that. I said, where is he? Where is Terrence?
He just finished fighting Sean Porter, where he's supposed to be in the ocean somewhere in Abu Dhabi, enjoying his damn paycheck. I want to ask Chad something right now. Chad seemed to know his box. I want to ask him something about this thumbnail. Dealing with Terrence Crawford and a potential unification with Errol Spence. Looking at this thumbnail, what is something you take for potentially that may be going on about this fight? What do you take from this thumbnail? I'm just gonna see if you that guy.
A reminder of Manny Pacquiao, Floyd Mayweather is what I see, and I think it's another excuse, man. Give him 50-50, plain and simple. Reason being, Crawford has been undisputed at 140. I understand that if Errol gets past Ugas, he's gonna have 3 belts. That's great. That's fantastic. But if money's the reason why we don't get to see this fight, Bud Crawford's already 35 years old, man. Like, if money is the reason why, we need to boycott a lot of these whack pay-per-views that have been thrown us, plain and simple. Especially because Bud Crawford is no longer under Top Rank, man. The excuses are out the window. It is time to see that fight. It is time to see the division move forward. Stop holding this division hostage. If you're not going to fight, then get out. Plain and simple to me.
Why do you think people are making such a big deal with the 60-40? You know, they come up with the 60-40 as if they're their chief financial officer. Why 60-40 is a big deal for this fight to happen? You know, why not 55-45? Why not 50-50? You know what I'm saying?
People are more fans of the fighters than they are of the sport. Money has been the root of evil when it comes to this sport, man. I love Floyd, but I think a lot of people took the bad things of what Floyd did in the sport and ran with him. And it's not all Floyd's fault, but you have a lot of these young fighters who are unproven, who don't want to sacrifice an O without a big payday. And that's what I'm talking about specifically. And so for me, when you have 2 fighters who have been in their prime, I don't even know if they're in their primes anymore, with Errol having the car accident, Errol having the eye injury. Like, the body starts to break down, man, regardless. You know, time is ticking. And I think that us as boxing fans need to be worried less about the money. It doesn't affect us. You're a fan of boxing. If you feel like your fighter's the best, then you should be pushing him to fight the best. No excuses.
Well, they feel that they are pushing for him to fight the best, but also they want to place themselves as a life coach. They want to place themselves as a CFO officer, unemployed, of course, because they're not working for Spence.
I agree.
They just want to take over these imaginary positions that they have within the camp, rather than just pushing for the fight. I think at this point in time, seeing that Terrence Crawford defeated Kell Brook and defeated Sean Porter, it comes down to them finding more content to talk about. So now it goes from who has he beat, then they want to talk about what was the next one? It was 60-40. It was it was always 60-40, but no, the next one was busting the seats. It was busting the seats. Then it was 60-40. Now the term is, since Errol Spence come out and make a tweet, it's heavy lifting. So now it's all about the heavy lifting, dog. I swear to God, dog.
It's just more excuses, man. It's just more excuses. Get in the ring. Let your fists do the talking and push the sport forward, man. Leave the sport with something, man. The sport that's blessed you with so much, the opportunity, leave the fans who pay their hard-earned money with a fight that they can say, man, you know, it was worth my money, you know, and the more time and time passes on, it becomes less and less worth the money. Look at Amir Khan and Kell Brook, bro, for the UK. That was a fight that should have been domestically happening years back.
It still sold out in 10 seconds, so they saying. I'm just being sarcastic, but
Yeah. Of course it did because UK supports UK, and that's the thing that US doesn't do, man. We don't support our own fighters. Like Floyd, like I hate when people talk bad about Floyd. You may not agree with everything when it comes to Floyd, but man, nobody supported him as a US fighter, man. A guy who went into the Olympics, like bruh, he came and he represented the U.S. Like you should be for him in the boxing ring, not necessarily outside of the boxing ring, but man, like he should have some more support. I 100%. That's why I love Devin Haney because he reminds me of a 135 pretty boy Floyd. To me, he's
I don't
not
want to compare him to Floyd. I'm gonna be
not
honest
the
with you,
skill level,
Chad. To
not the
be
skill level,
himself.
not the skill level, but he reminds me of that for whatever reason. I don't know. It just he's not there the way Floyd was when he knocked out or knocked down Diego Corrales 6 times in that fight and fought Gennaro Hernandez for his first championship. The guy in the
Yeah,
division,
yeah.
like I see that tenacity in a Devin Haney.
And
That's
let
why
me take a pause right quick, Chad. King Mitch on deck, the boxing section, TBS on deck, Andrew Charles on deck. What's good, fellas? How you feeling? Hey, the boxing section. What's good, bro?
Man, what's going on, my guy, man? Dude, I wish you would have came with me to Vegas, man.
I told you to get the. I told you to get the number. I would have told you that. I just couldn't make it at that time, and you know what I'm saying.
Man, we had it set up, but the thing is, man, about the Earl Spence Terrence Crawford thing. I banned that talk from my channel. I don't
Good.
even want to talk about it. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, it's always gonna be a fantasy. I knew it was gonna be. I knew it was a fantasy from the beginning. You know, and it's just it's n- it's too much money involved for it not to happen. You know what I mean? And it's kind of ridiculous that we got to beg for this fight. Me personally, me liking both fighters a lot, I never wanted it, but you know everybody seems to want it, so that's when we don't get them. When you want the fight really bad, they do the total opposite of what you want them to do. You
Correct.
know.
I think potentially we may see it. I know a lot of people are talking as if Keith Thurman, they're hoping Barrios beat Keith Thurman because it may insert not Mario Bars. It may insert Jerome Ennis. Jerome Ennis isn't getting a fight before Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford. It just ain't gonna happen. People need to know. I'm gonna break something to y'all right now that ain't out there. Errol Spence and Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford, they in negotiations as we speak. I'm telling you, they in negotiations right now. All this other stuff, they people don't know. Well, I'm telling you, no cap, that these two are in negotiation right now.
I hope so.
I'm telling you, I'm,
It,
I'm not I'm not capping on nothing. They are in negotiation, but
you,
it's for something specific that means a lot to both fighters. Errol Spence trying to come in with one percentage, and Terrence Crawford want this percentage. That's where we at.
yeah. So if you Terrence Crawford, what do you do? Do you take the money just to get the legacy, or do you wait for the money and say fuck the legacy?
It all depends on how he feels now that he's a so-called free agent, so to speak, and he can do what he want. He may feel like he's mentioned before he don't need Errol Spence, but we all know he definitely want to see those belts because this would be a two-weight undisputed champion if he was able to do that. He would actually even solidify his legacy even more if he's able to unify the welterweight division. So part of me thinks he definitely want this fight with Errol Spence, but he ain't trying to in his this juncture in his career. Just goddamn take a back seat to Errol Spence because he got one more title. I know he's fighting Ugas. I'm just saying that's probably I'm just assuming that he's like, dude, you only been to a single division and you got one more title than me right now.
Yeah, but when you talk about star power, though, man, it's hard to what I'm saying, refute that as it pertains to being a star. Now he get that belt from Ugas, then he got 3 belts to 1. So then what do we do?
So 3 belts to one is just like Canelo. So Canelo went in there with Caleb Plant, and Caleb got paid the highest that he's ever got paid in his career, the highest. So therefore, Crawford shouldn't be any different. As if Errol Spence is coming to him to make this fight happen. Canelo made the shit happen. Canelo made it happen, and he paid the shit out of that Caleb Plant, over 10 mil. So why can't we make this at welterweight? Why can't we go into this regardless if he has 3 belts and make this fight happen and make it reasonable? Just make it reasonable, dog. Don't go up here and talk about that 730.
Well, we know that 730 was just something to say, but I think that if Terrence Crawford takes a 60-40, I mean, that'd be the most money he's ever made. It'd be the most money Errol Spence has ever made. Everybody wins. But it's a pride thing, man. They don't want to feel like one got over on one. You know what I'm saying? They want you to think that you got one up on them. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna drop another gem. I'm telling you, dog. 60-40 is really not the issue. 70-30 is. Errol Spence is trying to push for 70-30.
I mean,
And
then
Terrence Crawford is pushing for 60-40.
but then if he
See, people got it
if he
twisted out here, but I'm talking to people that I know for a fact on what's going on. Errol Spence is pushing for a 70-30, and Crawford's not gonna go for that shit.
He captured this Ugas fight though, where we go at again though, World Combat Sport. I mean, do we we stand up here, we 60-40, we 50-50, we 70-30, where we go at? I mean, you got one dude steady collecting titles at the titles on one side, and we got one dude, Mr. 3 division champion, Mr. 6 belt, who was reigning undisputed at 140. You know what I'm saying? And then what we go at now? What we do now? We wait again. Is a what Kyle say? Do we get a fantasy fight or we get a reality fight? What we go at after this? Because
that's a good question.
Dennis Ugas, they say that Ugas fight is official come March. So I mean,
it's official. Yeah, it's official. It's official. It's gonna happen. Shout out to Trap Media in the building. The boxing section he dropped off. But appreciate you pulling up, my brother. Andrew said Bud moves up. I ain't gonna be mad. I ain't moving off that square. For real. Mitch say Plant got 20%, Canelo got 40. Mill took home 10 mils. Supposedly he took more than 10 mil, for real. He took more than 10 mil, But Canelo's gonna get that money one way or the other. Like I said, I don't know how much he made. But back to this fight. Let's just say either one of them win. Ugas, Errol Spence. They both have 3 belts. So then it comes into play whether the winner fights Terrence Crawford. We don't know what the contract is sitting like with damn Ugas and Errol Spence. We don't know if it's a rematch clause. If it's a rematch clause in here and Ugas picked up these titles, unification trumps a lot of shit. So we'll have to see, who gets step aside. You know what I'm saying? Who becomes Stanthiono's Jr. number 2 and all this other shit. It gets very complex, man, at the end of the day. Now, if Errol Spence wins, then, of course, I think we may potentially see the damn Terrence Crawford fight. We might.
I mean, Ugas definitely has the opportunity to spoil the apple cart. And that's why I didn't want to see this fight before, because I think Ugas does pose a threat with his jab, his length, like he does. Again, we don't know what Errol Spence is with us anymore. He's been plagued by that eye injury. We don't know how that affects him. The car accident, we really don't know how it affects him. I mean, he beat a very slow Danny Garcia. Like, Danny Garcia, I've never really been super impressed with Danny. Like, he's been like the Zab Judah of the 147 division.
Mm-hmm.
He could never win those big fights. So are we surprised?
Same with Sean Porter. Sean Porter was never able to win the big fights. Okay, since he picked up the title from Devin Alexander. I mean, what has he done since then?
Are you impressed with your Danish Ugas?
Am I impressed?
Me?
Either one of y'all.
Yeah,
You-
yeah. I think he fought Manny Pacquiao very, very strategically. Like, I do think that Manny is old, but at the same time, like, if Ugas was, didn't carry skill, Manny would have exposed that. But I think Ugas is a really good Cuban boxer. Like, um, but at the end of the day, to answer the Porter question, uh, you you don't see Danny pushing people like Porter did. There's some class differences there. I think with Porter, man, just the mental toughness, the ferocity of how he pushes and moves forward. You know, it, it, in all honesty, I think a guy like Terrence separated himself from the pack because he took a step back, was able to catch him with the uppercut. When most of all these fighters, including Keith, I would have thought Keith in his prime, would have done something like that. But again, it shows to me the separation of a Terrence Crawford versus like Errol Spence or even a Keith Thurman. But yeah, all that to say, I think Ugas is good. I think Sean Porter is way better than Danny Garcia. Um, I think there's just some class differences there. But I do think that you're somewhat right in that. In he didn't win the big ones. I do agree with that. But he did push them to another level. I think the one that he did lose that he got away with was Ugas. Um, but you know, I mean, we can all agree to disagree on that. It was a close fight. So.
Hey, Mitch, I understand that, but I was talking about champions he beat. He didn't beat Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia wasn't a champion. He beat him for the vacant. They fought for the vacant. You know what I'm saying? I was talking about actual champions that they beat. They put them in the same category because Danny Garcia fought Robert Ghost Guerrero for the vacant W. He didn't really beat any other champion at the division. You know what I'm saying? Keith Thurman took his damn WBC. So I'm just saying, what has Sean Porter did, after losing his title to Kell Brook? He just fought a counter puncher in Danny Garcia, just like Chad said. Danny Garcia, he has that cultural acceptance. So Danny can go in here and fight, get his ass beat, then do a damn IG video with his sisters, and everybody like, God damn, there goes DSG. Shit, I'm about to head up his barbershop. I like DSG. DSG is one of the coolest cats in the game. Real talk. That's why people like him. I think DSG is a way cooler person, in person, around town than Errol Spence is, in my opinion. We make light of Errol Spence being popular and everything, but he brought two Garcias to AT&T Stadium. He brought Mikey Garcia and Danny Garcia. And I keep hearing this put butts in the seats. No, Mikey put them butts in the seats with you. And Danny put them butts in the seats with you. And Sean Porter put them butts in the seats at the Staples Center. So I don't see where, all these numbers are just being put on Errol Spence's damn credit. Y'all fell asleep, or y'all there playing with Santa Claus or something, looking up the chimney?
Sorry, man. Say it again. So, I missed that.
Hey.
What y'all doing? Goddamn,
Sorry, my wife came
looking
in.
at porn behind the scene. Goddamn.
Nah, bro, I'll let you big about this Terrence Crawford. I said there you go with the indirect buffoonery. You know what I'm saying? But one thing that I'm happy about though, that wherever Terrence Crawford at, I hope it is true that he's negotiating behind the scene with EJ. I hope we can really get this
Hope.
done. And I want I
Ben,
want
I'm telling you,
I
it
want
is.
I want that special type of Terrence Crawford. I
See,
want
that's
that
what happened when I don't have 500 people in there. They think I don't know. I don't talk to
I
people
want I
and
want
stuff
I
like that.
no I want the Terrence Crawford that that became undisputed at 140. I want that Terrence
Why
Crawford.
you want him? That's the old one. The new
I
one is
want I
six
want
six
I
fights
want
in
I want
to the
I want
welterweight
that Terrence
division.
Crawford
All
that's going.
knockouts.
I want that one too. I want that the one on this little 8-6 fight knockout spree. I want that Terrence Crawford. Matter of fact, I want y'all to consolidate the Terrence Crawfords together and bring a super Terrence Crawford to the ring when he fight EJ. I want that Terrence Crawford. Cause it still won't be enough. Cause EJ gonna put something on that Terrence Crawford ass, Bomac ass. He gonna be beating so many people ass in the ring that night. You gonna think he gonna whip the referee ass too. I'm telling you, man, it's gonna be a
Who is this
special.
name again you talk of?
Who?
Who is that name you
EJ,
speak
the
on?
world destroyer.
What you were saying again, boxing section? Because I can't hear Ben. It's staticky over there.
Yeah, man. But like I said, one thing about it is, man, neither one of these fighters are afraid of each other. So I just want that narrative to be put to bed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Uh, it's the business of boxing is getting away, like the business of boxing has always gotten away. You know what I'm saying? Now we know for a fact that Oscar Valdez is afraid of Shakur Stevenson. He said he
Correct.
was. You know what I'm saying?
Correct. Yeah.
But Earl and Bud, nah, man, them two dudes is built different. And I think the business and the pride of business has gotten away of this fight.
Let me ask y'all this: if this fight do happen between Bud and Crawford, I mean Bud and Spence, where should the venue be?
Dallas, ain't no
Dallas.
question. Straight up,
Man, please. It is a question, Ben. It
man,
is a
Dallas.
question.
It get no
You
bigger
can't
For
than
have it
what?
in
Cowboy
Dallas,
That
though.
Stadium.
that shit should be in Vegas, dog.
Man,
Not
Cowboy Stadium, bro.
Neutral grounds, man. Neutral grounds.
Man, ain't
hey,
no neutral ground. See, now we'll have another debate right there. Terrence Crawford don't got no neutral ground. Ain't no
he
ground
he
where
does
he
have
got.
a he does his fans do travel though, so I
Yep.
can't let you say that. His
Hmm.
Man,
fans
come on,
travel.
man. We not finna get them little 1,500 people on the bus, and we'll get them over to Jerry's World. Ain't no
Come
pressure.
on.
We'll get
We're
them
not fighting in
1,500.
Frisco. First of all, that fight ain't falling Frisco. That's where he fought Carlos Ocampo. That shit too small now.
Man, I don't know who talking that Frisco. That thing happened at AT&T,
Hey,
Jerry's World.
hey, combat.
Yeah.
You know where the fight should be?
Where?
In New York,
MSG?
MSG or
Ain't big enough.
Barclays.
It won't be big enough. That ain't big enough.
What?
Ain't big enough. I think with something
It
like
is
that,
big enough. MSG? Hell yeah.
man, shit, man. I
Look,
think I,
look, I'm telling you, Ben, check this out. They just had a card there, right? Where you saw Lomachenko and Richard Coleman is the main. The entire arena was not used. Those seats that weren't used, I was up there taking pictures. So it was a lot of seats that wasn't used. A lot. They have plenty of room in there.
Hey, are you going to that Troy? Are you going to that Joe Smith card? World Combat?
I haven't decided yet. Where's that at?
That's in New York.
Yeah, New York, man. They, like when I go to New York, you damn near have to reach down and go up on the bridge and hope a leprechaun over there slipping so you can snuff him for his gold, dog, before you go to New York.
the whole thing about New York though, man, just stay in Hoboken, man. If you live in Hoboken, you'll be all right though, man.
Yeah,
Now, man, when you
I
go to
never
New
been to New
York, you
York.
want to stay you want to stay next to MSG, walking
No, if
distance.
you in Hoboken, you Red Cross, you right there. Cause
Okay.
Madison Square, if you gonna be staying downtown in Manhattan, bro, you're gonna be paying about $3, $2 if you're gonna be right. I don't know what type of hotel you're looking for, but if you want to be okay, sleeping comfortable, cause New York got some hotels, bro. You ain't gonna sleep too comfortable in some of them shits, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially if you go in like Harlem, Brooklyn. If you in Manhattan, you're okay. Downtown, you're all right. You go to venturing out thinking you better know somebody, bro, to go into some of these hotels. You got some people who do some Airbnbs at their crib. Lit
Yeah, I
up,
know
bro.
about that.
That shit lit up. But I think Hoboken real straight though, man. They got some real nice hotels over there
Yeah,
for real.
I ain't never been in New York, so I want to go to a fight out there.
Oh
And
shit,
Vegas,
okay.
yeah,
Who's the
Vegas
main
fights
who's the
really
main
don't do
card
it
on
for
that,
me.
Joe Smith? Who's the main?
Joe
Who's
Smith is the
headlining?
main, but I'm going for Troy Isley. You know what I'm saying? I'm going
Yeah,
for the young homie.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, just New York, man. That shit's crazy expensive, and I don't know, man. When is this fight supposed to take place? January or something?
Yeah, January 22nd.
Oh, okay. That's what's up. And that, yeah, that's something I have to look up and try to see what's up, man.
Top Rank shows more love than the PBC ever have.
Oh, absolutely, man. You know that. People find that hard to believe, but no, it's not, man. Some of my best media has been in Top Rank. Period.
Period.
You go to PBC, man. They on your ass like damn. You got wild pit bulls running around that muff, and they all women too. All women. Get over here. Do this. Can't do that. Can't do this. Nah, not with Top Rank, dog.
Yeah. Top Rank that you move around.
I wanted to ask you that TBS. What do you think about Kambosos' situation, man? You know what I'm saying? Well, we did talk about Gary Russell fighting Mark Magsayo coming up, but the Kambosos situation for unification, you know,
You,
um, they still kind of putting Devin Haney on the back burner.
I always say, man, what's Devin Haney?
Black.
All right, that's your answer right there.
Maybe he should get that Sammy Sosa freaking skin rejuvenation. He might be able to do it, dog.
Man, he gonna have to do something, man. I mean, I just don't get it, man.
Coming
The
that bitch
man, the
looking like
kid has done everything you want him to do. I mean, he's lived right in and out the ring. He's done the right things, and he still can't get ahead.
it's almost like they sunning him, man. Like Kambosos sunning that Devin. You know what I'm saying? Like
No, I'm
just
gonna
come
say
out.
Kambosos. This is where the Sudomon come in at. When this is where the Sudomon come in at, because if I don't think it's the George Kambosos with the Sonny thing, because coming out the Teal fight, this what I'm saying. I'm gonna hold Kambosos to what he said. I ain't fuck with Sudomon. If George Kambosos said once he get through with Jojo Diaz, he handled his business with Jojo Diaz, we can entertain that fight. That's the George Kambosos. I want to hold him to that word right there. Nothing else. Right there. Devin Haney did this shit. Come on now. Let's clear this shit up, bro. Other than that, I'm gonna troll his ass. He a cap artist. He gonna get the same treatment Tio got. I'm telling you, if he don't fight Devin Haney, the next motherfucker rubbing up old Kambosos gonna knock his ass out. For real. I'm gonna put the jinx. I'm gonna put the Mike Jinx on his ass, bro. For real. If he don't fight Devin Haney, I'm trolling his ass. And he gonna get the jinx on his ass. For real. He gonna get that jinx, man, because I'm tired of this shit, man. This man been standing up there for the longest. And then you got Sudomar talking about, oh, now he's undisputed. I mean, they hadn't announced him as undisputed when he whooped T.O. ass. They saying the new IBF, WBA, and franchise champion. They didn't say nothing about no undisputed, nothing. So Daryl Peoples and the rest of these people, World Combat Sport, they was on board when they announced this is saying that he undisputed. Did the rest of the body section agree with this, or did just Sudomar saying? Which one? Because Sudomar did what he want with that WBC. He the president. We know that for a fact. He can make $100 if he want to. But as a boxing fan, don't be sitting up here pissing on me, talking about, man, fuck you, Sudomar, with that bullshit. Clear this shit up. George Kambosos, Bill Haney, motherfucking Metro, Eddie Hearn seized the opportunity. Go ahead, give them them few million, but man, make me happy, man, as a boxing fan. I'll pay for it. I ain't screaming shit. I'm paying for it.
Hey TBS, I wanted to ask you, man, who would you want to see Kambosos? Who do you think he's gonna fight next?
Lomachenko.
Yeah. Okay.
You know,
Better money, right?
I don't know. It ain't gonna be better money. I think it's gonna be an easier fight. I
So
think
will he
the I
be
think the Lomachenko is an
respected?
easier fight. You know,
So you
Devin
feel there's
Haney.
anything else out there for Kambosos to clean up? Like being that Devin Haney has that title. I mean, is it a legitimate push to say, okay, let's have the grand finale of Kambosos Devin Haney instead of Lomachenko?
You know the thing about the Lomachenko thing, right? ESPN is behind him, and they're gonna tell us that he number 3 or 4 on a pound for pound list. And Devin Haney ain't done nothing, and Devin Haney not pound for pound. So go for the pound for pound guy, which is the easier fight. You know what I'm saying? The littler guy, you know, you can bully him around a little bit, like we seen Teofimo Lopez bully him. So
Lomachenko shouldn't be on the pound list anywhere unless it's the BWAA.
I mean, 2 losses, and they still got this man ranked in the top 5. This ESPN now. They got Lomachenko in the top 5.
Yeah, ESPN is extremely biased though. That's who he's rocking with. That's who he's employee of. You know what I'm saying?
You know, and this who we supposed to get our, you know what I'm saying? Hell, this is what I'm saying though, World Cup Sport doesn't make it right though, bro. So Devin Haney, all this time, because Lomachenko don't come back, these 2 comeback fight. He goes back to the front of the line, Mr. Sliced Bread, Mr. Matrix, Mr. Who better than Muhammad Ali, the most shit Bob Aaron can blow out his ass about Lomachenko. This guy got to come up to the front of the line again. Hell no, man.
Just like TBS said, what is he? What is he again?
Pound for pound, they throw his ass
he got
up
the
there.
deflection for the protection, no detection.
Man, I'm screaming.
Man, forget Lomachenko on that pound for pound list. That's some bull crap right there.
Come on, man. Salido should have ended that pound for pound, his pound for pound career right then and there.
Exactly.
Salido should have ended his pound
and he
for
doesn't
pound
even have a
reign.
belt.
It shouldn't have got round.
Hey, y'all, I'll be right back, man. I'll be right back.
For sure. Go ahead, Chad. What you were saying?
Yeah, no, I mean, he shouldn't be on the pound for pound list at all, man. He should be outside of the top 10. That's for sure. I mean, if you're gonna put Lomachenko in there, you might as well put Donaire in there. He's 39 years old. He has a WBC belt right now.
No Nito Donaire keep winning.
And I take
exactly.
Donaire, and I take that as a boxing fan. But this Lomachenko shit, can't nobody sit here and sell me that shit again. You sold me one time with the Salido. Tio just whooped his ass. You gonna sell me this shit again? No, man, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying that. Not that, duh. That's straight piss in the bottle. You can drink that shit and talk about apple juice if you want to. That's on you.
Well, more like goddamn lemonade, goddamn it.
Whatever, man, because they putting sugar with it now, World Combat Sport. And I'm coming to give you your roses because you said this shit was going to happen. You know what I'm saying? You said with the franchise. Suleiman fucking this shit up, though, man. He fucking it up, though. Establishing this super title. He spitting into face guys like Devin Haney. I'm going to say it. You know, I know Devin Haney. You know, he should not, do not throw away your title, young warrior. Fight on, press on. People behind you. You got people believe in you. Bill Haney seize the opportunity, man. Go sit down with George Kambosos them over there. Give him what he want. Give him that ass whooping over there in Australia. You know what I'm saying?
I don't even think it's them giving them what they want because Devin gets a guarantee of this amount of money. I don't think it's that. I just think it's Kambosos, man. Like it was said earlier. He may, not want to fight Devin because he feels he may be able to get more money.
From who?
You can't get no money Devin from Haney might be a much tougher fight than Lomachenko.
Tank Davis, the only one to give him more money. You know that, bro. You know that. I mean,
I'm just saying, man. His only 2 choices is Lomachenko and Haney.
The Lomachenko
and excitement wise,
$5 million? You think Bob finna give George Kambosos $5 million? Hell no.
Dog, I'm trying to tell you, they're gonna put that shit in Australia and try to damn promo the shit out of it. For Lomachenko, look, for Lomachenko to once again unify the lightweight division once again, because he is already unified. Now he gets to fight for all the belts and hit the highest peak, the championship pinnacle again. He gets the opportunity to do it 2 times.
I don't like
this. This elevates Lomachenko to another status, and he's old. He's like 32 years old right now.
This the part where I think Bill Haney needs to go and dig in his piggy bank at now. If Eddie Hearn ain't on board to this shit, I'm finna get George.
Tell the Bill to go out there and sell one of those.
I'm finna get George Kambosos what the fuck he want.
That ain't fucking happening. Good luck with that.
I'm
back, y'all.
Where you going? This the way they playing right now. with the way the way shit going on, if they got $5 million cash to give a George Kambosos right now, I'm ready to make that fight happen. I don't like to talk about the money deal, but if they got $5 million available for a George Kambosos and they around here sitting on their hands with this shit, I'll kick them in. Man, I will fire him my motherfucking self.
Well, first of all, 5 million won't be that bad if
And I'm ready to fight him in
we're
Australia.
talking about for
5 million,
one.
and I'm fighting you in Australia. Let's go.
For one, it has to be PPV, and we know Matchroom is not going to accommodate that.
I think Matchroom will accommodate the 5. I think they'll do it.
They like giving away money.
This is what I'm saying. I don't think nobody else gonna give them that much money except but him and Floyd gonna give up the bag.
Yeah, what kind of money is Lomachenko bringing in when it comes to his opponents? I feel like he hasn't been. I mean, what did Tio get?
Tio he negotiated from 1.2 up to 2, and Lomachenko it didn't come out of Vasil Lomachenko's purse though. They just added that to his purse, and then I think Lomachenko got equal, if not more. He did.
So I mean, honestly, the money man is Devin Haney. If you think about it, because the zone they put the money where their mouth is. Honestly, I mean, regardless, I honestly think that they would put the money behind that fight, and I think that's why they were interviewing
coming from
investors.
That money coming from investors.
Well, I will have I need to invest. I need an exclusive meeting tomorrow. Tomorrow they need to order a board meeting immediately because I need $5 million out of somebody's pocket to seal this deal. And
tell me how that worked when they put you in them silver bracelets. Let me know how that worked.
Hey, shit. Hey, if I had $5 million in my motherfucking bank account, I'll be talking to Bill right now. I'd let him borrow the 5. If to make this fight happen, I know that fight that will sell, bro. I think that's a pay-per-view fight, Devin Haney and George Kambosos. I think it'll do great on pay-per-view, not just on regular TV or on one of these apps they run around here. I think as boxing fans, they will pay that. Not streaming. I think they will buy it though.
Maybe some of them, but honestly, the casual fan has no idea who Haney is unless they buy the zone.
Man, they know who Haney is right now. Haney is one of the most talked about fighters today. They know who Devin Haney is right now. Devin Haney is more popular than the George Kambosos. You feel what I'm saying?
Oh, I believe that for sure.
So I mean, then if you measure him up against a Tio, it'd be another wash right there. You feel what I'm saying?
A wash of what? A wash of what, man?
No.
Man, please.
More popular, not.
You know how many people know Tio, man? Come on,
yeah,
man.
Tio's a more popular fighter. I have to say that, man. Like,
who is Tio more popular than?
Devin is underrated.
Devin Haney.
No, he's not.
Devin is underrated, man. I'm telling you,
he's not more popular than Devin Haney. That ain't true.
I would agree. Tio's more popular than Devin Haney and Kambosos.
Nah, hell no. He ain't more popular than Devin Haney though.
I'm telling y'all, tell them Boston says don't believe me. Devin Haney is popular, bro.
You gotta think. You gotta think about. You gotta think about. Look at the followers. The followers tell you everything.
No, look at what he did on free TV fighting Vasil Lomachenko. I mean, come on, bro. Like
that's Vasil Lomachenko.
I don't even get in the numbers, but they was on free TV and they did like how many views again?
That's Lomachenko though. World Combat.
I'm just saying.
This the same
Teofimo won that night, so he expanded his fan base that night.
This the same person who Bob Arum promotes better than sliced bread. What fighter better than Bruce Lee? This man better than Muhammad Ali. This man better than everybody. You let Bob.
So why they didn't tell him to put a rematch clause in that fight with Tio? If they was just helping him out so much, they sent him in there with no rematch clause.
Hey, Tio Lomachenko got what he got that night, and Tio got what he got that night. And if George Kambosos don't fight Devin Haney in his next fight, he gonna get the same thing both of them guys got.
I know. Without dry snitching, I already know it's a dude that's on this live right now to say he gonna go out there. It's gonna be repercussions and consequences. I know who that guy is. You know what I'm saying?
Man.
So,
hey, that man probably know what he talking about, man. Hey, let that man do his thing. Some people maybe want to go in. Let them people go in though on World Combat. If they don't believe, like you said, if you don't think them silver bracelets for real, hey, let them people go in. Sometimes I might want to go in. I might be at a fight and I feel like a motherfucker cheating against EJ, I'm going in. You feel what I'm saying? You feel what I'm saying? Cause that's just me. I'm entitled to do that. I ain't endangering you or nobody around me. That's my opinion what I'm gonna do. I ain't telling my entourage to do what I do. Of course not.
Now let me change the topic right quick. Why boxing section on here in Chad, man? I really want to get y'all opinion on the Jake Paul situation, on how he's rising up in the living rooms of these boxing fans, and they actually believing this dude has one punch knockout power. Seriously, what is y'all take on what happened with Tyron Woodley?
You gotta respect the grind. You gotta
Oh
respect it.
my
He's
God,
put
I'm
himself in a
expecting that
position.
from you, dog.
This is what I'm saying. He put himself in a position for people to believe that he's that guy. You know what
Okay,
I'm saying?
okay. You're not exactly where I thought you went. Okay, so you saying respect the grind as far as where people believe that that's where he at. But I'm telling you, physically, do you believe he has one punch knockout?
What World Combat? We done had plenty of conversations. You should know me better than this.
And when you speak of the one punch knockout, you speaking charity event or just really combat fighting, man? Because I don't think he got it in the backyard fight. I don't think he got that. If he take off that shit, he would do what he doing in his
My big question,
exhibition
Ben,
shit.
is he being drug tested? Are these fights being drug tested? Because I know
Of
when they
course
was down
not.
here in the
They
A,
say
motherfuckers didn't get drug tested.
they say they,
So
they, they don't they don't drug test them exhibition fighters, man. Tyson was all
no, that
on
wasn't an
E.
exhibition, man. That was a
Sanctioned and
sanctioned
bout.
fight.
Yeah, it's a sanctioned bout. Yep.
That
That
went
was a
on his record,
professional.
man.
That went on a professional
Yep.
shit.
Jake is
Oh
Jake is
Yes,
4-0. 4-0, 3 knockouts.
man, no.
Hey, has he fought in Vegas yet?
No,
man.
I don't
Come
think
on,
so.
you know they ain't
Yeah,
going up to Vegas,
I
dog.
think he fought in New York one time.
Florida, right?
Florida. Yep.
I think
Florida.
he
He did
fought
fight
That,
one of
Florida.
that
them. I
that's
think
that's
the
my
first.
that's the point I was making. World Combat ain't no drug testing.
Yeah, man. Insack, you ain't going up there. You ain't going up there playing around with them. He's gonna fight in every area, and he's gonna be selective about who he's fighting. There's gonna be no drug test, and people gonna be coming there feeling good.
And,
Tyron
and, and
Woodley
check this
cashed
out.
himself out, dog, because he need
The,
the
the,
money. Everybody know he went through a divorce. He's going through some personal shit. He need the money.
hey, listen. I told my homeboy that he was gonna lose that fight. He looked fat. He didn't even look like the regular Tyron Woodley. You could tell he was out of shape.
Well, what I was telling people there, what you go by? The boxing section. What you go by, bro?
Oh man, Dad or Kyle, it don't matter. Whichever one.
Who?
Kyle or TBS, it don't matter.
Man, the
Cal.
world famous
Cal.
Kyle, man. You know Kyle,
Cal.
man.
Hey, check this out though, Cal.
The world famous.
Um, I look at it like this: like, Jake Paul has a denominator to who he's fight. They have a protocol they have to follow. He's 190 pounds, and everyone that he's pretty much stepped in there is 170 and below. So Tyron Woodley and Ben Askren never fall higher than 170 in mixed martial arts ever. Nate Robinson,
He
we
never
ain't talking
even
about knocking
fought.
basketballs and shit. But as you notice, him and his friend Ben Askren fell the same way when they was hit. It's the same thing. Ben Askren shit was set up, and goddamn Tyron Woodley shit was set up. They both stablemates, man. They made money off that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you this, World Combat. They gave him a Rolex.
Yeah, he gave him a Rolex.
Nah,
The
check.
Rolex talking about is
The,
14,000 or
or
whatever.
have him come on in. Tell the nurse. Hold on, real quick, y'all.
You want to know something else is crazy too? The Tyrone, he started the NFT. NFTs are big right here. That's going on with the crypto and all this other stuff you can sell. He started the NFT before the fight. To make money off his shit. Man, this shit was all a setup, dog. That's why he's making fun of himself. For people to continue to then tune in to him. He don't care. This is a different Tyrone Woodley I'm looking at. This dude is like, man, this caveats to what I've said. Daniel Cormier had this to say. Hold up for a second. I'm gonna show you what his boy had to say, and this is coming from somebody who's an MMA legend, and he's a future Hall of Famer. And it's just fucked up the way that Tyron Woodley has just sold himself out to get knocked out like that and have people believing that it was a legit knockout. He got caught. You know what I'm saying? He left his left hand down. Your left hand was down because he gave you the signal. Real talk. I'm about to pull up this right here. Let me tell you what Daniel Cormier said. And he's right too. He said, hold up. Where's my
Hey
okay,
y'all.
here's the
Hey y'all, I'm
tweet.
gonna get with y'all in a minute, man. Hey, it was great talking to y'all.
Yeah,
I
for sure,
gotta do
man.
this
Hold it
again,
down.
man. Most definitely.
Hey, happy holidays, man. Be safe out there, bro.
Man, no question, man. Hey, if y'all ever up on a late night, man, slide over to the boxing section, man.
Man, dude be on that boxing section, man.
What time though? What time?
Kyle be going on by 1.
Okay, 1. Okay.
Eastern time though, by 1:12. When he go on after Fred, well, he be on with Fred. He probably finna jump on with Fred
Oh
now.
yeah, that's right. He do be on there with Fred. That's right.
He jump on with Fred, then after he get off, then they go.
Fred's California time.
Yeah, Fred on that West Coast. So Fred come on by 9:00.
So let me read this situation, this quote that was put out by DC. If you don't know who DC was, he was a 2-time UFC world champion. He was a champion in the light heavyweight division and the heavyweight division. I do agree with what he said. So I just put it in my own tweet. And he's speaking about Tyron Woodley. He said, dude, that was not good. That was a bad look. And you know what's worse? The aftermath. I don't know what T Wood doing on social media. He posts the knockout. He make a contest about it. That's the NFT shit I'm talking about. This is all set up. He was making this shit before he went into the fight. So now he's posting shit so people can tune in his stuff more and more. It goes on to say it's like a Jake Paul is beating these dudes so bad that they start to make fun of themselves. That's what Daniel Cormier had to say. So my
Man,
next, go ahead.
I don't know if it's fully staged. I don't know if the knockout was staged itself. I don't know yet.
Okay. Hold up. Let me see. No, I can't do it because they already took one of my. Let me see. They already took one of my videos down already.
Jake Paul.
You're talking about the one where he signals he twists his glove, his right hand?
No, this one is more so when they're setting up the moment. They're setting out the closer. So what happened is Jake Paul comes close distance and come in with a 3-punch combination. It was garbage. It wasn't nothing on it. It wasn't nothing to do anything. So what Tyron does is when they separate, Tyron Woodley moves in closer. He took 3 steps: 1 off the lead, 2 off the lead, 3 off the lead. At that time, he's within range, and Jake Paul feints him out. Boom, throw the feint. Tyrone kind of gives a hand, and then Jake Paul bends his gloves. He takes a deep breath. Look at his face. He takes a deep breath, and he just steps in and land the right hand like Tyrone was standing there like a mannequin. That was the closer. He didn't use a jab. He didn't use shit. It was so fake, man. It was so fake, dog.
I don't know, man. I saw that. I heard the thud and I saw the sweat fly.
Yeah, because look, you saw the sweat fly because that was Tyrone's position. That was the order. He was gonna goddamn get his ass knocked the fuck out. That was what he had to do. He had to stand there. You know, for him to get the money, he got knocked out. He got knocked out, bro. And it's unfortunate he had to take that dive because a lot of people that's in the MMA community is going to clown him on that and kind of have a lack of respect for him going out here getting knocked out.
See, I'm on the stance of, man, I just think Tyron's way past it. Way past
Yeah, he's 39 years old, man.
Yeah, 39 years old, about to be 40 years old. Has never been a striker. He started becoming a little more of a striker towards the end. But man, his background is wrestling, man. Like nobody could take him when it came to the ground game.
Well, Tyron Woodley was a striker now. He can put hands on the motherfucker.
He can, but that wasn't his MO, like, for the longest.
He knocked out Robbie Lawler in one round.
He did. But I mean, it wasn't his main thing, man. He would take you, put you on the cage, and do his work. Like that. I watched Tyron for a long time. Like, I'm an MMA fight fan, big time. I watched him and Wonder Boy when they went at it, when they went at it twice. I thought those fights were great. But man, again, I just think that he was past it, man. I do think that when you're in MMA, you're more square. So I mean, that's his movement was not fluid, man. Like, he looked like a robot. He was thinking too much in there. Like, you could see it even in the first fight. That's where I'm at. And I think that it was a mistake where he just let his hands loose. He thought that Jake, first of all, at the beginning of towards that part of the fight, Jake looked like he was getting either bored or because he abandoned the jab. He stopped jabbing. He stopped even throwing. Like, it just wasn't a great fight. It was a bunch of grappling, bunch of holding.
Because he's not in shape. Look, these dudes are juiced. They don't have great cardio. They just getting ready for fights. They don't have to worry about the drug test. And they're just going in there and making it look sloppy, and you're paying for it. But what they ultimately want to do is when it's time to really close it out and get the curtains ready, they are going to know what they rehearsed. They're gonna know what they rehearsed. That's why I put that Rocky and Apollo Creed, because they have a video out there where they was choreographing.
With Michael B. Jordan,
their choreograph.
And Tony Bellew.
Huh? No. It was Sylvester Stallone and Apollo Creed.
Oh, well, there's one where Michael B. Jordan's getting supposedly knocked out, and it's against Tony Bellew. So I get you, and it can look like that staged, and I mean, at the end of the day, we'll never know for sure. But I do
How
think
many
that
boxers do you see get laid out face first? I'm not talking about outside of Paul Williams,
Manny Pacquiao, bro,
Amir Khan. How often across the board do you see knockouts happen from the same fighter like that? Ben Askren was knocked out face first.
Ben Askren's
now
a bum,
Tyron Woodley.
Ben Askren, man, he's a bum. He got pieced up when he got to the UFC.
Yeah, but he took some hard punches from Robbie Lawler, bro.
He sure did, but
put him in that bulldog punch. I mean, that bulldog choke.
Is Robbie Lawler as hard of a puncher as we think he is? I mean, I don't know.
Shit, hell yeah.
I mean, I think he can hit, but
you see that classic, that Hall of Fame
Diaz
classic
just
fight?
went in there. The thing is Nick Diaz just went in there after the longest layoff of all time, and didn't even get knocked out. Not cold. It was more of being out of shape.
Brothers, they probably got enough scar tissue to the point where they can remove half of their face. Goddamn it! You know what I'm saying?
God dang, you went there. God.
They goddamn leak every time. They leak going to the arena. They start leaking.
Bro, I'm so dead, bro.
I'm serious, man. Every time you see him, I ain't surprised, motherfucker. Somebody give me some bandages. Give me some bandages.
Bro, that's a great Nate Diaz impression. I'm like,
man, I respect Nate them, but goddamn, man, they got so much scar tissue. Look what Pellegrino did to him. Kicked him in the freaking head, man.
I know. Hey, but Nate Diaz, you got to give it to him for Edwards. Popping Edwards that hard, man.
He's an OG, man. Nate them OG, man.
Woo. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just a combat sports fan, so I watch all of it, man. I have like 4 or 5 screens, literally, because I don't know why boxing does this, but they put all these fights on one weekend, and I'm over here, I'm running out of computers. I'm running out of TVs, man. You got to give me a chance to be able to watch these fights and put attention to them, sorry. Sorry to go off on a tangent, but yeah, it's just crazy, man. I don't know. But yeah, all that to say, man, I don't know if it was staged, but again, we really will never know. You know, we can only speculate, and all we can do, I think, honestly, they're setting him up for Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Man, I honestly think that's going to be the quote unquote real boxer that he faces, and I think he'll beat Chavez Jr. just because Chavez is a bum. He's a bum.
Who are we talking about fighting Chavez?
Jake Paul. I think that they're literally grooming.
Yeah, that would be a good match, and plus he's equal in weight. But I'm not sure if Jake Paul's trying to fight anybody in weight because he called out Kamaru Usman 170. He called out Nate Diaz 170. He called Conor McGregor 170. Jorge Masvidal 170. All of them are never fought higher than 170, man.
That's true. That's true. And Nate Diaz,
why he ain't calling out Francis Ngannou? Let's see you go in there and fight Francis.
Or the one that Francis is about to fight, Kane.
Serial Gun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fight them dudes that got pretty good hands. Fight a goddamn Glover Teixeira. You know?
Even fight freaking the Spider, man, who just beat Chavez Jr. I mean, at least the Spider has freaking hands, bro.
Yeah.
Shoot. Man, you at least can throw him.
Knocked out Frank Mir.
Oh, you talking about Pulev? Pulev, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Pulev versus Jake Paul. I think Pulev beats him.
Man, please. He would never sign his life away right there. Pulev would destroy him. Destroy Jake Paul.
He would, man. But he's out there fighting in a triangle, for God's sakes.
I mean, they're trying something with the combat triad, man. Triller. They're just trying something different. Look, it's been out here before. They've tried different type of ring size, different angles to get the interest of the crowd. That's all. That's all they're doing. They're just bringing it back to the light and trying to see if it works now. They're allowing fighters to grab the back of the neck, clinch a little bit, and be able to punch with their free hand. What they're doing is keeping it somewhat semi-boxing, but with gloves, because the only thing that changes is a bit from it to be bare knuckle fighting is that bare knuckle is kind of in a square circle.
Sure.
But the rules are they can clinch behind the head and punch with their free hand.
I mean, Tyson Fury would do great in that.
Triad too.
Tyson Fury would do great in that. I remember when he.
Tyson Fury would be a champion in that shit because that's what he likes. He likes that shit. Tyson Fury was to go over the bare knuckle fighting or combat triad. The championship wouldn't mean anything. I mean, because he'll win that shit easily.
Oh yeah, I remember what he did to Cunningham. Man, put his dang freaking forearm in him and knocked him out that way. I was like, God, that's because Cunningham was his biggest test at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it, man. But I honestly, with Jake Paul, I mean, hey, if he's gonna push some boxers maybe a little bit and share some of his purse with some of the boxers, hey, I'm for it. It's entertainment. I mean, it's no different than what Floyd was doing. Floyd started this, you know. He went out and fought in Japan. Started the exhibition game. Everybody
that didn't start it. That was a blowover.
Yeah.
Tenshin Nashikawa was after Conor.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. But I'm saying that the exhibition thing. I guess Jake Paul took it a little further now, and actually
didn't he make like $9 million in 2 minutes or something like that?
Yeah, it was quick. It was quick. That guy.
Let me get Mitch comment. He said Chavez would definitely throw the fight. I think he can beat Jake Paul easily, though. I had him winning the Danny Jacobs fight before his sorry ass quit. Hey, you know he quit for whatever reason, man. But one thing about Chavez, he is the one who stepped in there with Canelo right before the Gennady Canelo won. He stepped in there and took that 12 round beating from Canelo. Moved around with him. Canelo took it easy on him. I'm serious. He did. He beat him up, but not like what you saw with Errol Spence and Danny Garcia. So once that fight was over, they brought Gennady Golovkin in and say, "Yeah, we have a fight." Yeah, Chavez Jr. is the right person for this fight. You know what I'm saying? That's the right. It'd be a first boxer, and this dude has over 40 professional wins, don't he? Something like that. Chavez Jr. He has like over 40 some professional wins.
Yeah, but he's been a one-time champion. That's about it. One-time
Yeah,
champion.
he can say he was world champion. Thank God, because his pops might have had to assassinate his ass if he went his whole career without coming world champion.
And that's because they took it from Sergio Martinez,
Yeah.
because supposedly he wasn't fighting anybody, you know. So nah, out of a formality, sure. His best win is Andy Lee, still to this day to me,
Mm.
and Andy Lee was small. So, but
I think
I don't
I
know.
think Chavez Jr. was doing a great job coming up, in the beginning. I think he once he went over there with Golden Girl, it just you know, Chavez Senior was over there in Mexico, and Chavez Jr. was over there hanging out with Oscar, and that shit
And we
just
all
came.
know how things get cooking with Oscar.
Yeah, and that shit
Cocaine,
came out the closet. You see
hell of a
what?
drug.
Then Junior came out the closet with his fishnet. I'm
Yeah, I
telling you,
was I was disappointed with him coming out with those heels and fishnet and pink
man,
hair. I said,
man.
"What
I
the
know
fuck? Your
Chavez
dad is
Senior.
gonna assassinate you, dog."
Man, I know Chavez Senior was ready to shoot that boy. Man, I said, I know he ain't at the crib. I bet that is not the old boy house. That is not Chavez Senior crib. He did that shit, and I'm telling you, man, old boy would have knocked his ass out them hills, man. The old man would have knocked him out them hills, man. When I seen that shit, I said, man, Chavez fight game is over with, man. He ain't fight no more. He been quitting. When they say he was finna fight Danny Jacobs, I was shocked. But then he go in there, he show you flash of the old Oscar Jr. Chavez Jr. He show you them little flashes and shit. The next thing you know, kaboom, y'all. I don't want to fight no more. I don't like fighters like that. Those quitters, the Anthony Joshua when he lost my money in Madison Square Garden, man, I was motherfucking, I was livid, man. I hate them type of fighters. I think y'all need to take another profession. You start off good, beat ass. Once you get that quick desire in you and you don't want to fight no more, I think you need to leave the profession, bro. I don't think because boxing is not a play sport. It's not for the sport. Boxing is not a sport if you got a soft stomach or oh no, that's just too violent. Boxing is violent. That's what makes the shit so beautiful. You know what I'm saying? So if you not that type of person, I don't think you and Anthony Joshua, World Combat Sport, I don't know, man. Anthony Joshua is not the same. How do you come back
He
from
think a big Meech,
how you
Larry Hoover.
how you go from one of the most A1
One of the most
boxers?
what
You was
manufactured
Anthony Joshua
entitled boxers in the sport.
at one time. Anthony Joshua was the man. He
Man,
was the he
hold
was
up, hold up, Ben, hold up. How is he the man, dog? Let's go
at
back
one.
to step one, the
Okay,
Olympics. What happened in
okay.
the Olympics?
You
What
know,
happened to the Olympics, Ben?
hey, he walked away with he walked away with a gold medal, silver medal. He
He
walked
he, he had a mask on too, because they
he
they robbed his
he,
opponent.
he walked away with the
He had a
medal.
mask on
Now
too, and they
we
was
gonna
trying to
move.
find out through posters and everything who was that guy, because he walked away with a gold medal when he clearly lost. The guy was
You
a
know,
repeat champion that he beat, and they
he
gave
went
it to him because he
he
was in the
went
London
he
Olympics.
went over there.
Moving on, moving on
He
to how
went
he
over there.
got that
Did,
WBA.
then he went over there and did the British and the what they call it, the British and the royal title, the Royal London, when him and his motherfucking Dillian White had the most beautiful slugfest. This where I was
That was up
so
the line though.
this where I was so after that fight, that's when he had his title shot with your boy who you
What
mentioned.
about
Yeah,
that bum Charles
Oh,
Martin?
see, no. This when he had after he came out that fight with him and Dillian White was the number one contender for the title that you just mentioned. But hold up, that fight there with him and Dillian White. I don't know if you seen the World Combat Sport. I became
for real, dog, for
dog.
real.
That was a beautiful fight. I was so with Anthony Joshua there. He got off the canvas, bro. This man got off the.
That's what he do.
But no, he don't. No, the
He
fuck.
did it against Vladimir. He did it against Andy Ruiz.
No, he
That's what he
didn't.
do.
No, he didn't. He quit. That
He
motherfucker
did get
quit
off the
with Andy
canvas against
Ruiz.
Andy Ruiz, man. What
He
you
got off the
saying?
canvas and quit, man. That man lost my money in Madison Square Garden, bro. I was
You
totally
just proved my point. He got off the canvas though.
he
Right?
got off the canvas and when the fighter get off the canvas, the fights you mentioned, I was sold with Anthony Joshua with that. He did what fighters are trained and you supposed to do. You supposed to get off that motherfucking canvas and annihilate your opponent. Put him in that place he just sent your ass to. If not a darker or not worse place. But with the Andy Ruiz, when he got hit, he jumped up, he hit Andy with some shit, pow, pow, pow. Man, Andy Ruiz got his ass up, and when he hit Anthony Joshua that second time, it just that look in his eyes, bro. It's like I'm looking at him. I'm just looking at him when I said, I know this man ain't finna do this shit. I seen that same shit. Confused fighter did that shit before when motherfucker did that same shit with the motherfucking Usyk. Same look in his eyes when Usyk was hitting his ass. He ain't press on. Like he had no answer for small ass Usyk. No answer. That same look. I'm looking at it, I said, this man did the same shit again. And if you look at it, Anthony Joshua Usyk did not win it. Anthony Joshua
The
just
queen
lost
on
that
deck,
fight.
man. I gotta give a shout to the one and only Destiny Black in the building on this Wednesday. Shout out to the queen herself, the arsonist, the beautiful nightmare has entered the building. Go ahead.
The,
Hey, what's going on with you, Destiny? Welcome to the panel.
Hey, welcome back. What's up, chat?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, and you?
Hey,
I'm good.
what's good, Destiny Shalom Queen?
What's up?
Ain't nothing though. Long time though.
Who is that?
The
Who am I
great
talking to?
Ben Israel.
Oh my God. World Combat, that's my mortal enemy right there. Me and him
no,
cursed each other out first day we met each
no,
other.
I never cut you
Well,
out.
hey, I know what
Hey,
you're going through, Destiny,
no,
because I went through the same
I'm
thing.
just joking. We're not gonna fight World Combat.
hey, that's my queen. I ain't gonna come at her where I come back. I'll jump off the platform.
And Ben been cool. He been cool the whole time.
Yeah,
But we were
I know
trying
he's
to.
good people. He good people. I've been wanting to fight with him anyway. Just like to fight with people. You know me, World Combat. I have to argue.
Hey, I know you came in the room with the blowtorches already lit, though.
No, I
You
don't.
know.
They was over there. I was on Blue Blood. They was over there talking, bananas, craziness, talking about some Spence just had to fight Boots, and now Bud Francis Pride. I'm like, what did
You went out.
just have to fight
I can't hear you. You dipped out.
Boots?
Your
You gotta
mic is
step
your
to your
mic is
mic.
low.
Step to your mic, Queen.
she's in the further right now.
Oh,
Destiny, your mic is like you far away from your mic. You hear us?
I can't hear her.
Y'all can go ahead till she come back on.
Oh, Destiny got that fire now. She come in swinging now. Chad, don't you got to buckle up for this one, Chad? Now.
I
Don't
was
get
trying to tell
I'm
you to
cool.
keep. I'm trying to tell you to keep it on boxing, Ben, but you keep on talking. You're gonna
I already
see.
know
See,
about her. That's
I
why I feel
see. I'll
bad.
tell you, Ben is a glutton for pain, for real. He's a glutton for pain. He's a sadomasochist. You know, he like being taken advantage of, and especially by a woman and goddamn getting beat. And then hey, you want to smoke something after this? My eye gonna go. My eye gonna be okay. You want to smoke something?
And she that baby though, man. She know her boxing. She talk. She very strong minded. I love women like that though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because
man,
we
she be
live.
talking her shit, dog. That's what we need on here.
Yeah,
Shout
Somebody
we
out
to
to
live.
you, Ben.
equalize
Shout
it.
out to you, Ben. I respect you too, sir, and I apologize for my rudeness that day. But
No,
you was working on my good nerves.
I love the energy. I would tell the Chad to buckle up about you before you come on. I said she know her shit and she very outspoken. So if you emotional, don't get ready for it now.
You know what
Mhm.
I was going to talk about this different there. That's the fact that I was talking to my people and they say that Bud Crawford and Spence is really negotiating right now. They in like loose negotiations right now, and negotiation process is the 70-30 that Errol Spence is trying to get Bud to commit to. You know what I'm saying? But
Mhm.
Bud is actually wanting to take 60-40, not 70-30.
And
People think he wants 50-50, but he don't.
the thing was, I think with that World Combat Sports, I'll come back. I'm just gonna call you. Come back. I think when when it was first announced that 60-40, and the way Spence went about it, it was very emasculating. And he was like, you don't just snatch a man by his balls. You know what I mean? You just can't take a man's balls and expect him to just lie down and be okay with it. So that's why I think he snapped back with the 50-50, because he initially said he don't give a damn who's A side, B side, C side, whatever side. He just wants to fight. And you don't start negotiations off anyway if you're serious about it over the goddamn internet. And another thing, Spence doesn't get to decide what percentage goes to who. Al Heyman is the HNIC, not a goddamn Earl Spence. And that's
but
Al
on the
Heyman
outside
said.
looking in, they pretend to be that though.
Yeah, on the outside looking in, but those who really know what it is and what is not, damn well, that's not how that operates. And I've never seen a fight made over the internet. I literally have never seen that.
I've never seen a fight made over this YTC shit.
Jake Paul?
Yeah, I mean, that's the internet. Yeah, you're not going to see that. I mean, it's complete bananas. It's nonsense.
Chad said Jake Paul.
We living in a time where technology is taking over, though. How about that?
But technology has absolutely nothing to do with the way business is ran and orchestrated and dealt with in boxing. Period. Boxing is what it is, man. It's always about the business first. Always.
Imagine if Crawford would have agreed to that 60-40. By the time they would have got to the negotiation tables, it would have been down to 99-1. You know what I'm saying? Nobody. I mean, come on, that's just bananas. Nobody's gonna entertain that fuckery over the damn internet. That's just Twitter talking. That's just motherfuckers posturing. Ain't nobody gonna do that stupid shit.
We got Udanis Ugas on the table right now. So then,
and that's what people need to be concentrating on instead of talking about who Crawford needs to fight. This man just had a fight. Goddamn. Can he have a break? Can he chill?
That's what I'm saying, though. They act like they need him to lock in another opponent so quick. Like, get ready. He needs one by the end of December. We need to know.
Right. He better announce it within the next 5 minutes or else. Motherfucker, y'all are not Ron O'Neal. He best fight somebody or else. No. He ain't got to fight a goddamn
soul. They pushing for Destiny, though. They pushing for boots. That's all I'm hearing now, goddamn.
And the reason why, because they want to see somebody beat Crawford before him and Spence fight. They want to see him have an L on his, but ain't no guarantee L for no damn bud.
What Ben Israel want to see, I can only speak of Ben. I want to see Crawford in his best shape. I want to see the switch hitter. I want Crawford to be in the tip-top shape of his life. I want him to come in there with all those attributes and all that he say he can do that night.
And we want Spence sober.
That night, you gonna get a Spence that you did not never expect World Combat Sport. I promise.
You over there talking about what you want Crawford. Crawford takes a sport seriously.
He what?
He takes the sport serious.
He lives a very clean boxing lifestyle. He pretty much fights at his walking around way.
He does. You never heard me badger Crawford in his work ethic. You never heard me. I'm one of the ones who actually give him his accolades in that. You feel what I'm saying? When you take the Spence narratives and when he flipped over in a Ferrari, when you take something like that and you make a mockery of it, I take that like a blessing from the Most High. You feel what I'm saying? To be able to be with your kids again, to do what you love, fighting, to get paid, to perform in front of millions of people. God gave him a second chance in life, and he taking full advantage of that. If he want to entertain himself, I hope he don't go down the same path and do the same things again. Just like when I promised you, like I told you, World Combat Sport, when I gave you my word, that's my word, my brother. You feel what I'm saying? I don't go back on my word. I can sit off and fuck off and talk about that little free smoke shit, but I ain't coming for that shit. We talking straight boxing. But when these two brothers meet up, when the Terrence Canfish Crawford meet up with the big fish, Errol Spence, when them two gladiators get in the ring together, I want Terrence Crawford to be at his best. Because I'm telling y'all, the way y'all sit here and say what EJ can't do, he gonna be on full display. And he gonna make a great example out of Terrence Crawford that night.
Ain't nobody say EJ can't do a damn thing though. Did anybody say EJ can't do something?
I didn't say he couldn't.
Only way I think
Only thing
EJ
I said, he wasn't beating Crawford. That's all I said.
Oh, he
only way I
beating
can see him
Crawford.
beating Crawford, in my
that-
personal opinion, is if he knocks Crawford out. Because as far as skill set goes, boxing versus boxing skill set, in my personal opinion, Crawford outboxes. He dances around circles than Spence when it comes down to boxing. That would be the only way I think he could beat.
Absolutely.
He cannot. He would not. He cannot do it. It's not
I
proven.
mean, that's
He
your
would
opinion.
not
Just don't
outbox.
say he cannot do that because that's your opinion. It's not based on
He
facts.
cannot outbox Errol Spence Jr.
That's not based on your. That's just not based on facts. That's based on your
Who
opinion.
told you that Blu-ray? Who told you that Blu-ray that been?
Straight who?
Who told you that Blu-ray?
No.
Did he give you the 16
Blu-ray,
points of success?
what Blu-ray job is different from what EJ job is. You feel what I'm saying? Blu-ray is conditioning coach. That's his job. He help EJ on his conditioning. That's his role. He know his job. I'm not talking about
apparently he doesn't because he
But
was
what
like,
I'm
who
telling
has the
you
better
is
jab?
nothing.
Who has the
It's
more
the better
longer,
jab. That's
linear
what we talking
muscles?
about.
He got
You
on there
open
some
up.
old
You open
who's the
up.
best fighter kind of
Once
BS.
you open up Terrence Crawford toolbox and you pull that jab y'all talking about, that jab Bomac done taught him that little switch hit shit, that little
He was
shit.
teaching that. That's the
When he
funny thing, Ben.
when he's standing
Bomac
there
was
with
teaching that switch
EJ,
hit thing.
the
That was
minute
on Terrence Crawford. Bomac hated that at first.
when he
Bomac hated when he used to switch hit.
the minute he switch, the minute he go to that form with EJ, he gonna get hit with something straight in his mouth. Watch what I tell you. And he gonna open up and your boy, and I'm finna tell y'all something.
So which stance did Errol Spence fight in? Which stance?
Terrence Crawford is very
Errol Spence. So both of them gonna be fighting in southpaw, so he gonna get busted in the mouth immediately, huh?
Terrence Crawford is very chinny too.
He's very chinny, according to you.
What his name exposed that in the last fight. He just couldn't finish it.
Who exposed what to who? I must have. That's not a reliable source.
Shawnee was touching that old chin.
Hey, it's not a reliable source because who exposed what to who? Not a reliable source.
Sean is a very reliable source.
That's not a reliable source. He did not expose the damn thing on Crawford.
He went in there and he did his thing. He would and at the time his father threw it in. One of the judge had it a draw with 2 knockdowns.
Hey, Ben, leave your Bud Hayden flashcards at home. Andrew said, leave the Bud Hayden flashcards at home.
There you go again, Andrew. Let him know. Let's leave the flashcards out of this.
Bud is a skilled fighter. One of the second best fighter at welterweight. Bud is a phenomenal.
See, Ben has been waiting, and just to see that B up there. That B stands for Bud anyway, so I ain't tripping.
hey, I could defend Bud. I paid for the Sean Porter
No,
fight.
you can't. You ain't gonna sit up here and go through what we went through initially. Talking about you defending Bud, but yet you criticizing the shit out of him.
Terrence Crawford is a brother. That's my motherfucker brother, like it or not. I'm just an Errol Spence fan. I do not scream his fights. I don't got time for that shit. I support him. I was one of those. If his numbers was 130 or 190, I was in on that. And I'm an Errol Spence fan to the done. But I don't scream fights like Terrence Crawford because I'm in full support of Terrence Crawford. I might not like him personally because of Errol Spence situation, but you take the EJ off the situation, I think he beat all the rest of those dudes' ass except EJ. That's all. That's my take.
And that's okay. We can respect that though. But that's what I'm telling you, Ben. Though you're talking about like, oh, what he's going to do to Crawford. That's not based on nobody's facts. That's based on opinion. Just like I told you, me personally, I think Bud would dance circles around Spence in that damn ring because Spence cannot fight off the back foot. He's very straight up and down fighter. He's a very straight up and down fighter. He's almost robotic, kind of, in my opinion.
I mean,
it's not based off no facts. It's based off of Destiny's opinion and what I see with my own 2 eyes.
I mean, when he fought Mikey Garcia, and I'm gonna bring up little Mikey. This a dude came up 4 division champion, and you had the great Sugar Ray Leonard, you had the great Mike Tyson, you had even Bernard Hopkins.
Yo, those are delusional motherfuckers when they thought Mikey Garcia had a chance. I never thought that.
What about the Sean Porter fight? Don't you want to talk about what they always say about using Sean Porter as one of the best fighters on Errol Spence's resume? Why don't you talk about that fight rather than little bitty Mikey Garcia for 135?
It was a lot of great fighters on each. What EJ resume is still being put together as we speak. So You know, shout out
I was
to
just about to say, because you just don't
shout
want
out
to say that a lot of great
shout out,
fighters on his resume.
shout out to Udanis Ugas, next contestant on The Price is Right.
Yo,
You feel
I
what I'm
keep
saying?
trying to tell motherfuckers,
You know what I'm saying?
Ugas is not nothing to play with. All these
He's
Spence
not.
fans keep talking about he
He's
gonna
not.
knock him out in 5 rounds,
Ugas
9, 8
Nah.
rounds.
Ugas is nothing. Ugas, I'm glad you said that, boo boo. Ugas is not no duck, man. For all them
All right,
dudes
then,
think,
Chad. Appreciate you pulling up, Chad. Go ahead, Ben.
you know, Ugas is a no duck. You know what I'm saying? Ugas is an accomplished fighter. You seen what he just did to the great 8 division of champion Manny Pacquiao.
Right,
You feel what I'm
right.
saying? And you seen he was in the slugfest with Sean Porter. And Sean Porter is a great fighter. Sean Porter is another fighter. I mean, he done been in there with some great fighters. How he came up, a lot of question marks. You feel what I'm saying? But he been in there with some great fighters, though. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
I feel as though Sean Porter he might just walk into the Hall of Fame. You feel what I'm saying? His resume, but he done been in there with a lot of great names. A lot of fighters that Sean Porter that been in there with may just get in the Hall of Fame. So Sean Porter just may, when you look his resume over, it's a lot of question marks, but he may walk. But when you take EJ, a person like EJ, a person still climbing the mountains, you feel what I'm saying? We got Terrence Crawford right over there, boo boo, your favorite fighter, right there in the corner. When we get through with this Ugas situation, we want this Terrence Crawford.
So is Ugas great to you, Ben?
Of course, he's the WBA welterweight champion of the world. He just won.
So the way he received his titles and him stepping in with Manny Pacquiao, all of a sudden he's great.
No, the way he
Okay,
received.
we can get past that. Who's the next great fighter on Errol Spence resume? Kell Brook.
Kell Brook. Kell Brook was the number 1 fighter. If you want to address Kell Brook at the time,
great. GREAT. Great.
Well, Kell Brook. When you say great, I won't say he's a great fighter.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Ben. I appreciate your honesty, Ben. Who's next great on his record?
No, wait. Combat. Let me say something though. For welterweight, for the people we have in welterweight. Let me finish. The people that we have in welterweight, I guess you could say Kell Brook is like one of the greats amongst just the welterweights. We're not talking about boxing history, but what we have now. But the thing is, to me, that always mystifies me is this whole talking point of, oh yeah, well, Bud is fighting Spencer's leftovers. Okay, well, Kell Brook was somebody's leftovers. Porter's been somebody's leftovers. That's what happens when you're in a division. Everybody got to fight each other to see who's the best competition, right? That's what they did with Sugar Ray Leonard, Duran, Hagler and Hearn. They all fought each other. Nobody was saying, oh, that was Leonard's leftovers or that was Duran's leftovers. Nobody said that one. But all of a sudden, when Bud moves up there, oh, he's fighting Spencer's leftovers or he's fighting somebody else's leftovers. Man, that's what happens. You get in a division. Everybody got to fight each other to see who's the best. No, I mean, what is this talking point? Like, to me, that is complete nonsense. I've never said that about anybody. Or they're fighting somebody's leftovers.
I think
that's just nonsense.
I think they kind of looked at it like Errol Spence is being the most popular guy on planet Earth. So they basically were saying that since he's already stepped in there with these names, in order for Terrence Crawford to build up his resume, to basically build up the clash between him and Spence, he needs to fight somebody Spence's fault. So he got Kell Brook, boom, done, over. They didn't give him credit for it because they say he wasn't the same Kell Brook. So he gets Sean Porter, who is more than that guy to step in there. He's not over the hill. He's the same age as Crawford. Crawford goes in there and gets the stop.
Came off of a 2 winning streak.
Huh?
He came off of a 2 winning streak, when he fought Porter. He just fought like 2. He had 2 fights that he won. I mean, it's just, it is what it is. I mean, I'm sorry, he a 1 winning streak. I'm sorry, because he fought Spence after he fought Ugas. But yeah, I mean, to me, it's just nonsense. So no, but the thing is, it's the whole thing like, oh, you're fighting leftovers. You cannot. What are you? That's not fighting leftovers. Y'all in one division. Y'all are all in the same division. Y'all all got to fight each other to see who's the best.
A leftover is just the grading terminology to just say, well, you ain't fighting nobody special. It's leftovers. My boy already did it.
But nobody's, you never heard that, when Hagler, Hearns, and Leonard and Durant was all fighting each other. You never heard, nobody ever says, oh yeah, well, they was all fighting Leonard's leftovers. You never hear that. You never hear about Mike Tyson and Muhammad Ali fighting each other's leftovers. You never hear that kind of talk. But now when it comes down to Bud and Spence, it's fighting leftovers. That is bananas.
Social media.
Social
media queen.
I don't think it's leftovers.
Social media queen. You know that social media. You have people with fan base and audience, man, pushing the same
Ben,
narrative.
I'm not saying you personally. Ben, I'm not talking about you personally. I literally have never heard you say that personally. But I'm just speaking like from what I see from the Spence fans. Oh, that's leftovers. Yo, what the hell does that even mean?
Maybe it's time for what they saying. Maybe it's time for EJ and Terrence Crawford fight. That's what they basically saying. It's time for this fight. I mean, we split into between two great fighters. You got his fight. You got his fans over here. The Terrence Crawford saying, EJ, well, Terrence gonna do this to EJ, and you got EJ fans saying, Spence gonna do this to Bud. Today fight, till that day happen, the day that I'm hoping that I know I'm gonna be free. You know what I'm saying? I just wish that when that fight just happened, both of them stay undefeated, both of them just stay healthy, and I want the best. I want the best Terrence Crawford ever.
You better hope you have the best Spence ever too.
Oh, you're gonna get the best Spence, because Spence ain't doing nothing but training as we speak. He's probably
Crawford stays on his training game. This man stay on his training game.
Yeah, so he need to stop going to Disney World, going to the lagoon, talk about he looking for the big fish.
Bruh, he is out there living life with his family. He came off like a great win, a stoppage to somebody that nobody's ever been able to do before. So let that man live a little bit. He don't really
win. Coming off one of the biggest wins in his career, the biggest.
Not his career, one of the biggest wins, period, of the year. Over Porter. So he did something nobody else ever did. Stopped Porter.
Stopped him in his tracks.
Dead in his motherfucking tracks.
Now this gonna be the same format that Spence gonna do to your guy. Stop him dead in his tracks. And y'all gonna have to live with
let the best man win. Like I said, only way I feel like Spence, this is me again, my personal opinion, not based on nobody's facts, because these are not facts that we're speaking. My personal opinion, I just don't see him unless he stops Crawford. I just don't see him outboxing Crawford. I can't find it. I've been looking, like where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? That's me. Where in the world is Spence is gonna be able to outbox Crawford? That's me. I think combat feels the same way, but Ben, you have another. Your ideology is different.
I feel as though when Terrence Crawford opened up his toolbox, that boxing, that he gonna need to dig for something deeper besides that switch hit. He gonna have to dig. He gonna have to start hitting some real big heavy bags, bro. He gonna have to dig, because he going in there with a world destroyer. In order to answer that, he gonna have to answer him with something real hard, though, bro. He gonna have to hit Spence with something that makes Spence think twice.
Hey, he's been known to do that. He's been known to stop his last 9 opponents. He stopped his last 9 opponents.
Lucky number 7 and 8.
Whatever the case may be. And I just need them to stop with this. I need them to stop with this other scenario. Not you, Ben. I'm not talking about you, because I have not seen you on platforms. But I'm going to need them to stop this other scenario about who he got to fight. He didn't got to fight a goddamn. If he wants to wait out for the damn Spence fight, he can do that. He ain't got to fight a goddamn. So if he wants to fight
that, I'll take that. Let him sit out. Let him sit to the.
And if he wants to fight Thurman, he can do that too. If he wants to fight Thurman, he can do that too. Nobody says Big Daddy. Nobody says goddamn Big Daddy. Y'all cannot tell this grown ass man what the hell to do and who he's supposed to fight and how he's supposed to fight and when he's supposed to fight. Not you, Ben. When I say that, I'm not speaking about you personally. But they be acting like this man's Big Daddy. Y'all are not his Big Daddy. I must have missed it when everybody was this man's Big Daddy. He best fight Boots or else. He best to fight 3 fights in next year or else. Like, who the fuck are y'all to tell this man what he got to do? I wish, honestly, combat in bed. I kind of wish Crawford just say, fuck it, I'm retiring. Just to thumb his nose at motherfuckers.
No, I don't.
Just to kind of thumb his nose. No, I'm just saying that because it's the thing about what he better do.
And he can retire, but really don't retire, just to damn puppetize the fans a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I'm saying. It's not like me and Combat would really like to see this fight. I'm just saying though, but I just kind of wish he'd thumb his nose at motherfuckers. Like, yo, I'm done. Because that shit is maddening to tell another grown ass man what he best to do. Who are y'all? Who are, I mean, he ain't got to do a goddamn thing. This man has put in work. He has put in work since he was 13 years old. He's been putting in the work since he was 13. He ain't got to do a goddamn thing. He's solidified. It's signed, sealed, and motherfucking delivered. He ain't got to do shit but stay black and die. And he better stay black.
Talk your shit, man. Damn. You said he better stay black. If anybody's gonna stay black, it's Terrence.
I know, man. He fuck around and pop up with a Kardashian, boy, and I'm done with him.
Yo.
I'm done.
Dead ass, I would be the biggest Spence fan that kept planet fucking Earth. Yo, if he ever mixed with any cave bunny, yo, I'm about to be the biggest Spence cheerleader. I'm about to like all the Spence gear. Yo, if he ever mixed with any cave bunny, yo, it's a wrap. No respect. No respect. After you have all five beautiful black ass children, you gonna mix with a cave? Yeah, nah. You would never. Yeah, nah. Nope.
I know for a fact he ain't going to MTK.
Oh, he's not with MTK?
No.
They keep saying like everybody's saying like that's a like I said, I didn't see that nowhere. It's just people talking.
Everybody trying to figure out.
I wouldn't tell you wrong, Dustin. He ain't MTK.
And come back, I believe you. I do believe you. Like I know you solidified in those streets. So I mean, but everybody keeps saying that stuff. So I'm like, is he like? I have not really seen it sign nowhere. I just kind of feel like I don't know why people keep saying he got to sign with some damn body. Yo, he don't have to. Why does he got to sign with somebody? But goddamn, the redhead little demon ain't got to sign with nobody. He gets to be as free as he wants to, but the black man, he better sign with somebody or else. It's every time it's with a black person, they best do it or else. He ain't got to do a goddamn thing. All that he got to do is shit, piss, eat, sleep, and fucking die. That's what he got to do.
See, he can sign with somebody for one fight. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean they're signing for multiple fights.
But they're saying like he got to sign with, if he don't sign with PBC. But somebody made a good point. I think that was yesterday or that was on your show. I don't remember. It was on some place, and they were saying, well, PBC kind of, wants, because they don't want to lose money. And, they want to do like multi deals, like, hey, okay, we'll give you this, such, X amount of dollars, but you have to do X amount of fights with us, whatever. So, we shall see, y'all. We should just definitely see. But Ben, this is no slight to you. I know you're a big Spence fan. I have definitely heard my talking points against, Spence or whatever. I used to really drag Spence just because the way they go in on Bud, like, damn, like y'all act like this man sat down and pissed on y'all fucking cornflakes or something personally. Like, are we really this mad about? Like, what are y'all so mad about? Like, dang, like you get on YouTube channels, they always say it's Bud fans. No, that's a fallacy. Most of these YouTube channels I see is geared towards Spence, especially the big names.
A lot of them.
I mean, you have the Spence fans and you have the Bud Justice League. You know what I'm saying? And
the Bud Justice League. Don't do that. See, Ben, don't do that. Because I didn't say nothing bad about Spence. I didn't call it Spence groupie, Spence.
This what you have though, Boo Boo. I'm telling you, if you go around and you could just say Ben Israel said it. World Combat know what I'm talking about. You have some obsessed Bud fans. They're in the Justice League. They will go in on.
You have a lot of Spence fans that's in the Justice League too.
And you already know Ben Israel is one of them. I take the lead for that shit. You feel what I'm saying? I will go in any minute.
But what World Combat is saying though, it's the plethora of Spence channels, pro Spence channels. It outweighs any pro Bud channel by a margin 10-1.
That's some things when you make a lot of sense there, and this is why I tell you when you ask some of them Bud fans, how do you support Bud? Do you go to the fights? I know World Comeback, he be out there doing this thing, but then you ask these other fans, do y'all at least hit that motherfucking remote control button and pay for this
Oh, I
man
definitely
fight.
do that. I definitely do that. I had to pay $105 for this last fight against Porta because I fucking hate that app. And I don't blame Bud for talking shit about that app. That app is trash. Then you got to cast it to your TV. I had to pay $105. I had to pay $75 for a year subscription to that shit. ESPN, which I don't watch shit on there but boxing. And not every boxing match I want to watch on there.
See,
So,
I watch sport. I'm a sport of boxing first. I like the brutality of the sport.
mhm,
You know what I'm saying?
mhm.
So I sit there and watch two motherfuckers fight. I get up there and watch, turn on Telemundo. They stay having some fights on there. I be watching two Mexican fights just because I love boxing. But when I talk about paying for a fight, like the Terrence Crawford, accomplished fighter, I think he worthy of my money. You feel what I'm saying? But when I
Because
talk to
he
these
can put on the
dudes,
show.
who claim to be in that Justice League I was just telling you about, those fanatic, those Bud fanatic, do y'all support y'all favorite fighter though? So why would you get mad at these Spence fanatics who's paying 300 and something pay-per-view buys, along with Mexican fight fans too? Now it varies. His fans just varies, not just some obsessed brothers and sisters. Some Mexicans out there loving that Spence in Texas. I'm telling you, buying it.
Hey, Ben, like I said, I paid for that man's fight. I've always paid for everything. And it's only fight I didn't pay for. I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't that postal fight. I don't know why that was even a pay-per-view fight. To be honest, nobody outside of hardcore boxing fans knew who the fuck Postal was. Casuals usually make up for the most part for like pay-per-view buys. But again, Ben, let me bring you back down to reality. Pay-per-views are not fact checked by nothing other than hearsay or word of mouth by somebody, whoever reliable sources are, trusted sources are, unless you're breaking fucking records. And that is facts on facts on fucking facts. You can Google it. I promise you. That's what everybody's going to say. That's what everything's going to tell you. They are not fact checked unless you're breaking records. So we really don't know what pay-per-views do. And we all know Bob Arum is the number one bitch made nigga on planet Earth. And he hated the fact that deal he signed with goddamn Crawford. So I think he did everything in his possibility to try to sabotage this man's career. With lowering the numbers for whatever his pay-per-views did, or you know what I'm saying? I don't believe his pay-per-view numbers was as low as they claimed they were. I just don't believe it.
No, I don't think so either.
And but he did that shit soon as he was really like in his feelings. Cause especially the way Crawford left them what was that shit called? Top Rank. The way he did that on Top Rank, and the way he did that shit in front of but
Everybody.
we all know how Bob does people every time they leave his ass though.
That's why they thought Crawford was gonna lose his last fight, because they thought Bob was gonna sabotage it.
I mean, there was no way he could. I mean, there was just no way he was gonna be able to sabotage that fight. But he was able to sabotage his numbers to convince motherfuckers that these numbers were so terrible. He can't sell shit. But yet again though, he sold out the MGM. People were standing up, they weren't even sitting down. According to another Spence fan, this is according to Blue Blood, who was a big Spence fan. He was there and he was like, yo, people was actually standing up. He said it was so, crazy how they was going bananas for goddamn Buzz. So he has some star power somewhere. But you let these so-called pay-per-view numbers fall.
But you got Bobak during the time he stayed at Top Rank, his manager allowing this ill treatment. I call it the buffoonery treatment towards Terrence Crawford. When you got Bob Arum making these same accusations against Terrence Crawford, the Justice League, y'all gonna sit here and take this shit? Fuck Bob Arum. Bob Arum came into boxing to clean up boxing during the Kennedy administration, but came to turn around to be one of the most corrupt promoters in boxing, along with Don King.
Ben, we really can't drive corrupt promoters home when we had Don King for years who stole from fighters, and he's still living and made millions upon billions.
That's what Ben just said along with Don. He just said along with Don King.
That's it. Along with him, this who taught this man, and when people say, I remember I got my ass whooped, by thinking it was Santa Claus one time. My old girl beat the shit out of me. You know what I'm saying? Not in an abusive way. because my old girl was an abusive lady. She just disciplined her kids when ignorance is on the table. She ain't play that shit. So it's like Don King been tricking fighters for so long, like he's Santa Claus, like he providing all this golden opportunity when these fighters been putting their lives on the line for their own opportunity. That deal Terrence Crawford did with him, Terrence Crawford earned that opportunity. Now I tell these dudes, when y'all we be defending Terrence Crawford, y'all supposed to defend him in ways that these fighters, motherfucker, I told World Combat Sport, I'm not impressed with George Kambosos. I told him I'll get down to 135 and I'll go beat his ass. I'm not impressed with this shit over here, but the deny Devin Haney his opportunity. But the shit that Bob Arum has been doing for so long, this Santa Claus shit, the people, my people, playing this every motherfucking 25th of December shit, I'm coming down your chimney with some gifts. Betraying fighters, putting them on. Till think he just finna come back home and get a job. Okay, he told you the rooster gonna come on the crow, bro. Don't think Fat Boy over there just forget saying this shit one day and forget what he said tomorrow. Bob Arum got a lot of sense, bro. A lot of sense.
Ben, he said that though. That's the funny part was after Bob Arum was talking about his so-called T.O.'s esophagus blew up, but he was able to talk and, do flips and shit. But he said, I'm never going to let him fight at 135. He's got to fight. Yeah, he about to throw this nigga to the wolves. We know how Bob Arum is vindictive. And the way T.O. was going on and on about Triller and he's going to leave Top Rank. Yeah, he said that shit for a reason. Oh, yeah, he's never going to fight at 135. We know that for a fact. Yo, he about to put him in there with the goddamn wolves. He about to make sure Teofimo feel he can talk about Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor about to take this nigga to school and back. Oh yeah.
I mean, that's
Josh
the fight
Taylor
we
about to
want
teach
to
his
see,
ass something.
he decided to go back to Top Rank and restructure his deal, so he got to take what he get.
Yo.
I don't see what he gonna get.
Oh
He
no,
gonna get some fights. He gonna get some
whipping.
fights, but he gonna have to win the fights, man. He gonna have to win those fights.
He has to give him like 2 pay-per-view fights, I believe, according to the deal that he re-signed with Top Rank or whatever. But the thing is, those could have been padded fights at 140. Oh, Bob Arum's not gonna give him no padded fights at 140. Oh no, he's gonna throw him
He
straight
can
to
get
the
a
wall.
PPV fight with Regis Prograis if he wanted to.
Yeah, if he fights Regis Prograis, what do you think gonna happen to T-Ho?
I'm just saying, Regis up there. What is Regis doing at 140? That'll be a good fight. It'll be a tough fight for T.O. But hey, you know what I'm saying? He moving up to 140 now. Dance with the big dogs.
Yo, T-Ho and his fucking daddy with his want to say the N-word and shit. That's why Keyshawn Davis and his people beat his ass. Yo. Oh yeah, T-Ho finna get this work. Yeah, Bob ain't playing with him. And you're right. Regis Prograis gonna give him that work. If it's not Regis, he keeps talking about Josh Taylor gonna give him that work too. Even I think Jose Ramirez would give goddamn T-Ho that damn work. And then he wandering around. Mind you, he called Deontay Wilder the B word.
Yeah, he did. No, he says, stop acting like a bitch.
Like it's still the same difference. But he would never say that shit to that grown ass man face. Well, how dare you? But then you get on there after you get your ass dog
making
walked.
Excuses like a bitch. Yeah.
Then you get your ass dog walked by goddamn Kambosos. And then I won this fight 11-2, nigga. I didn't know it was 13 rounds. Oh, I meant 10-2. Nigga, where? Then after that, I had air in my lungs. I almost died because I had air in my lungs. I think we all have air in our lungs, but okay. Then your esophagus blew up.
Air in his chest, Destiny. Air in his chest.
Oh, it was the air in his chest. Okay, that's called gas, but we're going to continue. So that's called gas. We've all had gas a time or two in our lives, in our chest. You know what I'm saying? We know what that feels like. It's not very comfortable, but then his esophagus blew up, but he was able to talk and do flips and shit after the fight. Then he had a broken elbow. It's been excuses, but you know what? They didn't do what they didn't do to T.O. like they did to Deontay Wilder. They didn't go around asking random motherfuckers about what do you think about T.O.'s excuses why he lost the fight. They didn't do that to him, but they did that to Deontay Wilder. They did that to Deontay Wilder.
They totally despised Deontay though. Everything he couldn't do shit right.
Yo,
they despised Deontay.
You know why? When he said till this day, my people have been suffering. That's exactly why they did that. But
No,
you
they
got
did that
Tia.
when he spoke the radio. When he said the radio, you mean when he said the radio? What do you mean, my people? It's your people too. That
Mm-hmm,
right there, that did it.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But you got T-Ho saying the N-word and shit. You know, and I don't know why Devin Haney and Bill Haney check his ass right then and there. Watch me knock this nigga out. Watch me knock
I
this nigga
always know
out.
Hispanics and Latinos who use the N word.
Nah, I don't respect it because you know what?
I
They
mean,
would never say
I've
they
heard it
black.
all
They
the
would never say
time.
they have black in them.
Yeah,
No, you're not finna. Yeah, not over here. You're not finna say the N word.
I got to give a
Stick that
shout out
shit someplace
to
else.
Andrew Charles L Dub in the building. Free Hoover on deck was good. A lot of Bud distractors publicly brag about not supporting Bud or Top Rank in general, but they want to talk about PPV numbers. Yeah, they always want to talk about PPV numbers. In this era, streaming PPV numbers are harder to value. They still hold direct monetary value, but it ain't like the old days. L Dub said Don King has a card coming up January 29th. Yeah, I think my boy Trevor Bryan fighting on that card. And direct PPV buys in this era are not direct correlation to a fighter.
That's true too. Sometimes people buy pay-per-view for for different reasons, but it's still not fact checked unless you're breaking records. At the end of the day, like this is not fact checked.
So
did you hear what that person said, Destiny, that time when they I think we was on the same panel and they said, oh, all of a sudden, when it was Floyd doing it, everything was good to go. But now we get certain numbers, they have to be fact checked. But when Floyd was doing those numbers, they didn't have to be fact checked. How do we know Floyd did those numbers?
Well, we know Floyd broke records, so that's how we know they were fact checked because he broke records. So I don't know about the other numbers that he did, like when he did with Andre Berto, that didn't break records.
That probably did like 2,600.
Yeah, I mean, what was it like? Five. They said 500 some thousand supposedly. I don't know what the fucking numbers really did.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, they said it's supposed to be over 500,000 or close to 500,000. It was supposed to be somewhere. I mean, I don't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? But that was not, it was not. But we do know for a fact, though, when he broke records, Manny Pacquiao and Conor McGregor and
Oscar De La Hoya, Canelo.
Canelo. I think even Shane Mosley, or was it Robert the Ghost Guerrero, Victor Ortiz? One of them three also was up there with the numbers.
All them numbers y'all talking about, them numbers was record breaking. Oh, y'all just mentioned a whole bunch of numbers that went over 1 million pay-per-view. All them numbers y'all just mentioned, I was telling the dude, me and the dude had the same debate when they were saying, I was telling the dude they got Floyd as the greatest of all time. And I said, I got to study Floyd. What makes him that greatest? It's them same fighters that y'all mentioning, the Hatton, the Oscar De La Hoya, them with numbers that just set Floyd on another marquee. At that time, they wasn't, actual, okay, these are the certain numbers, because they said them shits were just coming in so crazy when Floyd was doing them to, it just was record breaking. You feel what I'm saying? When I look at the greatest of all time, inside and outside the ring, that's how I look at it. I don't know how other people view it, but that man work, it just unprecedented. It just really is though. So I can't sit there and say it was a flop and his number was shit. If it was a flop, that means PBC and the rest of that shit is just a flop too. Then and I don't think so. So I think
I do agree with you. I mean, yes, that's what we said. But the first boxing match that went to pay-per-view was Leonard versus Hearns, I believe, 1981. That was the very first pay-per-view fight on boxing ever.
What about
my mama thought it was
Ali? What about the
no, that was not a pay-per-view. The very first one was Leonard versus Hearns, I believe, because he fought Hearns before he fought Hagler, right, y'all? Or Duran, right? Or am I mistaken? It was Sugar Ray Leonard versus whoever. I think it was Hearns.
I think it was Ali.
No, Google it, Ben. It was definitely Sugar Ray Leonard. Google it.
One of Ray Leonard's?
Yeah, Google it. It was definitely Sugar Ray Leonard. I want to say it was Hearns, but it could be. Who did he fight first, y'all? Hearns or goddamn Duran? come back?
Sugar Ray fought. I think Sugar Ray fought Hearns first.
Right, and that was 1981. Okay, so that was 1981, and that was the very first pay-per-view boxing match. It was not the Rumble in the Jungle, baby. It was not. I thought it was too.
My bad. I was doing something. You want to know who was acting? Sugar Ray Leonard fought who first?
Hearns or Duran, but Ben said he believed it was Hearns too. 1981. That was the very first pay-per-view boxing match.
That was Duran.
No. It might have been Duran, but 1981 was the very first. It was Leonard though, for sure. It was Leonard. 1981. It was the very first pay-per-view boxing match.
He fought Roberto Duran in 1980 twice.
Oh, that may not have been. It says Bud pay-per-view numbers. Okay, I'm not finna play with you. L-Dub. These are not fact checks again, L-Dub. I'm not finna play with you.
1981 was Tommy Hearns. was Thomas Hearns, and then he had Bruce Finch, and that's when he, dropped out the sport after that eye injury from 84 and came back in 87. And that's when Marvelous Marvin Hagler cashed out. Yeah, but he fought Roberto Duran back to back in 1980.
But the very first pay-per-view though was 1981. It was Sugar Ray Leonard though. Very first boxing fight was Sugar Ray Leonard. And I want to think it was her.
Ali.
No, Google it. It says Sugar Ray Leonard was the very first person.
You still had Larry Holmes back in the 70s with the Spinks brothers doing the great Howard Cosell during this time when I think what it was, that shit, they used to call that shit, man, my old boy used to have.
Google it, man. Just Google the very first fight was the very first pay-per-view boxing match was Sugar Ray Leonard in 1981. I'm not sure, was it Duran or goddamn, I really believe I read Hearns, but I could be mistaken. I've been, wrong a time or two in my life. But like I said, I always thought the Fat Boys.
Don King sold the biggest bamboozle pay-per-view to the people. Don King did it.
We talking about the very first pay-per-view boxing though, not who the very first big, bonanza. Yeah, it was Sugar Ray Leonard versus. It was either Hearns or Duran.
No, I'm gonna say it went down in the 70s. I ain't to the crib yet, so I can't Google it.
Oh, come back. Are you able to Google it, baby?
I got you. It's the first major PPV event was September 16, 1981. This event was Sugar Ray Leonard and Thomas Hearns.
Told you. Told you. And like I'm trying to tell you, I be on the shit. I be on top of my shit, yo.
Good Jim. I'm multitasking. But good shit.
Thank you, Combat. Like I know I wasn't fucking delirious. Like goddamn, I know I just literally, my memory. I'm getting older, but it ain't that damn bad yet.
Ain't where you got to write it on flashcards, but yeah, September 16, 1981. Sugar Ray Leonard and Thomas Hearns. They're not really showing the PPVs on BoxRec like that.
They don't.
You have to Google that shit.
They don't. And they won't. Exactly. Like you said, they got to Google. And then when you always hear about numbers, unless it's breaking records, it's always trusted sources or reliable sources or some other fuckboy shit. Yo, who the fuck are these people, though? Or the network is reporting. Yeah, of course the network is going to report like the numbers did great. Of course they're going to do that. What would you expect less? Mine is goddamn Bob Arum. Bob Arum was like salty about.
What y'all want to become posting bogus, unfact checked, what I'm saying, inconsistent numbers. I've seen them at 35 all the way up to 190.
Yeah, 135 up to 190K. But and the only thing you read between all of them is reliable sources. Okay. But we all know what Bob Arum does. And you know what? There's always like, I'm not going to believe anything but Bob Arum says. But when it comes down to fucking Bud, all of a sudden we believe it. No, I believe that shit. All of a sudden, y'all believe it? But when it came down to just, before that, we don't believe nothing that Bob Arum says. But Bob Arum was going around saying that Spence versus Mikey Garcia only did like 120 something K pay-per-view buys. Everybody dismissed that shit.
They did. They missed it because they really wasn't zoned in on a particular fighter. They think Mikey Garcia is a good guy, so they really didn't want to put him into the madness. But this number shit, man, is just like, I don't even put too much emphasis in it. I just want
that's what I promise you. This
process to happen.
It's only became a talking point for these damn Spence heads. This is only like nobody's ever talked about pay-per-view numbers like this ever before until
the social media. It's basically social media.
Even social media was popping like what I'm saying, like in 2014, 15 when what's his name? Mayweather and goddamn Pacquiao fought. Nobody was still talking about numbers like that though. Like, oh well, Pacquiao better take 70 30 80 20 because Mayweather is the money man. Nobody was talking like that, yo. No, all boxing fans were saying, yo, we just want to see the fight. That was not a talking point. But when
they've embedded this into these two names. It's embedded in these two names right now.
Right.
So after these two fighters fight, they're not going to speak on it anymore. They're just going to let it ride, and then some other crazy ass narrative is going to come up. Spence say two words, heavy lifting, and then all of a sudden people are saying heavy lifting. Come on, man.
Of course, he's going to be able to get the damn belt on his. First of all, he's been at the welterweight for 10 years. First of all, he didn't get his very first belt until 2018. How you be at a weight for like 7-8 years? You don't get your. Crawford walked in that bitch in 2018 and walked straight into a motherfucking belt. He didn't
really contend at welterweight consistently until Alejandro Barrera. So really, he's like 9-0 at welterweight. Because he was fighting above welterweight.
What is it? Welterweight at 2012 is when he started fighting at welterweight. 2012, if I'm not mistaken.
He didn't consistently fight at welterweight. He came into the sport and fought at different weights, higher weights. And he was fluctuating back and forth. He was fluctuating. So, he really had non-consistent fights at welterweight.
You talking about Spence, right?
Yeah, Spence, when he really started to just take welterweight
so when
fights.
So I know I read they say he fought at welterweight in 2012. That was his first time, but I didn't realize he was doing up and down at 154. I never really paid attention to the division thingy. So I only saw that he came in to welterweight at 150 at 2012. So you said it's only been 9 fights.
Boxing as a professional. He did start boxing as a professional back then. But I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll show you right quick before Santa come down some chimney and shit. Hold on for a second.
I can respect that though. If he only had 9 fights, okay, I can respect that. That's not bad.
Well, check this out though. This is Errol Spence's resume. So you go all the way back down to the bottom. Right? What's that right there? 149.5?
I can't see.
It's 149.5. And then, you go up to 144, 148, 146.
So he's been all over the place with his weight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't, strictly at 147.
Okay.
147 and 1/4. 149 3/4. So you go over here.
But were these people also considered like middle class or what?
Welterweight. I said super welterweight. 8-round contest.
Okay, so they were super welterweights. Okay.
151, that's super welterweight.
Okay.
Not until he got up here, Destiny, to Alejandro Barrera. So check this out.
2014.
He fought 152 and he fought 154.5. Then he settled in at Alejandro Barrera on up to Danny Garcia at 47. So he was fluctuating weights. You know what I'm saying? 46, 47, 46 and a half, you know.
Because he's probably he's a true super middleweight. Probably not, if not bigger.
See, but Kell Brook is 146 1/4. He was fluctuating in weight, man. You know, from super welter to welterweight. So it's kind of crazy how they have these weight gaps in here. He came in at 147 1/4, and then his opponent was 153. How? What was that about? He was 148, but his opponent was 156. What is that about? It should look like this: 149 and a half, 149 and a half. So yeah, he was switching back and forth. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So he probably should never actually been fighting at 147. Period.
You know, we don't know what was going on with his discipline and his weight, because he did fight at a heavier weight when he was in the amateurs. When he was in the amateurs, though, so we don't know what he was going through. We don't know if he was seriously. I don't know if he had a nutritionist or he was just shooting in the dark, freestyling it. I don't know, man.
Frolicking around and shit.
Yeah, pretty much. Playing the role as a boxer, drinking on the side a little bit, eating, cutting down the fight camp. I don't know, man. He's making weight. He's making weight now. You know what I'm saying? He's good.
He's been consistent with making weight, but he do be looking drained and tired and stuff because Danny Garcia to me has never been like a top echelon fighter, and there's no way in the world Danny Garcia should have won 4 rounds out of that fight with Spence. I'm sorry. I just don't think he should have won no rounds against Spence.
They're gonna say Spence was returning. That was his tune-up fight.
That's the story I always hear.
They gotta find some way to cushion the blow of reality. You know what I'm saying? Coming off that car accident, then stepping back in the ring, fighting Danny Garcia, which still has a pretty decent boxing appraisal to his brand. So he got his ass beat. Danny Garcia looked bad, worse than damn Mikey Garcia.
But my thing is though, it's so funny though. They was like, oh, what has Bud done at, welterweight? What the hell has goddamn Danny Garcia done at welterweight? Yeah, he's been in the ring with people, but he ain't defeat none of them.
Yeah, but they give him credit for losing. See, they basically were saying that Terrence Crawford, he hasn't been in there with none of those guys. But Danny Garcia went in there with Robert Guerrero, won the WBC title. And from then, he couldn't do anything. Thurman took his belt, and he was just losing against the big names. He looked good against Adrian Granados, duh. That shit was going to happen. He's the first one to stop Adrian Granados. He was going to look good against Brandon Rios. Brandon Rios is in the first stages of pugilistica. He's punch drunk.
He's definitely... I mean, whoever really thought Brandon Rios was like a top echelon fighter, though? Like, I'm not trying to be funny. Like, I never saw it for him.
Yeah.
Never did.
A lot of punches to the head, man. I feel sorry for him. His speech is slurred already. Oh my god.
Oh wow.
He's gonna be
See,
bad.
there you go. There you go. Come back. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never saw it for Brandon Rios. He definitely always he got in the ring and fought. Like he was special needs already. You know what I'm saying? He would just do that. That's all I'm saying. He definitely got in the ring and started fighting like this special needs. Like, yo, what are we doing? What are we doing?
The first time I ever heard some shit about special needs when it comes to boxer staff. Man, damn. Man, they're gonna be on your head. You ever show up to a fight anytime soon? They're gonna be like, is that the one? That's her. Oh, we gotta talk. Come on. We gotta talk. Hey, Trick Notley in the building. What's good with your Trick? Appreciate you pulling up, Trick. Appreciate you pulling up, man. Yeah, Brandon, and then I always think about Miguel Cotto. the punishment he took against Antonio Margarito, even though they didn't catch his gloves in that fight, I truly think they was loaded. I do think they was loaded.
I'm 100% sure they were loaded because when they had that rematch, it was nowhere near the same fight.
In nowhere. And then when Sugar Shane Mosley, they caught him, he whooped his ass and stopped him.
Man, Sugar Shane annihilated that nigga. Like he literally pounded him.
Yeah, he did.
Shout out, may he rest in power to Nassim Richardson for catching that.
For catching that shit, for real. Cause we never know, man. That might have fucked up Sugar Shane too. You know what I'm saying? Because it only took one time for the shit to go overboard with Panama Lewis and Billy Collins. You know, Luis Resto fucked that guy up, man. Barely had any padding in his gloves.
Kill that man. Kill that man in the fucking ring. Yep.
Killed him. And his dad, if his dad never would have shook his hands, he probably never would have felt the glove saying, "Oh shit, there's barely anything in here." He made them impound the gloves right then and there. And hey, let me ask you this, Destiny. You know who's promoting that fight back then?
Wasn't it Don King?
No,
Bob Arum.
Rank. It was top rank. Yeah.
Bob Arum.
So that goes to show you how far boxing goes back with this.
Well, Bob Arum came into the boxing scene, what, in 1964? 74? One of them years?
I couldn't tell you. I forgot.
He came in there. Yeah, I think it was he's been there about 50-something years, though, or 60 years. It's around the two. Bob Arum been Trick said yes, Sugar Shane annihilated him. Jack Mosley spoke on that when we interviewed him. Oh, that's what's up. You interviewed Jack Mosley. That must be Sugar Shane's daddy, because Sugar Shane daddy used to train Sugar Shane.
Yeah, they used to be in the corner. He used to be in his corner, and then they started having a little bit of issues.
Same thing with Roy Jones and his daddy.
Yeah, they separated for different reasons, though.
But Roy Jones said his dad was always very, angry and aggressive, and
yeah.
He said
the good thing about Roy is he about to be inducted in the Hall of Fame too.
He better have been inducted to the Hall of Fame. Like that would have been ridiculous if he wasn't.
I don't know why they had to put him and James Toney in the Hall of Fame at the same time. Why was that, Trick? You heard anything about that, Trick? You can click the link if you want to, that Trick.
Yeah, Trick, come join the panel. Oh, that's mad dope. This past Saturday, that's mad dope.
Okay, that's what's up. The Oracle. That's Trick Nolte, goddammit.
I never heard of him.
Check that out. Who panel you was on? Were you on Drew Titan, or who panel were you on, Trick? It had to be Drew Titan.
Drew Titan hate our boy Spence, though.
Huh?
Drew Titan hate our boy Spence.
Spence ain't my boy.
No, I'm sorry. Drew Titan hate our boy Bud. I'm sorry. Damn, he hates our boy Bud.
I was like, Spence ain't my boy.
But what I would say about you, though, you're a boxing fan first, and then you're a fan of, your favorite fighter.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, all these cats can play hard and sit up here and talk about they ain't a fan of a fighter, but you're wrong. You are. Because I know some of them same cats who interview big name fighters, and they be happy that, well, champ, let me ask you this, champ. I just want to say thank you for the performances you put on and congratulate you from all the accolades and championships. You know what I'm saying? That's how they do. You're a fan. It's nothing wrong with being a freaking fan, dog.
There's nothing wrong with being a fan of a fighter, but be a fan of the sport first. Don't just be on here talking, nonsense and acting like your opinions is facts. Like I keep reiterating, I feel like my opinion is Bud is a superior boxer to Spence. That's not based on nobody's facts. That's just based on Destiny's opinion and Destiny's eye test. But you know what I'm saying? We don't know who's the better boxer until them two get in the goddamn ring.
Correct. I agree with you on that. You know what I'm saying? Keep the same energy. Spit your opinion, and it's up to them to sit up here. They have a disagreement about it to tell you. That's all I can say. Shit.
But the whole argument was, well, Bud ain't really that good. He needs to get in there with Kell Brook. He gets in there and Kell Brook annihilates him in 4 rounds. Oh, that's because Kell Brook was, he was halfway dead.
A bum. Yeah, he's a bum. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Porter's about to dog walk Bud. Like, oh yeah, it's a wrap for Bud.
It's a wrap.
Porter got it. He's the first one to stop Bud. I mean, he's the first one to stop Porter. Oh, yo. That's because Spence took everything out of him already. He was already going to retire. His daddy was paid to stop the fight. Like, it's just a whole bunch of madness.
A bunch of madness, man. What's going on, Trick? Trick, you there?
You might have your mic muted, Trick. Hello? Trick, you might have your mic muted.
You know what? He at work, too. I forgot he worked late. I don't know if he working right now on the holidays, but he'll come in. You can come, chime in when you feel like it there, Trick. You know what it is.
I hate calling him Trick, though. That sounds like so disrespectful.
Well, I'm older than he is, so you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you kind of shocked me. You told me you was like 50-some years, and your voice sounds so young.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's what I have left to hold on to.
I've never seen you. Like, I've never seen you. I've only seen, like, your kick thingy going on, so I don't know what you look like, but I know your voice don't sound old.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'll show you a picture right quick. Let me see.
The Trick, he must have left us.
Trick, you there?
No, he left us. It's not his little thingy. It's not on our thingy. He's probably gonna come back on. Oh, I see what Andrew is saying now. Direct pay-per-view buys in this era are not a direct correlation to a. You're right. He's absolutely right. It's not a good direct correlation to a fighter's popularity. Just who really fucking cares about popularity though? Like,
I don't know, man, but
Pacquiao, when Mayweather fought Pacquiao, that was a Pacquiao pro crowd.
Yeah.
But guess what?
And then so many Filipinos came out to support Pacquiao, the beat. So that was a win-win situation. To be honest with you, that was a win-win situation right there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's no way that Floyd wasn't going to make money off the Filipinos, because when they have fight parties, they really come out like it's Thanksgiving and Christmas combined. They really support their fighter, especially Manny.
Mm-hmm.
So Floyd was living it up. He was like, man, I'm going to win regardless.
Same thing with Floyd fought Ricky Hatton. Like, I didn't even know that fight was in America. The way that crowd was was turning up for goddamn Ricky Hatton. Yeah. I would have never known that shit was in goddamn America. They was out there like going bananas for goddamn Ricky Hatton.
Oh yeah, they felt he had everything that Floyd couldn't handle. They thought he was too tough for Floyd. Man, when he checked him with the damn check left hook and sent him into the damn corner buckle, that shit was hilarious. I was like, oh my God, these cats about to riot. They about to riot over there, bro.
Man. But Floyd was never popular amongst people like that. He was the number one hated person. But yet again, you never heard people tell Floyd he needs to take 60-40 or 70-30 when it came to the most popular, motherfucker on planet Earth. You never heard them telling Floyd that's what he needed to do. Nobody ever said that. But when it comes down to Bud, he best to take, but like Bud already had put that out there in the, the universe. He didn't give a fuck about an A side, B side, C side, D side, nobody's side. He just wanted to make the fight. He wants to prove that he's the number one fighter on planet Earth.
You're right.
World Combat Sports, y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, man. I couldn't hear you early.
Diaz Buenas, what's up? How y'all doing?
What's up, sir? I'm good. And yourself?
I'm doing good. I heard you say you don't like calling me Trick. What was that you said? If I'm not mistaken, what'd you say?
Was no disrespect. Don't take it the wrong. I said that name Trick just sounds, you know what I'm saying? Like it sounds very disrespectful, like calling you Trick. I don't mean it no other way, but you know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to like, oh, here's Trick, y'all.
Nah, you good. And that's the name I chose. So well actually it was kind of given to me actually, but and that's the name I went ahead and chose. But my real name is Anthony. I normally have it at the bottom of the thing. It'll say Trick Nolte / Anthony Carter. That's my real name. So Anthony's my real name. Well, how you doing tonight, ma'am?
I'm great. And yourself?
I'm doing good.
That's
Just
good.
listen.
I'm
Yeah,
glad you got that cleared up. I didn't want you to think I was trying to shade you or nothing on that level. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. It
no,
just sounds weird.
that's what everybody call me. So, but yeah, I was listening to y'all earlier. Just got in here. No, Scotty, no, I don't work tonight, man. Which I do work nights, but I don't work tonight. But I saw you on. I said, well, shoot, me on hop on and see what Scotty talking about. Scotty, all right, man?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. I'm living. That's why I asked you earlier. I know you was trying to lose, and set a goal. How's that been working out for you?
Oh, it's still working out good, man. I kind of tweaked my back a little bit, so I hadn't been going to the gym as much. I've been doing a lot of walking. I hate walking, outside, because of the weather and stuff. It'd be hot one day, cold the next, and
Yeah.
I don't know how the weather is where you at, but it's crazy here, man. I mean, like the other day, it was like 40 some degrees in the day. It was like almost 75, man. So I don't swear they're crazy. So, but yeah, this is y'all talking about some boxing. And with that Jack Mosley interview, we had him on this past Sunday on Drew's channel. We had him, David Izon, and Michael Bent. Both of them, we had all three of them on there. Michael Bent, for some reason, he got he fell off for whatever reason, and he couldn't get back on. And we had let's say David Izon and Jack Mosley. But what you remember David Izon? Remember him?
Yeah, vaguely though. Yeah.
Yeah, well, his known fight was with David Tua, but he fought Michael Grant, David Jefferson, Lou Savarese. He's a solid guy, man. And when I reached out to him, man, he was actually shocked. He said because nobody's ever called him up for an interview. And
that's man's up. I do remember he fought David Tua. That was the Samoan heavyweight champion that Roy Jones beat, right?
No, they never fought. Thank God.
Yeah, thank God, because that right there would have been different.
Yeah.
Oh, he used to train with Roy Jones. Okay, my bad. I thought
Izon used to train with him.
Okay.
Yeah, Nigerian guy. And just reached out to him, man. Like I said, he was just shocked that somebody had reached out to him. And I told him that's what I do. I reach out to the old school fighters of yesterday to let these guys know we don't forget about them, and I told him that he actually told me that, and I agree with him that boxing is not what it used to be. Like I listen to what you was talking about I try to stay out of that, the 60-40, the 70-30, the 90-10. I stay out of that,
That's what we've been saying this whole time. Like that's none of our damn business.
Yeah, I stay out of that because at the end of the day, he ain't dropping me nothing in my cash app.
Nothing.
Right. I'm not a fucking accountant. I'm not a goddamn financial advisor. I'm not a promoter or manager. None of that. That's none of my business. How they make their money and what they do with their money is none of my goddamn business. I just want to see the fight as a boxing fan.
Yeah, and and as far as like with Earl Spence, I hear people say Earl Spence's fans and stuff like that, and I like both fighters, and I like Earl and I like Terrence. It's sad that we're not getting this fight, and I think it's going to end up with like Joshua and Wilder. One of them going to end up losing. That's the way I look at it.
Or both.
Somebody going to end up losing. And go ahead, Scott. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Finish what you were saying, bro.
Okay, yeah, I just feel that one of them might end up losing. Like she said, maybe both of them, and hopefully that doesn't happen. But we need this fight. It's long overdue. I talked to Bomac. Me and Bomac talk on text messages and stuff like that, and I actually talked to Earl Spence's barber. So my thing is, who we tell our most intimate secrets to, other than your mama, your best friend, or your best coworker? You tell it to the person you sit in while they doing your hair. You know what I'm saying? So, I talked to Earl Spence's barber, a little bit, and get a couple of
pointers.
Get a couple of pointers and some things that Earl has actually told him. But I ain't finna
that's not your business to do that.
Yeah, what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, we need this fight. So
I mean, I think it's gonna happen sooner or later, but it is some in between that has to go down.
True.
Picking up another strap with Ugas, we know that, and then with Keith Thurman coming back, I don't think I know a lot of people been talking about it. I just talked about it for general purpose, but I don't think Terrence is gonna fight Keith Thurman
As he
because
should not. As he should
it's,
not.
it's,
After
it's
all
not
that
even
shit
a
Keith
reason.
Thurman played in his face and said, I'm not
Yeah,
interested in this fight. He ain't did this. Yo, F you, Keith Thurman. He don't deserve a
Mm,
fight with nobody
well,
but a
I'm talking about with
goddamn.
Bud, really, Destiny. I'm talking about with Bud. I don't think Bud should fight Keith Thurman either right now.
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about because Keith Thurman talked all that stuff about Bud.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
he
yeah,
don't
yeah, yeah,
deserve a
yeah.
fight with me. He ain't fought nobody. They could try to entice me with my. Yo, he was like dragging the hell out of Bud. Bud needs to stop being interested in that fight. F
Keith
him.
Thurman rubbed both Errol and Crawford the
wrong
wrong
way.
way.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? They rubbed him the wrong way to the point where they don't even want to give him opportunity at all to do nothing.
Yeah.
Well, it's entertaining the idea. I mean, the thought though, talking about he wants to fight Spence, Thurman, and Ugas in no particular order. Take Thurman off the damn table. Leave him where he at.
Well, he can make it if he get all the titles and he can finish titles against Keith Thurman. That'd be a successful defense. But I just want him to come undisputed in the second weight and move up to 54. You know what I'm saying? Whenever that is.
Speaking of 54, any one of y'all plan on coming to Houston covering Charlo Castano's fight, the second fight?
I live in Houston. I wouldn't buy a goddamn Charlo ticket if my life depended on it. Fuck no.
You don't live in Houston, really?
I do.
Wow. So do I.
Yeah, I live in a medical district.
Oh, you don't. Oh, I tell you what, you know what Pasadena is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where I live. I live in Pasadena.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Wow. Small world. Wow.
Very small world. But I wouldn't buy a goddamn Charlo ticket if my life depended on it. No, fuck that.
Oh, wow. Don't say that.
That's gonna be a good fight that I'll watch from the comfort of my own home.
Right, L-Dub. He said I'm too broke to cover a Charlo fight. Because according to the Charlos, no broke fans, whatever the fuck they said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he don't deal with broke people. You know what I'm saying? So I can't fit his pay scale.
Yeah, that was some weirdo. I'm gonna tell you a funny story about them two guys, man. This might have been back in like 20, I'm gonna say 17, 2018 maybe. But I was in the Galleria, and it was right about this time, Christmas shopping time, man. And both of them were in there, and they had their little entourage with them, and people was coming up to them, taking pictures with them and stuff. And now Jamal was pretty cool, but Jamel, he was over there shadow boxing in the corner, like he's ready to whip somebody. I was like, yeah, man, strange character, man. He's over there shadow boxing and like he's ready for some action or something. But yeah, they some strange brothers. They can fight, but they're strange though.
Clearly.
Yeah, I've seen them in person several times, man. They're not they assholes to me.
Yeah, they are.
And we're so broke, y'all. We so broke we cannot dare go to one of their fights, y'all.
Yeah,
we don't have Bentleys and multi-million-dollar mansions and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I always put it out there. I'm not in their pockets, but I know they can't stop and keep up their lifestyle. You can't stop boxing today,
right?
Sure, okay, exactly.
You got to keep on making those meals. I mean, I ain't mad at whatever they making. But you really talk down to us like we inferior, like we don't have shit that you can relate to, and we can never be.
If we're
like,
not
you can never be approachable.
If we're not supporting your fights, you're not making millions, sir. So I mean, that's what it is. So good luck to that. Good luck to that. Getting those extra rich people just to support your fight. All 10 of these motherfuckers.
You better make sure he get past Castano.
Yeah, I agree.
Castano beat Spence. Castano beat Spence in the amateurs twice and knocked him down twice. So that's all I'm saying.
I know. Hey, Destiny, he had a smile on his face in that interview saying that. I was gonna play it, but I said I'm not even gonna get petty like that.
Who had Castano?
Yeah, he has an interview.
Good. And they asked Spence about that bullshit. Talking about he don't remember. Nigga, you don't have a selective amnesia. No, you do not. You remember getting knocked down. How you not remember getting knocked down? You ain't had that many damn amateur fights like that anyway, and that many losses. for you not
And
to
this is
remember.
exactly what I'm talking about with
Well,
Castano saying that. Castano fought at a heavier weight class and he's at 54. Why is it taking so long for Errol to move up to 54? And some of these guys fought each other and they all fight at higher weight classes now and stuff
mhm.
like that. I mean, what the hell's going on?
I ain't seen him in a rush to call out his the person he lost to in the amateurs, but you see Bud called out Ugas
Yeah.
and Danny Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
But clearly Danny Garcia didn't want the smoke though.
Yeah, Danny doesn't want to get his ass beat again at 47 when he's planning on moving up to 54. You know what I'm saying? He must have some good genetics because Danny still don't stutter. He don't have the damn early signs of damn pugilistica. He's doing pretty decent.
Yo, he has like a chin on, like he probably has like one of the best chins in boxing ever.
Yeah, he has one of the best chin for real.
Yeah, it was a good chin.
Bro, he don't like go down. He don't like, you know what I'm saying? He don't have like a wobbly leg, nothing. Like he'll take a punch. Like, damn.
Is it possible for him to sublease some of that to Amir Khan? Because he has a fight coming up with Kell Brook.
Oh my gosh, that nigga chin made out of GE light bulb glass.
Man, if Amir Khan had a chin, y'all, could y'all imagine where his career would be at right now, though?
Yeah.
With that hand speed he got, man.
Yep, boxing. Yeah. Good feet. Yeah, everything. Yeah, this is chin, man. Just wow. I think even when he kissed his girlfriend, I think he just fall out. That's how weak his chin is.
Damn, man.
You don't see no shit.
His girlfriend got to give him the count, dog.
I think the shit, man. But I mean, him and Kell Brook, I mean, you know, domestic fight. I mean, I don't know. I still want to see it though. You know, it is what it is. I mean, when they fight at Wembley Stadium, they're probably gonna sell that place out.
Yeah, they might. I'm pretty sure they probably will.
That's what I'm thinking. Probably Wembley Stadium. So, who y'all got in that fight?
I think Kell Brook's gonna get that one.
Me too. I just can't trust Amir Khan, man. It's that chin, man.
Okay, so some stipulations going on with them too, as far as weight, because both of them, you know, Amir Khan's been inactive. Kell Brook has had problems making 47, so they're having a fight at 149, I believe, and a half. So, if by chance anyone doesn't make that weight limit, it's a 6-figure penalty. It's coming out their check. Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
6-figure penalty coming out their check.
I legit I still love Amir Khan though, y'all. I've always like had like a thing for Amir Khan as far as like, because I always thought I saw his skills. His skills was pretty like, you know. I always told my mommy. I said, "Mommy, I feel like Amir Khan would have gave y'all know y'all finna jump on me. I felt like he would have gave Mayweather a very good run for his money in a boxing match."
I think so too. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Control.
Okay, because people always jump on me for saying that. I'm like, I'm sorry.
Which Floyd?
Not Pretty Boy, but you know, Money May.
Shit, you would have got Pretty Boy. It would have been a different type of conversation.
I mean, but they wouldn't have been the same weight class at that point, though. Pretty Boy Floyd.
I'm just saying his mentality. Let's just say his hands didn't go bad. You know, he started slowing down and really just tactically fighting his fight.
Even with that though, because Zab Judah gave Floyd trouble, and I don't know what the fuck happened between the 4th round and he came back out in the 5th round, because for the first 4 rounds, Zab Judah was whooping Floyd's ass.
Oh, he got tired.
He dropped him.
Yeah, he wasn't training like he's supposed to for Floyd. Like Floyd took the shit serious. Zab Judah was training, you know, just enough, man. His hands was super fast. Like he knocked Floyd down, man. Seriously, that wasn't called. It was a knockdown though, man. But Floyd, I mean, Zab Judah was quick. Damn.
Quick as fuck, yo. That's what I'm saying. That's why I always thought Amir Khan would have gave him fucking, you know, gave Floyd trouble. But if it's Amir Khan's chin. It's L-Dub, Bomac, nobody can train you to get a stronger chin. I don't give a damn what kind of training you give somebody. A weak chin is a weak chin.
I think he can train him potentially Destiny to keep his distance well and work on his defense and put his combinations together. He can train him to do that, but like you said, yeah, I agree. He can't train him to have a better chin. You can't do it. That's neurologically anyway.
Yeah.
That's neurological.
Hey, World Combat. I got a question, man. Speaking of chins, you had people like I look at Tommy Morrison. Tommy Morrison, if you look at his shoulders and his neck, Tommy Morrison probably had about a 22-inch neck. Why is it he was always getting knocked out?
Because it might have been, some cocaine he was on, dog.
I'm
It could have been
serious.
the virus. Could have been that virus.
Because if you look at the way he was built and how he was in general, it could have been recreational drugs that was causing him to, start slipping up and getting knocked out. Like, people look at knockouts as a chin, but literally it's a neurological deficiency in everybody. Some people can take a punch, recover quick, like Tito Trinidad. Tito used to get knocked down and get back up, and he's even more pissed, and he fights better.
Yeah.
Some people get knocked down neurologically. Their system doesn't turn on the light, reignite itself, and they're unable to recover quickly. And some, they can just get hit, and they shit never shuts down. It goes along with the saying, everybody's wired different.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Amir Khan, you can never change what Amir Khan has going on. That's how he's wired.
Mm-hmm.
He get touched on that jawline, his shit cuts off, and then that oxygen has to get back in there, that blood and all that, and it is what it is, man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, some people just go to sleep though. Like Mike Tyson, man, that fight against James Buster Douglas, y'all, I've never watched that fight again. When he lost that fight, when I'm talking about I ugly cried, y'all, like I was ugly crying, like I was devastated when he lost that fight.
Mike Tyson had one of the best chins in the game, though.
Oh,
that's part of his name was Iron Mike.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he lost. Cocaine and partying, and they told him Buster Douglas was a bum, and he didn't train for Buster Douglas, and Buster came in there with other plans.
But Mike Tyson said he had like a 10-day training camp or some BS, and then he took his ass over there.
He was partying, man.
Yeah,
I heard from his people. I talked to his people, man. I talked to people that was back then in the camp with Mike Tyson. Told me everything that was going on, everything that went on. For real, it's people that lost so much money off that fight.
I remember crying.
Hey,
people might have lost their life with Buster winning. Shout out Sir Cannon on deck. What's good?
Yo, sir. Shout out, yo. Hey, and trip this though. Hey, y'all remember a guy named Mike Williams? Does the name sound familiar to y'all? Heavyweight Mike Williams?
Yeah, heavyweight Mike Williams. Yeah, I do remember him.
Okay, yeah. He played in Rocky 5 as Union Kane.
Mm-hmm.
And man, what's your name on the panel? Man, what's your name?
Mine? Destiny.
Destiny, okay, yeah. Are you originally from Houston? You mind me asking?
No, I'm from Chicago originally.
Okay, well, yeah, Mike, he lives here in Houston. And I caught up with him because see, I'm gonna tell you what he used to come to my dad's club a long time ago. My dad, you know what Conroe is, right? Yeah, that's where I'm originally from. Well, he used to come to my dad's club all the time.
You said you're from where?
Well, I'm originally from Conroe. You know what Conroe is, right?
Yeah, I've heard of Conroe. Yeah, I've never been there, but I've heard of it.
Yeah. You remember Conroe? Damn. Yeah, that's where I'm originally from. And yeah, that's right. He beat up Mike Williams. Yeah, Mike Williams, he's come to my dad's club like a long time ago. And that's how I ended up meeting up with him because he kind of got me into boxing. And I was talking to him like a while back, and he was just telling me that he sparred Mike Tyson up in I think it's a gym up in New Jersey. What's the name? It's a real famous gym up in New Jersey. They sparred. I don't know who owns it, but he said he dropped Mike in sparring a few times, and had Buster Douglas not beat him, he'd have got that shot at Mike Tyson. He probably would have beat him because where Mike, as far as I understand, where Mike's head was at, he wasn't doing what he's supposed to be doing, and that goes back to saying what you were saying, World Combat Sports, that what it was telling you about, Mike, what he was not doing or what he was doing in training camp leading up to the fight with Buster Douglas. So Mike Williams would have got that fight with him, but he ended up losing to Buster Douglas, and Buster Douglas got the fight.
They were saying Mike was partying and having sex before the fight. The night of the
gonorrhea before the fight. He said he was burning. He said he was in pain before that fight.
Mike was a wild boy. He was a wild boy, wasn't he? Dang.
Sounds like it.
And he had enough nerve. Some nasty B gave me that. No, Negro, you was the nasty one. You out here hitting stuff with no damn condom.
No, you high when you high and slightly incoherent. Then you know you have females on proximity, and they just as dirty. I mean, people be doing nasty shit.
Right. But you can't blame nobody else for your damn mishap, sir. That was all on you.
Man, you know Mike be talking so much bullshit today. Man, you don't know how high he is. You don't know what the fuck he doing. What strand of weed he on? He might be on the Omicron strand now. God damn it, I don't know.
He's smoking some Freon. Yeah, he out of there, man. He became a strange. He always have been a strange character, man. But he's become very strange now. So
that's because he's a cancer. That's because he's a cancer. All cancers are weirdos. Who's a cancer on this panel? Okay, good job. Okay.
No, I'm a Libra.
Okay, I'm an Aquarius, so we get along with air sign. But all cancers are weird. My ex-husband's a cancer. So
what's going on, Dion Washington on deck? What's good with you? Appreciate you pulling up.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was saying I was going to L Dub put in the chat. Yeah, L Dub Buster Douglas. He did put the hands on Mike Williams, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so let me ask you a question, Trek.
Yes, ma'am.
If that fight ever, we know it's a fantasy fight right now, but that was to ever happen. I mean, how do you see it going, and why?
Who's the fight? You cut out.
Spence versus Crawford.
I'm going with Bud. I just think Bud's a better fighter, and I'm gonna tell you something, man. I've seen some mean fighters in the ring. Julian Jackson, and I'm gonna get on him in a second. Gerald McClellan, Iran Barkley, Terry Norris. I mean, some other guys I'm probably name, but them guys are mean in the ring, and when they punch through the target. And one thing about Bud, I noticed one thing about him. He fights to hurt you, right? As to where Earl Spence, I've heard him say, I'm gonna punish him. I'm gonna beat him up. He's kind of nonchalant with it, as to where when I see Bud punching, it's like I'm looking at Iran Buckley, Terry Norris, Gerald McClellan. It's like I'm looking at all in one fight, blended all into one fighter. And like when he gets you hurt, and he don't let you off the hook. So that's the difference I see between those two guys. Like, at the end of the day, Earl Spence is capable of defeating Terrence Crawford. I'm not saying that he's not.
Right.
But I feel that if there was a fight today or tomorrow, I think Bud stops him. I just think that Bud gonna put something in front of him he's never seen. And people somehow, well, they keep talking about the accident and about him having an accident and stuff like that. And my thing is, what I see, I don't see hunger from Earl anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, matter of fact, I remember when I got a buddy of mine, he's a Dominican guy. He had told me about Jason Rosario. And I'm gonna hop back on that in a second. But the thing about Jason Rosario is that, when he fought the fights before leading up to the J-Rock fight.
Yeah.
Leading up to the J-Rock fight. He kind of like he was a regular guy. And then when he stopped J-Rock, and I saw him in that interview, but he had them shades on, and I saw him in a couple other interviews. He was he had chains on, looking all cool and stuff. And and I kind of saw something. I was like, he kind of losing a little bit. And then when he fought Jermell Charlo and he lost, the word I got was he didn't train for that fight. Damn. And he lost the hunger. That's what I heard. And I talked to a lot of fighters behind the scenes. And the thing with Earl, like I said, I don't see that same fire. I don't see that same drive. I could be wrong. That's just kind of what I see. But at the end of the day, I still think that Terrence Crawford beats him. I think Terrence stops him. But I want to see the fight. Earl might go out there and knock him out as soon as they touch gloves, and Terrence might fall out. No, I just want to see the damn fight. I'm just getting tired of the 60-40, 70-30 crap.
Did he knock out Mikey Garcia, the lightweight? Nope. Danny Garcia? Nope.
Nope. That's true. I agree.
But anybody knocked out Danny Garcia. We might want to take his name off the list.
I'm just saying all this, this power that they say he possessed, and he wasn't able to stop Sean Porter when he dropped him in the 11th. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So I'm looking at it like you getting older in age, and you all of a sudden gonna go in there against a fighter like Bud and stop him. I don't see it. Just like they're saying, if Terrence Crawford would have fought Sean Porter on the inside, potentially he may have gotten stopped, and that didn't even come close to happening. So I think, if anything, it's gonna be a good fight. This is gonna be a good fight. They're gonna box. Period. They're gonna have to disrupt the rhythm of one another and take over the momentum. And the better man's gonna win with the skill set and their strategy, their offensive strategy.
And to me,
Of
that's
course,
when.
defense is on there, but
And to me, that's where Terrence Crawford is better, in my personal opinion, when it comes down to dealing with somebody, taking their best and using it against them. And Terrence Crawford, I've seen him do it time and time again. He's definitely beat you at your own game, and he does it in a dominant fashion. Versus when they so called say that's what Spence did with Sean Porter, but he barely made it at that fight alive. He literally barely made it at that fight alive. If it wasn't for that knockdown in round 11, I don't know if he would have won that fight, to be honest.
Yeah, it's true. I agree.
I truly don't know if he would have won that fight if it wasn't for that 12th round. Huh?
it would have been different for sure. The scorecards would have looked interesting.
I think it would have looked extremely interesting if it wasn't for that 11th round. And honestly, for that 11th round, though, I felt like Sean Porter was getting the better of the work out of that 11th round up until that knockdown.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's just Sean Porter gets so wrapped up in his entire behavior as a boxer because he's been doing it so much. He switched it up. He switched it up with Ugas. He switched it up with DSG. He even switched it up with Terrence Crawford. But when he fought Errol, he was just trying to match chest for chest, head for head, punch for punch. You know what I'm saying? He was just trying to show the people that I'm the stronger out of the two. And he was turning Errol Spence at will. But Errol stayed focused in the eye of the storm and caught him with that left hook. And we all know what happened. I mean, that's Sean Porter's fault, man.
And not to forget, they go back and look at that knockdown again. Earl kind of had his right hand on top of Sean Porter's head a little bit. Then he hit him. That's just messed with kind of what I saw. But nevertheless, he knocked him down. He dropped him. And let me read something in the chat real quick. Tay Jones say, Rosario people told me the same thing. That's why I betted against him in the Charlo and Lubin fight. Yep. So he didn't train. He had his mind somewhere else. He got that money, started, spending and buying chains and new sweaters and stuff. Ain't nothing wrong with that, but you still got to train at the end of the day.
And I'll tell you some funny shit about Jason in the A. He was out there chilling on the sidewalk just talking. I said, hey, Jason, what's good, champ? Hey, can I get a pic? He said, cool. So I stood next to him for a pic. And I seen him do this to other people. He just put his hand up on my shoulder like we was damn high school buddies and shit. He didn't have a care in the world, dog. He was happy than a motherfucker.
Dope. That's dope. You gotta
he was happy than a motherfucker. Him and the Hammer went in there and fought. They both got hurt early. You know what I'm saying? Jason was hurt, and then Lubin was hurt in the second, and Lubin ended up finishing the fight. But I don't know if you heard this. This is to the both of you. You know, Erickson Lubin is going to step in with Sebastian Fedor.
That's what I
saw that.
I saw that today. Yeah, I saw that today.
Oh my God,
that's interesting. That's gonna be
that nigga like 6'12". How tall is that dude, man?
He's
6'13".
That nigga's tall as fuck. That nigga's tall.
He reminds me of another Paul Williams. He fights very similar to Paul Williams. The tallest thing since slice. Very tall. And fights like he's like 5'2". I don't understand that.
Look, that's the only fight in the game right now. Destiny is, as long as his limbs are, he's able to fight on the inside like that and do very well. And he can box when he chooses to. Erickson Lubin is going to have to pick a very strategic game plan, and it cannot be the same way the whole fight. It can't be the same way because Lubin has a chin issue. I've seen him get hurt against Jason Rosario. And we seen Nathaniel Gallimore, who never been stopped before, get stopped by Sebastian Fedor. So, hey,
I agree with Tay though. I didn't think Fandora looked that spectacular against in his last fight though. I did not think he looked really great. I thought he looked very subpar. Honestly,
He didn't
that
look
fight could
good.
have went to the other guy. Honestly, that fight could have went to the other man, in my opinion.
He didn't look good, and they've been pretty much giving. Look, check this out. They gave him the Jamonte Clark fight. Jamonte Clark seriously should have been the first person to beat him, and then after that fight, Daniel Lewis, who has like a 60-something, 60. I forgot his damn arm reach. Daniel Lewis, let me go to it right quick. Daniel Lewis is 5'10" with a 71.5-inch reach compared to Fundora, and he was touching Fundora up like it was cool. So Sergio Garcia was doing well, but they gifting him, man. They gifting Fundora fights for real. They gifting him fights, dog. They want him
They
to be
did
a
the same
world
thing with
champion.
Paul Williams though, because I thought Paul Williams lost against Laura. I mean, I felt like that was a complete robbery. I thought that was a complete robbery.
Yeah, that was horrible. And I'm gonna give you. I don't know if y'all remember this fighter. His name was Cesar Bazan. That's who Fondora reminds me of. Fighting on the inside and fighting on the outside. He's a tall, like a Mexican fighter named Cesar Bazan. Man, he had fought Stevie Johnson a couple of times. That's where he's noted for. But that's who Fondora kind of reminds me of a little bit.
Fondora is 6'5.5", 80-inch reach.
God damn. I didn't even someone slam dunking a basketball or something.
And you know, my curiosity for him is I wonder how long he's going to be able to do that with arms that long and not have joint problems. I mean, his arms are just super long, dog, and his knees, legs. I don't know, man.
It was to me. He fights a lot like to me the Cool Boy Fulton against the transgender. The fight. That's who Fandora fights a lot too. Like a lot.
Okay, I can see that.
Like to me, yeah, the transgender boy. What the boy name is? The transgender one.
Who? What?
The one Cool Boy Fulton just fought against. What's his name?
Figueroa.
Yeah, transgender. Same difference. You know he be wearing goddamn makeup combat. You know that man wears makeup.
I know that, but I know he a dude.
He does wear makeup. You go look at him.
He does wear makeup. He's from that type of family.
Yeah, he's trying to
lie. His sister fine as hell though. I don't give a damn.
Oh my god, y'all need y'all to stop smoking that good crack and cocaine.
Fine than a
that motherfucker is very subpar. She's below subpar, actually. She looks like
subpar to what and when and how. Shit.
A lot of people think she's very. Y'all be gassing that whole head up, like yo. She is not nowhere near what y'all trying to make yo.
Look, I seen her in person.
You know what, the way y'all.
I seen her in person, and I seen her on TV.
The way y'all was talking about, I couldn't wait to go look up. I'm like, who the hell is this? Average ass Avalon Warrior ass bitch.
I've seen her in person, man. She's in shape. She's petite. She's fit. She's put together well. You know what I'm saying? She's not my type really. I like a little bit more thicker. You know, she look put together. You know, high maintenance IG type shit, just like Brandon.
Yeah, Brandon's a transgender.
Brandon, he's a pretty boy. You know what I'm saying? So
he wears makeup. He's transgender.
He probably has his sister put on makeup for him, but he showed his toughness against Steven.
That was the ugliest fight I've ever seen. Like that was
showed his toughness though. They were pushing each other around, wrestling and shit.
It was so ugly. I turned it off in the 10th round. Like yo, I couldn't get like this shit was ridiculous. That fight was so ugly. I'm like, what are we doing at this point? Is this even boxing even more? Like, what is this fight?
Now I'm gonna tell you somebody who I do think is cute. I think James DeGale's sister's kind of cute.
Never heard of these people. Not heard of James DeGale. I know who James DeGale is.
What would you say? Squad Combat?
Yeah, I've seen her down in Florida. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's kind of cute.
Him. I couldn't believe he was down there at the bare knuckle fighting, but yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Bare knuckle fighting?
Yeah, bare knuckle fighting.
He was?
Yeah, James DeGale was there.
Oh wow, man, that's sad when you see boxers have to,
No, he wasn't competing. He wasn't competing. He was down there to see his boy.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying he was. I'm like, damn, that is terrible.
No, that dude was dressed to impress. He was down there supporting his boy, and he was cool as a fan too.
Okay, I thought you were saying he was. I'm like, damn, that is.
Hell no, he ain't doing that shit, dog.
You know who is fighting like at community colleges and stuff though? Is Chad Dawson, yo. That's mad sad.
What? Oh
yeah,
shit.
Man. Fighting for like $5,000 and $8,000 purses and shit, yo.
Damn.
I would tell you something else too. I saw Simon Brown was selling his belt he won from Terry Norris on eBay for $8,000.
Oh
Wow.
man.
Yeah, it's that WBC belt. Yeah, man. I think Chad Dawson probably is not doing good financially because I spoke with John Scully a while back, and me and Scully was talking, and Scully had told me that he was selling some of his stuff, gloves, headgear. He might have sold a belt maybe, but he was selling some stuff, man. I didn't think about that. Now I'm thinking about it now. What you're saying, he got in a fight for like $8,000, yeah. And I think he trained his son too, if I'm not mistaken. And that's sad right there. And I said something earlier about Julian Jackson, man. I'm gonna be having a phone interview with him tomorrow, and I'm gonna try to set it up where I can get him on the show in the next couple of weeks.
That's dope though. Julian Jackson, he was feared for real. His power was for real, for real. Yeah. He was from
Yeah.
St. Croix, right? St. Croix or
Virgin Islands, U.S. Virgin Islands.
Yeah, but I think
Yeah.
it was St. Croix. I believe it's St. Croix he's from. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the one thing. Go ahead.
Say dead ass serious. Chad Dawson, yeah, he's doing like, I guess you could kind of call them exhibition fights at this point. He's fighting at community colleges for like $8,000 purses. And
That's
you know
just
what's so crazy? He's another really talented boxer, but with no chin, like Amir Khan.
Yeah, Chad. Yeah. I mean, that's the downside. That's the dark side of boxing for some people because they never really place themselves in a position for a secondary occupation. They stay in boxing so long, just living. They live in a different lifestyle when they win, and then when they start declining, they lose their house. They have to downsize, and then it gets worse from there. And some of these fighters are damaged, so they can't really go work a regular job because they might punch somebody in the fucking mouth.
They have what they call the people that have that shit that the football players.
CTE.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, they can't control their emotions no more and shit. Feelings and all that shit because
That's
they're
unfortunate, man. And you know what I did find out from interviewing fighters is that some fighters look. Listen when I tell you this trick, and that's named Dion. I learned firsthand on the job about fighters having flashbacks while you're talking or freezing up in an interview and shit. And it made me start respecting, interviews when I was, just starting out. And I would hear these fighters slur a little bit and I didn't think that of it. And then I kind of started learning and educating myself. But it didn't get real bad until Cincinnati when I'm up there with Mike Stafford and some shit popped off in the gym. After my interview, but with the same guy. So this guy, I'm talking to him, then all of a sudden, dudes just goddamn have a blackout, man, and start staring me down and shit and staring some other, and then some people came over there and started talking to him, then he just started going the fuck off. Then him and this other guy was about to dang lace up and get in the ring without lacing up and throw hands. Yeah, man, this dude, he was a boxer too. He was former world champion. I ain't gonna say his name. Fuck that.
Right. And I like that. The fact that you're not trying to, put nobody out there like that because it's sad what happened to these fighters. Yo, if somebody can actually get Chad Dawson, what I'm saying? Let's try to bring this man, revitalize him so he doesn't have to do what he's doing. That would be mad dope.
I mean,
fight.
I don't know if he's gonna be able to get cleared to fight on the bigger stage.
Well, I'm not even fight. Maybe he can train somebody, become a trainer or
Training don't pay shit unless you got, somebody that's winning.
Oh, that's true too.
They don't want to go train somebody that's just they gotta get work. They gotta pay bills, take care of family, man. This shit's hard.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that John Scully hasn't brought Chad Dawson in the Beterbiev camp, because John Scully used to train Chad Dawson, just kind of like Ronnie Shields brought in Dominic Gwynn. He used to train Dominic Gwynn, so Dominic Gwynn helps him out with Jamal Charlo.
Oh, that's dope.
So
that's
bring
dope.
him in a spar or just to help with training?
Helping with training.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that'd be good, man.
Yeah,
Chad
I met him.
Came off as a bad person or anything. He seemed like a good dude.
Very good dude. Like he loved his family. His wife and kids was always. I just think he deserves a second chance.
Yeah, I think once
man, it's tough to be a wife, be married to these cats, and then the career decline, and
you know, their family gets separated, just like the military shit. This family gets separated, all hell break loose, depression, all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I talked to a fighter the other day, man, and he was like, "Man, I'll call you back. I drop my daughter off to her mom, man. It's her week to have her. It's my weekend to have her. I'm dropping her off." And I was like, "Man, wow, you know,
Damn.
yeah, man." So, but yeah, Destiny. Are you on Instagram? You mind me asking?
Yeah, I'm on Instagram.
Yeah, you have to follow each other on Instagram. I don't know if World Combat told you, but like what I do is reach out to the old school fighters. I don't even know if I said that earlier, and just try to give them a voice, you know, because they tell me a lot of stuff, and of course, you know, I don't go out, you know, putting it out on the airways or nothing like that. But
Right, as you shouldn't,
yeah, and most of it for the most part, most of it is sad. You know how and a matter of fact, I'm gonna say one name. I will say it's David Reed. Like I reached out to David Reed. You know what? I reached out to a lot of fighters. I think I got more fighters in my phone, and I got relatives, friends, and coworkers. And I talked to a lot of fighters. And David Reed, the only time I ever got shot down was David Reed. He shot me down, and I basically told him, okay, well that's fine, you know. But my thing is, when you're done boxing, these promoters, managers, TV networks, they don't care nothing about you, and you're relevant to them after that. And then I was on Facebook talking to him, and the thing dropped down to the bottom, and then it started making a little noise. He said, "You know what, brother? You're right. I'll talk with you." And he shot me his number.
That's
and it's the truth. It's the truth. You know, they don't care nothing about them, man. Once they done fighting, they don't.
They don't. It's like, hang up your little whatever, your little chef coat or whatever it is, go off and, go off to the sunset and don't say shit.
Yeah.
It is. They do fighters mad dirty. And it was crazy because Chad Dawson at one point, he was like, on cloud nine. And
yep.
I just hate to see a decline of a great champion, a great fighter. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry, Dion.
Oh, somebody else on the panel? I'm blind. My bad.
Dion.
No, I'm good. How y'all doing? I ain't even know if Scotty let me in yet. How y'all doing?
Good evening.
You didn't know, man. You been in.
Nah, man. You know me, man. I got 3 TVs I'm watching.
Oh, okay, Lord. Okay.
Shout out to Dion on deck, man. One of the guys that you wouldn't even know how big and deep, how deep he's in the community over there where he at, man. Doing big things, man, with them kids. I see you out there doing what you're doing in the community, man. You well respected, bro. Keep on growing.
I appreciate it, man.
Even though when I came up there, somebody got there and said, "Oh man, let's get some chow." I couldn't even get up with you.
I probably got you whenever you drop back through.
I know you was busy, man. Now that I've really seen you over the years on what you really do, man, that's commendable, bro. Salute to you.
Yeah, I appreciate it, bro.
Go ahead and talk your shit, man.
Man,
hey, let me introduce you. Though you know Trick Nolte, but Destiny Black on here. She's the boxing queen. Pretty much know her boxing. She she be on different panels and everything. So, you wasn't there for the actual, infirmary, but it did go down on the panel where she burned.
Yeah, man. Hey, you know my stance on that fight anyway, man. I'm glad I missed it. I talk about it when they in the ring.
Yeah, for sure.
Dion, I'm with you on that. I'll be trying to avoid that conversation at all costs because it's like, it's like 5 Bud fans to 500 Spence fans. And it don't really matter, you know what I'm saying? Like, and they all come with these made up facts and made up, they make their opinions as if they're facts. And it's just very kind of hard to debate it. Like, yo, they'll make up shit as they go along. Like they tried to tell me the other day, like I was on the boxing section, that Sean Porter did not say that he called the WBO to make sure that to mandate that fight. I'm like, the man said out his own goddamn mouth that he called the WBO to make sure he was the mandatory to fight Terrence Crawford. I'm like, but okay, I digress. But they'll try to tell you anything else. They make up their own facts as they go along. They definitely do that one. It's not true. So by all means.
Yeah, you're not gonna get anywhere when they start asking you. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So defense wise, what do Errol Spence do defense wise? To make him a good fighter. What is his punch? How do you throw his right hand? You're never gonna be right on any of it. Never.
Never. And it's, mind you, this is all based on opinion. It's not based on nobody's facts. But they make it seem like it's facts because you have like 500 against one. So you be like, yeah, you know what? He's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Yeah, he's the best. I'm not gonna argue with you. And they get mad when you don't want to argue with them. Like, no, you're right. You got it. You're right. Although, defensive, you want to talk about defense? Terrence Crawford and Spence sucks at goddamn defense at this point. Neither one of them, because Spence. Once Crawford gets hit, he throws out his game plan. He just goes in for the kill after that. Like, oh yeah, now you hit me. I got to get my leg back.
I think he's most dangerous when he does that, though.
But it's also he's also very more open to. He's also more open with that too, though. He's more vulnerable, shall I say, when he does that too, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's dangerous and he's also vulnerable. Because anybody, Gamboa was like that, oh, you hit me, stop my chest kind of thing, and then he becomes very vulnerable too. So it's a thin line that you really got to walk when you do that. It's a true thin line. Who was that just trying to tell us that Terrence Crawford was chinny and somebody, Porter pretty much exposed that? Somebody just told us on your panel that Combat.
I'm trying to think. Ben.
That sounds like it.
Ben Israel said that.
That sound like you, Dion?
Now I was like, that sound like King Mitt said that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Are you a
Mitch be hating on?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it was Ben Israel.
Yeah, Ben Israel did say that. You're right. Dion, are you a Spence fan or a Bud fan, or are you just neutral?
I like them both, but I just refuse to talk about the fight till they in the ring.
Nah, man, talk about it, man. You on the panel, man. Come on, man. Talk about it.
I stay on code. I've taken a vow of silence when it comes to this fight. I'm not gonna talk about it until in the ring and in the opening bill go ding.
Hey,
I ain't gonna get disappointed. I ain't gonna get disappointed. I ain't even gonna get my hopes up.
I answered the question for him. You on code? You a Spence fan? Then if you on code?
No, I'm on code because I like both of them for real. But but at this point, I'm not. All right.
Do you
had the long wait.
I'm
just saying, we had the long wait with Mayweather Pacquiao. Then right after that, we had Mayweather Joshua. We had Wilder Joshua. Then after that, we had it was another fight that got strung along. And then now we getting strung along with all the big fights. Let me know when they in the ring.
Yeah, I agree with you, man.
We wasted 4 years talking Wilder Joshua, and it still ain't happened.
At this point, I don't think it's ever going to happen.
Even more with Mayweather Pacquiao. I can't do it no more. Just let me know when they're in the ring, and I'll be there to talk about it.
And let me say this: it sounds like we're in a bad relationship, and you're getting done wrong. You're like, man, I can't do this no more. Don't know what it seemed like?
Yeah, it does. You're definitely right.
It's abusive. It's an abusive relationship too.
Right.
Yeah.
And ever since you saw these major fights like that, like remember Gamboa versus Juan Ma? Never happened because Juan Ma lost to goddamn Orlando Salido, not once but twice. Mm-hmm. So yeah, this is the same. Yeah, it is kind of like a broken record. We keep playing it. Mm-hmm. A bad relationship. Yeah, I'm gonna keep coming back to this motherfucker that blacks my eye every other Sunday.
I'm gonna get him out of jail if he whoop my ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna keep speaking on topics to get everybody riled up and everything, and then all the punches start coming. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to get acclimated to that shit.
Right? Yeah. And you know what? And I want to say this. I want to talk about Floyd Mayweather for a second because I was having a not so much. I had a guy. My cousin had his coworker call me he wanted to debate me on some boxing. I don't get all in that, but he was telling me, and I saw Lion Killer that did a show on Floyd Mayweather fighting fighters in the 80s. And I mean, it's just me personally. I was just telling the dude, he was kind of giving his insight. And I told him, I said, look, bro, I already know what you're going to say. You're going to say, and the deal was Thomas Hearns versus Floyd Mayweather at 147 pounds. And I said, I already know what you're going to say, bro. You're going to say Thomas Hearns can't hit Floyd. I already know what you're going to say. So we got to talking, and yeah, he ain't going to be able to hit Floyd. And I say, see, my thing is, I watched Oscar De La Hoya hit him. I saw Marcus Madonna hit him. I saw Zab hit him. I saw Jesus Chavez hit him. But Thomas Hearns won't be able to hit him. Them guys ain't got Thomas Hearns' speed, his length, his punching power, his feints, or nothing. And I said the point of it is, if you look back at it, Floyd's knockouts at 147, they stopped it at 147 pretty much. And I said Thomas Hearns was a killer. Now you don't have to agree with me. I'm just going by, I'm just going by what I see. Mm-hmm. And I said that's a bad matchup for Floyd. And I said that shoulder roll, he's sticking his arm up, his shoulder up. Thomas Hearns gonna punch him in his damn arm, and sooner or later he gonna drop that shoulder. And when he do, guess who's gonna come right across? Their right hand. And I guarantee you, if Thomas Hearns hit Floyd Mayweather the way he hit Roberto Duran, Floyd might not get up ever.
Didn't he lift Roberto up? It seemed like he lifted him up.
Yeah, he ain't getting up. Come on, man. Now Floyd, that defense, his defense. I said, okay, man. I just leave it at that. I just try to. That's the type of argument I try to stay away from. That's just my. Even though it's my opinion, he has his opinion too. But you go out to Thomas. If you go look at the fights Thomas Hearns had with Marvin Hagler, Ray Leonard, and them guys like that, look at their faces, man. Them guys had to walk through fire just to get close. And even when they did get close, they still got their face marked up. Mm-hmm. You know, so. You know, it is what it is, man. That's just my opinion. What y'all think about that? Going around the panel.
I don't remember. I Thomas Hearns. What, like 6 feet?
6'1", something like that.
6'1", yeah. He's a pretty tall dude, right? Now you're talking about Pretty Boy Florida. You talking about
that one Floyd at 147. That Floyd.
You talking about Money May?
Yeah, that Floyd.
Money May. I think that's when he really started playing chess and not checkers. I don't think Thomas Hearns would have had an easy time with Money May, honestly. I kind of disagree with you. I kind of like a lot of disagree with you on that. I don't think it would have been easy because, mind you, Leonard, Hagler, Roberto Duran, none of them fought like Money May. None of them. And I think Money May would have figured out like who the fuck he was up against, and he was not going to go in and try to fight a puncher's fight. And that's just my opinion. I mean, but y'all got it. Go ahead.
I mean,
so what Mayweather was it when he fought Marcus Madonna?
Money May.
Yeah.
Okay. And Marcus Madonna calling with that right hand. What about Sugar Shane Mosley?
Money May. But that was only one round.
I think Hearns would have definitely touched Floyd.
Oh, he would have touched him, but I don't think it would have been to the extent like he was doing Leonard, Hagler, or Roberto Duran. I mean, yeah, it's boxing. You're going to get touched. Like, I think it's ridiculous. People think like somebody's going to not get hit all 12 rounds. But I don't think it would have been nowhere near like he did them other guys.
And Marcus Madonna, you know, he wasn't the fastest fighter, but he had Floyd nose all bloodied and shit, and you know, I mean.
But you have to think, Madonna was a dirty fighter too. Madonna was in there doing anything and everything but goddamn boxing. The second fight, he bit the man's hand. He was, I mean, come on, y'all.
I mean, he bit his hand there, Destiny, because Floyd had it over his mouth trying to stop him from breathing. Come on, you got to blame Floyd for playing dirty too, there, Destiny. Yeah, that's the reason why he bit his hand, because he had it over his mouth.
Madonna was punching him low below the belt. He was punching him in the nuts. Like, come on, like I don't blame him for stopping him with your goddamn breathing.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, fire at some point, but at the end of the day, at that very first fight, Madonna won that first round. I will give him max 4 rounds. He won that first fight. People they overlook the fact that out of 100 punches, he only landed 24. And out of those 24, only like maybe 8 landed flush on Floyd. A lot of those were shoulder punches and everything else. He was in there fighting like a round, and that was the only round that he threw 100 punches in. That was the very first round was the only round he threw 100 punches in. So I mean, let's not act like McDonald went there and dog walked Floyd.
No,
Like,
absolutely not. I never used that terminology when they fought. I just felt it was competitive. You know, I felt that it changed Marcus McDonald's life on the performance he had with Adrian Broner. And for Floyd to take 2 for 1, he made it look a little bit difficult in the first fight and extremely easy in the second. He was a smart genius, man. You know, he was a genius when it came down to it. But I think Hearns would have had a very entertaining performance versus Floyd. I just like the way Hearns fought, his aggressiveness, his length. Yeah, he had his flaws too. He can goddamn get reckless and get caught too. But he had that power though. He had that stature. He had his reach, them long ass fucking arms. It would have been interesting, man. It would have been interesting to see these cats be able to do that. And what even better, you know, in the future, we'll probably be in the dirt by then, but they probably gonna have it to the point where these guys can come back and fight each other on a virtual, damn near reality setting. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be able to put all these settings together, and these cats gonna be able to come back and fight each other as if they was in a boxing ring. Seriously, that's just gonna happen.
Your thought, Trick?
Say it again.
Your thought, Anthony? What do you think about that fight?
Which one? Talking about Mayweather, Thomas Hearns?
Yeah.
No, I got Thomas Hearns by destruction. I mean, like I say, I hear what you're saying.
He said destruction.
I got my destruction. It's like I say, he getting touched up by them lesser guys. And Thomas Hearns is faster, longer. The feints, he would feint Floyd out of his shoes. I'm gonna tell you, the guys I seen with the best feints was Ali, Roy Jones, and Thomas Hearns. Them guys, best guys I see with feints. He feint Floyd out of his shoes. And like I say, that shoulder roll, that's gonna play right into Thomas Hearns' hand because Thomas Hearns old school. Manuel Stewart gonna teach you the punch was there. And matter of fact, I'm gonna give you a fight. You remember that time when Roy Jones fought Eric Harding? Remember that fight? Yeah, any of y'all remember that fight? And Roy Jones, for whatever reason, really couldn't hit Eric Harding with a clean shot right over the top. So whatever reason, Roy just started beating his arm and beating his arm and beating his arm and beating his arm. And that's why they stopped the fight. And Eric Harding the front of his bicep was in the back of his arm. His arm was messed up real bad. So like I say, by Floyd sticking his arm up, his shoulder up, y'all don't be wrong. I think, Thomas Hearns might, Floyd gonna have his moments in the fight. Then again, that's gonna play into Thomas Hearns' hands because once you get aggressive with Tommy Hearns, that's what gets him to open up on you. So I feel, like I said, I got Thomas Hearns by a brutal knockout. Like I say, because brutal. Because like I say, go ahead.
But you have to remind yourself though, that Mayweather's just not just gonna go into a shoulder roll. You got to remember his footwork. His elusiveness in that ring. He's not just gonna stand there and just go into a shoulder roll and move around and not turn your ass. Mind you, Floyd Mayweather's the master of turning somebody and getting your ass, and getting you in a position that he wants you to be in and controlling distance and ring generalship. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not just gonna be like he's just gonna be in a shoulder roll all day. I mean, come on now, Trick. Now damn well he's not just gonna be in a shoulder roll all day. That's
what I've seen him always do. He got to stick his shoulder out there. But that's his defense.
That's the only thing he ever did. You're gonna tell me he never used his footwork. He never turned you. He never turned people. He was never able to his lateral movement, his being able to fight off the back foot. I mean, come on now. His defense, that's why they call him defensive wizard for a reason. Mm-hmm. You just not going to get this man in a shoulder roll just the whole fight. He's just going to be in a shoulder roll. No, he's going to use his angles. He's going to use the distance, his timing. He's going to figure you out. He's going to be able to puzzle you. I mean, he's going to be able to break down your puzzle.
I hear you. I feel once Thomas Hearns lands something on him, Floyd going to go into defense. But like I said, at some point in time, he gonna have to engage with Thomas Hearns because that's how Thomas Hearns fought. He made fighters engage with him. Like I say, go look at Marvin. Go look at their faces after them fights, man. They
But none of them was
like,
Floyd Mayweather, though. None of them was Floyd Mayweather. I mean, you could say that, but none of them was a defensive wizard like Floyd. Not now. Not now. Not even close to being Floyd as defense. Not now.
okay.
Trick, you really have to think about the whole dynamic of it.
I am.
And
Okay.
Sugar Ray Leonard was like a master at an offensive boxer. He was a master at being an offensive boxer. That's why he was able to destroy Thomas Hearns, or whatever, beat him or whatever. Not destroy him, but you know what I mean. But it came down to defense, not nowhere near close to touching Floyd. Defense beats offense on any given Sunday. Y'all watch football, and I don't even watch football like that. But we all know defense will beat offense on any given goddamn Sunday. Yo, come on now. You got to really think about the whole dynamic of it. Don't be just, tunnel vision, one track minded. That's why I like what Combat said. It's been very interesting. And I agree with that. It's very interesting. But you're saying it's going to be a dog walk is what you're saying. Come on now. You got to cut the shit.
I did. Okay, let me ask you a question. So you mean so put it this way. Let's take somebody that Floyd fought, and let's take somebody that Thomas Hearns fought, and let's put him in the ring. How about Floyd Mayweather? How about Sugar Ray Leonard versus Marcus Madonna at 147? Who you got there? Who you got in that fight?
Sugar Ray all day.
Okay, all right. I just want to compare something real quick. But like I say, don't get me wrong. I think the fight would go a few rounds, but I think overall, once Thomas Hearns start hitting Floyd, and again too, like you got to think about this other thing too, like they fought with 8-ounce gloves back then. Floyd want to fight with these feather fisted 10-ounce gloves. So they fought 15 rounds back then. Can Floyd go 15 rounds?
I think Floyd can go 15 rounds. I mean, this man, he's like, he saves his, he saved his best. He's a fighter. He's always.
Yeah, you know what? I think
back then, man, they was. I'm telling, they was a whole nother aggressive, man. The whole fight game was different for them. Like,
and let me say this, man. I'm gonna say this: if you live out of Las Vegas, you should not be able to not make weight. Because I've been in Floyd Mayweather in the gym, and I'm telling you, it was hot in that gym.
Mm-hmm,
so, you been in there?
No, I have never. I've been to Vegas a few times, but I know that he keeps it like over 100 degrees in there.
I went in there. And, you know what? You went in a restaurant, and you almost like went in there and turned back around. Well, you walk in and turn back around. It's like I went in there. I was like, oh hell no! But I stayed in there though. But I actually I got invited to go there actually, and Jeff Mayweather invited me to come there, but I'm like, it was so hot in that gym. I'm like, how the hell y'all? They sitting there like it's cool, like they in the air conditioning.
Yeah, they say it's like a sauna in there. Blue Blood always talk about like it's a sauna. Like you gonna go in there, you gonna lose some weight. You're gonna lose like thoughts too.
Niggas hot here. Yeah. Oh my gosh, it was hot in that gym, man. I'm like, of course it's hot here in Houston. You know that yourself, but they said they don't cut the air conditioner on in that place, and they didn't. I'm like, man, my whole back was just wet, full of sweat. I couldn't wait to get back to the hotel and take a shower.
Right. They say it's hotter than a whore's ass in that bitch. So I do believe that.
Yeah, it's hot. But yeah, back to what we was talking about. Yeah, like I say, we can do this all day. Yeah, nigga be quiet, nigga sleep.
No, I'm here, man. I was letting y'all cook, man.
Oh, okay. We bad. My bad. So,
yeah.
So what do you think about our little dialogue? What do you think?
I mean, could Floyd hit Hearns hard enough to keep him off him? That's the only question I got.
Floyd has enough power to keep a lot of motherfuckers off his ass, though. So I think that whole Floyd has no power.
That one motherfucking Hearns, though, he was that dude.
But I mean, how can we really compare these, power and strength like that?
What was his alias, Destiny? What was his alias?
What was whose?
Thomas Hearns. What was his alias?
Hitman.
He was the Hitman and the Motor City Cobra.
But I mean, he's most famously known as Hitman. I've never heard him by the Motor City Cobra. To be
honest, what he went by first, right, y'all? Did he go by that first?
Mm-hmm.
I honestly, I was born in 1980, so I never heard him by that terminology.
So you're a baby on the panel.
Mm. I never heard him, but I only heard him by, Hitman Hearn, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I only got to watch, that Leonard versus Hearn fight, years later. But my very first boxing match I ever saw, that's why, I was like in love with Mike Tyson, because 1985, Mike Tyson's very first championship. That was the very first time I ever saw boxing. So, I fell in love after that. I was kind of addicted. And when Mike Tyson took that first L, that devastated me. And I just could not go back and watch that fight to this day.
And you know what?
Do something to me.
And you know what? I'm going to tell you 2 fights that broke me up from being a fanboy. Then when Mike Tyson lost to Holyfield, and when Roy Jones lost that fight to Antonio Tarver the first time around, man, I was heartbroken, man.
Man, that's the second fight I felt.
Oh my gosh, I was heartbroken.
I was jilted when Roy Jones lost that fight to goddamn Antonio, because Antonio Tarver was talking that Cash Money shit. I was so mad. I'm like,
Magic Man.
Yeah, I was heartbroken.
I watch that fight to this day too. I won't. Yep, not one.
I was heartbroken.
But this is all I'm saying. Like I said, like, could Floyd hit him hard enough to keep him off him? Because 8 minutes of fury, that fight scarred me. Cause Hagler hit Hearn with everything but the kitchen sink, and he still ain't fall.
You know what? He may not have knocked him down or nothing like that, sir. But it's always that chance of just outboxing somebody, outpointing them. So he may not have been able to knock him down or stop him.
So Destiny, let me stop you in your tracks. See, this is the thing right here. Thomas Hearns was never outboxed, ever. That's the thing.
But he never fought nobody like Mayweather neither. He never fought a defensive wizard.
Yes, he did. He fought with Refracto Benitez. Go look it up. And at the time,
was a defensive wizard. Stop it.
Man, you better hold on. I'll beat you up. I'll beat you up right now.
Defensive wizard. He was on the same level as the goddamn Floyd Mayweather. Cut the shit.
He was the best defensive fighter in his era at the time. Am I right? Am I right, Scotty?
He right, Destiny.
But Mayweather's level, I'm not talking about a defensive wizard.
And he had punching power.
But Benitez was a defensive wizard like Floyd Mayweather. That's all I'm asking.
Yes. And his time he was.
Daddy. He was the same kind of defensive wizard as the goddamn Floyd Mayweather. Benitez. We talking about the same Wilfred Benitez from a goddamn Dominican Republic.
Puerto Rico.
Oh, Puerto Rico, my bad. Puerto Rico. He's the same kind of defensive wizard as goddamn Floyd. He's the same kind of defensive wizard as Floyd. Benitez.
I don't compare them in 2 different eras, but he was good.
True.
He was bad.
As far as
at his time.
But we're comparing fighters now. We're comparing, that's what we're doing. He's on the same level.
But they fought different back then too. They fought different. They did more rounds. I mean, it was different. It was different back then.
But by the time Benitez when they started fighting, wasn't this when they started going around to 12 rounds, right? Wasn't that like 84, 85? They started going to 12 rounds.
But we also got to include the fighters that was coming up back
then. But we're comparing. No, that's what y'all saying. We're comparing era for era. No, we're comparing now. Is Benitez is on the same level of defensive wizardness as goddamn Floyd. Y'all don't try to sugarcoat it, because that's what we're doing. Y'all saying Thomas Hearn, like we got to make sure Floyd is in the same era. So you got to do the same thing with Benitez in the same era as with Floyd with the defensiveness. He's on the same level.
I would put him in the same level.
Oh shit!
I would too. I would too. I tell you what, Roy Jones did an interview, and he said, we interviewed Roy Jones, right? Mm-hmm. I set that up. Thank you very much. Roy Jones said the best defensive fighter he ever saw. He was laughing. The best defensive fighter he ever seen was Refracto Benitez. Was the best defensive fighter he's seen.
And he was smoking.
That's coming from Roy.
And I was smoking good shit.
No. You know what? Destiny, listen, I don't say, hey, Destiny, I ain't trying to get your business stuff. I don't know if you got kids, but I bet you your kids are bringing home straight A's.
No, I don't believe in beating children at all, because I feel like that was some slave master shit. That was, that's when we started wanting to beat our children to get your respect for your child.
Oh, I'm messing with you, man.
Yeah, I don't believe in that. Yeah,
those straight A's, bring your ass up, boy.
Not my thing. But I'm not going to. I was a strict disciplinarian at one point, but then I had to realize that That's not where it was at. You know what I'm saying? As you grow and you learn, you start reading, you start understanding, understanding self and where we come from, and then that's not
You
necessary.
figured that out after DFAT came to your house or before?
Never happened. Never happened.
Miss Destiny, your kid is white from the waist down. You beat the skin off their ass. You gotta
Never.
stop that.
Nah. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
I was just messing with you.
I know you. I know
But
you.
Yeah, you something else, man. Man, the strange part, like I say, I didn't know you was here in Houston. Okay, all right.
But you're not gonna shit on my Pop-Tart and tell me it's icing, sir. That's what you're not gonna do. You're not gonna shit on my Pop-Tart and tell me it's icing, because I know better.
No, Benitez.
So when you say he's born in 1980, hey, when she said she's born in 1980, I said, oh, here we go. Because I'm born in 73. I'm in the 45 and up club. What's up, Major Key? He called me earlier. What's up, man? Talking loud and shit.
What's good, Major Key? On deck.
What it do, baby?
Film study there, Destiny, and look at some of these comparisons. Whenever we have some time, man, get some good panel up here and do some film study with some of these names we're talking about.
Don't never get it twisted now. I know these are greats. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're on my, top, 100 list of all good times. But defensive fight, one of the Roy Jones talking about Benitez, like the most best defensive fighter he's ever seen. Cut the shit. Come on, let's talk about Archie Moore, aka the Mongoose. He got to cut the shit, yo. Pernell Whitaker, like, come on, he got to cut the shit, y'all. Ain't no way on God's green planet Earth, whatever God, y'all, whatever. That Benitez is better than Archie Moore.
Pernell Whitaker might have some elusive defense, but how often did he just dance around and avoid punches and didn't give any offense in return? It was no counter to that shit. He just danced around.
We're talking about defense, honey. We're not talking about offense. It's defense and offense. It's two different separate things, though. But the most defensive fighter he's ever seen, come on, y'all got to, he got to cut the shit, y'all. Better than Archie Moore, y'all, the inventor of the shoulder roll. Come on now. He got to cut the shit. Archie Moore, the Mongoose. Y'all, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I don't know, Scotty. I don't know, Scotty. I don't know, Scotty, man. They put that Saturday night special on Pernell Whitaker a couple times now.
Yeah. You talking about robbing them?
Oh yeah.
Definitely robbed them.
Put that on Pernell a couple times now.
He got robbed by Ramirez and Senior.
Oh man. It's funny I mentioned that because when they put the Alamo Dome up in 96, that's where the fight was at, and I've been watching that fight, and man, it was quiet in there, man. The Mexicans was quiet up in there. It was quiet in that fight, man, and it's sad that they did Whitaker like that.
They robbed him twice. They robbed him with Ramirez, and they robbed him with Senior, man.
Yep, that's true.
I'm surprised he didn't survive that, dog. Like, when Medrick Taylor was robbed of 2 seconds, it destroyed him, man.
But Roy to say that's like saying Salvador Sanchez is the best defensive fighter he ever seen too. Like, yo, Roy should start throwing like random motherfucking names up there, yo. Like, Canelo's the best defensive fighter I ever seen in my, like, he gotta cut the shit, y'all.
No, that was started on him. That's just his opinion. I mean,
James Tony's the best defensive fighter in the goddamn.
You can't forget about Tony now.
Huh?
James Tony got hit too, man.
James Tony.
You need to cut the shit now. Cut the motherfucking shit now.
Yeah, it's like, so Benitez is a better defensive fighter than the goddamn James Tony.
James did some shit on the inside. I appreciate and enjoy watching him, but he got hit a lot too.
But Benitez is a better defensive fighter than James Tony.
Who's what?
Benitez a better defensive fighter than James Tony?
I mean, they was two different. They had two different styles, man. Let me see.
Defensive fighters, though, like we're talking about defense. Like, it don't matter.
Yeah, we're talking about James Tony being defensively sound on the inside. He loved the box on the inside, and he was beautiful at doing it.
I would
He can
still
do it
get to
on the outside
Benitez.
too when he needed.
Yeah, I would give it to Benitez could do both because he was very defensive on the ropes too as well.
Yeah, I'll give it to Benitez, man.
Yeah.
Y'all would give it to Benitez over James Toney.
Yeah, because James
I
Toney
would.
got hit a
Hey,
lot.
He got hit a lot.
What kind of delusional weed y'all smoke? Because I need to be on that same good shit. Y'all take that damn delusional blind around.
Ain't nobody say Canelo.
Oh man, we started on him.
Canelo. I literally just said so. Canelo's the best defensive fighter I've ever seen in my life. The best ever, hands down.
Who, Canelo?
The best. Canelo, yeah, he is the best defensive fighter on planet Earth. Yes, he is.
I mean, when he's shadow boxing, that shit is right. That's true.
No, I'm talking about the ring. No, I'm talking about the ring against everybody, every opponent he ever fought. He is the best, hands down. Solid.
Hey, Thomas Dilemma in the chat. He said Benitez was the best was a better defensive fighter than Tony. Two different fighters, but Benitez was a beast.
I mean, of course he's gonna say that goofy shit. Of course.
Let me post that. So it can be up there for
look at Combat.
Destiny Black to read, you know.
Look at Combat. Don't be like an asshole.
Canelo the best defensive fighter you ever seen, for real?
Planet Earth. I'm being sarcastic. You know, I'm being facetious. But on Planet Earth, yeah, hands down, the best. Because y'all said Benitez was better than James Toney. Better, I mean, on the same playing field as fucking Floyd Mayweather. Yeah, the best. So Canelo's hands down, he outshine everybody. Hands down.
Two different fighters, man. You know, I have to commend James Toney for his defense. But you know, you really have to analyze the tape. You just can't say just because James Toney got touched up a lot too.
So Benitez, he never got okay.
He got touched up a lot too, man.
Benitez never got touched up a lot.
I'm not saying he didn't get touched up a lot. I'm saying with his defense. You know what I'm saying?
That's what we're talking about, though. You're saying the same. James Toney got touched up a lot, so Benitez didn't.
I'm just speaking on how clean his defense.
You know what? You might want to go back and revisit a James Toney fight and revisit a Benitez fight. Like I'm talking about, like
what James Toney fight? Fighting who? Fighting who? Iran Barkley? What?
I mean, I'll give it. Who the hell you replay it back? Run it back though, and then run back one of Benitez's fights. I don't give a damn who you pick, whichever one of the winners.
Which fight? You said one of Benitez's fights. So in order for you to speak on Benitez's defense, in the opposite of agreeing with us, you have to bring up a fight that he just shined. You have to bring up a fight that he just shined. Which fight did you want us to bring up that he just shined?
Yo, I'm just saying. I don't remember everybody he fought because, you know, that was yesteryears for me. Like, literally, I don't remember everybody he fought. Like, you know, off the top of my head, he shined there.
You can't even converse on this. You ain't did no film study on Benitez.
No, I'm saying I don't remember the names of people that like he fought. Like, I'm sorry, I just don't remember like a lot of names. Like, not like that. No, I remember fights. You know what I'm saying? Like, but their names, I'm not gonna remember those. I'm just not gonna lie to you. But
so you don't know one fighter that he really shined defensively.
Never. I honestly, I never thought he was a defensive wizard like that. To be honest, and that's just my personal opinion.
I'm gonna ask you do some film study. We're gonna come back on Christmas Day, and we're gonna do some film study.
I never thought Benitez was a defensive wizard like that. Like this was the first time I ever heard anybody refer to Benitez as a defensive wizard. Like this, I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
They might not go deep into boxing like that. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's not true. My mom was definitely a boxing historian. She was the one who really put me onto the sport. No. Honestly, I've seen Benitez fight a few times. I probably saw him fight like a good 10 of his fights. To be honest, I'm not gonna like exaggerate and say I saw all his fights. Like that would be a whole damn lie.
You must have been on your phone because you can't remember one person he fought.
I know he fought Sugar Ray Leonard and shit like that, and he lost. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm talking about. I don't remember like every goddamn name he's ever fought. Like honestly, I remember once I was on the damn panel, and I thought, damn, Lamont Peterson lost to goddamn Lara. I get people confused all the time. You got to give me, you know what I'm saying? Like you gotta work with me. You gotta work with the kid. Because I felt like Danny Garcia lost to Lamont Peterson, but I got them damn names confused. I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you watch so much boxing, you're not going to remember everybody that they fought. I'm sorry. That's just my bad.
Well, you shouldn't have that excuse because you're still young in life. So, I could use
Mm,
that excuse, but you're still young in life. You're supposed to be
um,
remembering this shit like snap,
well,
crackle, pop.
apparently my
Snap,
memory.
crackle, pop.
Well, sir, apparently I don't remember names like that, but I
You're
do
supposed to be
remember.
taking your CMOS. You're supposed to be on point, goddamn it.
No, nigga, I'm not taking no damn sea moss though. That shit is disgusting. I tried sea moss one good time. That shit is terrible.
The
How
jail
much?
too? The jail?
I never had the gel. I just had like that damn
Take
drink
the
shit.
jail. If you take the raw, yeah, it's kind of acquired taste, but you get the gel or gummies, you good.
I never seen them with gummies. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just had that shit in drink shit. That drink form. That shit was terrible. I'm like, yo, I'd much rather
No.
drink piss. What the fuck is this shit?
On the rocks. Damn.
Man, I'm trying to tell you that sea moss shit was terrible. Like, man, what the fuck am I drinking, yo? Like, y'all could I threw that shit up.
You
Like, yo,
the gel and you can mix it in with other like a protein or something, put that CMOS in there, the CMOS
tell
gel.
me,
It tastes good.
a lot of the top so-called experts? Who are experts according to you? Because experts don't mean shit.
Shit, you talking to one? You talking to someone on the panel right now?
Oh, Thomas? Is Thomas on the damn panel?
No, you talking to him.
There's no need to call the experts if you're gonna ask the same question. If they agree, you're gonna shoot them down because
No,
you haven't been
I
in no
thought he was
field
saying he
study.
was Thomas, though. I thought he was saying it was Thomas. I was about to say, I'm gonna address your ass then. I thought I was talking to the damn chat. I was about to say, what was that you then, Thomas? Why you on the damn chat? Nah, but I mean, who decides who the fuck is the goddamn expert? Like, seriously.
Expert in what?
He says all the experts puts Benitez as the top.
Oh, just
top 10 defensive wizard.
Study the sport. That's one of those gray areas. It's all about perception.
Burt Sugar them.
Yeah.
Thomas, your ass ain't goddamn
Burt
offended.
Sugar is no longer living though. So.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, he would be one of the.
He would be one. He's a historian for real.
Yo, some motherfuckers consider goddamn Max Kellerman as a goddamn boxing expert.
You know what?
That's when they own that good shit. I'm talking about that Flocka mixed with that damn Mike Tyson strand that he growing over there, that toad.
And you know what?
Go ahead, honey.
And the thing about Max Kellerman, see what Max Kellerman had on that polo shirt and that Tommy Hilfiger shirt button down, he was doing his thing with boxing. As soon as he put that suit on, he changed.
You gotta be the company guy, man. You gotta say that top rank, man.
And to be fair and to be honest, sometimes Max Kellerman do say shit that really shocks me. But he said, "What the who?" Like, damn, I'm kind of shocked. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes Max Kellerman he'll come out his out of the the old media talking points and actually say some real shit. You be like, wait, what?
I did when I spoke to some people up at ESPN, not at ESPN, that work at ESPN. That's purposely done for them to get viewers to tune in to controversial stuff. They do. They just don't want the same bland type of be right every time. Nope, they don't want that shit. They want people to, pay attention, say some wrong shit every now and then, so y'all can have a debate about it. Whether it's him, Stephen A, or him and whatever, man. That's fact.
That makes sense. Honestly, I can really see how that works out.
Triller kicked off. What's his name? I forgot who announced the fights. They kicked him off the air down here in Atlanta, right at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, on the prelims, and then they had a talk with him. They said, "Listen, if you're not going to be open and spontaneous and like you chilling with the fellas, we don't want you behind the mic." So when he came back, I guess he had some drinks and shit, and he and De La Hoya came over there.
Yeah, I know you talking about. You talking about Bernstein?
No, it wasn't Bernstein. It was the other dude, the Hispanic dude, the young dude.
Okay, I know. I got.
They told him that, and he came back. He said, "Damn, that's the first time we was talking in the lobby." He said, "That's the first time I ever heard some shit like that. Like they don't want me to be all the way 100% professional. They just want me to be off the cuff, informal."
So you talking about Abnormales?
No, the guy with the black hair that's be announcing the fights, man. Damn, he's the main face, not Al Bernstein. Al Bernstein's commentator.
No, Al Bernstein was Showtime.
But nah,
he was there. He was there with Triller. They had him there.
Oh,
Triller.
Triller. You know
fight.
what? My bad. I'm thinking of goddamn ESPN. My bad, y'all.
You
Y'all
gotta get
got
in the trenches,
Nah,
baby
they
girl.
had
You
did
gotta
that
get in
Triller
those
fight
trenches, Destiny.
with Bernstein he was up there high.
Yeah.
Oscar came in drunk, tripping, talking about he
that's
ready
the
to
best
fight and
Oscar
all
I
that shit,
ever
all that
enjoyed
other
right
shit.
there.
I know his last. I think his last man was that.
It was
I think
a
his
Jake
last
Paul fight. It was a Jake Paul
Lopez.
fight.
Some
Yeah, it
Lopez.
was
I
Jake
forgot.
Paul versus Ben Askren.
Yeah, it was the Jake Paul Ben Askren card. But it was a big fight on the undercard that was carrying that fight. Because I remember it being at Mercedes-Benz, it was pay-per-view, and I think it was on a Sunday.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Anything with the Paul name included in it, I didn't never. Yeah, I refuse. Only time it was Logan Paul versus Mayweather, and
See, I just went
I
there
didn't
because
pay
it's
for that
my.
fight. I streamed that bitch. I only streamed just the Logan Paul versus Mayweather, so I couldn't
I
tell you
just
nothing
went there
about the
because it's in
Paul.
my backyard, and you know it was media for me to cover Triller for the first time. So since they was in my backyard, I said, "Fuck it, I'm going to see how they operate," and I liked them. I like how they did their shit, man. They fed us well, man. They was on point. But I tell you, when that's the best Oscar I was real close from getting a picture with him, but he was too fucked up, dog.
Damn.
He was too fucked up.
Because
Too
I
many
was
people
watching the
around. He was
card live,
talking
and
loud
I
in
was
the
like, man,
hotel.
Oscar was tripping.
I like, man. If you could have been like that as a boxer, man, oh my god.
Oscar De La Hoya.
Oh yeah, man. He had people dying laughing. He was so fucked up.
Yo, he's too busy with like wearing pantyhose and fishnets and shit.
Well, I heard a
We
story
all
about
know
Oscar.
he a freak. You know, he up there doing that freaky shit.
It's World Combat Sports. You ever interviewed Teddy Reed?
Teddy Reed. I don't think so.
Teddy Reed, y'all refresh. Who's like? I know I heard the name, but give me Teddy Reed.
Yeah, Teddy Reed is from my.
Because I haven't really interviewed some of the older fighters, the OGs, man. I really haven't, I haven't really been interviewing.
No, you give me a face to
after I had
name.
COVID. After I had
Come
COVID,
back.
I haven't really been up on my interviews like that since then.
Come on, let him give me a face to name because I've heard that name Teddy Reed, but I need like a.
Yeah, Teddy Reed is from out of the DMV area. He fought like Golden Johnson. He fought. You know what? Kermit Cintron is his top fight.
Hey Dion, you have a replay, Dion.
Okay, when he fought
okay.
Kermit Cintron, what year was that? Like in where
90. Oh shit. Oh man, I can't really remember. I'm gonna say 90. They fought in Houston. They fought here in Houston. No, I wouldn't. It was like I'm gonna say like between 99 and like 2002 or 2000.
You said 90s. Like I'm like, wait, Kermit Cintron. Like I remember, like when he took that dive on purpose. When he was fighting goddamn
Paul Williams.
Yo, that is still to this day.
You wrong for that, man. You wrong for that.
That nigga threw himself through the that was B-Hop yeah, bruh.
Everyone got one in the quarter.
Stretcher. I would never stop laughing at that shit. I would never. Yo, I should have that damn clip saved on my fucking phone, yo. Kermit Cintron was out of fucking pocket.
You wrong for that. I talked to Kermit Cintron. I'm gonna tell him you said that. You wrong for that.
Come back. No offense to you, but that's a light skinned nigga shit. That was the light skinned nigga shit he did with that shit.
He's a good guy, and hey, y'all saw Margarito earlier. He admitted he said that he felt that Margarito cheated. He fought Margarito. But yeah, that's right. They fought here in Houston. Man, I didn't get a chance to make the fight when he fought Teddy Reed. But Teddy Reed was a puncher. He could punch. And his son, he's trying to get his son started in boxing. He say I think he got some amateur fights. He's trying to get him to we might turn pro probably by the summer. So there'll be World Combat Sports. That'll be a good interview for you, man. To talk with Scotty. We'll talk with Teddy Reed. He got some really interesting stories, man. And
I know the name Teddy Reed though. Trick. But you know what? I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I've not watched every fight that's ever been on planet fucking Earth. I'm sorry, y'all. It's just not. But I do know that name, and I kind of feel like I do remember.
You probably seen him fight.
Yeah, but I just don't know what fight, and it might have been Kermit Cintron, but I just don't remember the fight. So it is what it is.
Yeah, probably. You know, it's like me. I haven't watched every fight either, but like, I'll tell you what I used to do. Like, I have a box. I know that box got about maybe it's more than one box, but I know I got 2 boxes, and it's got over like 25 or 30 tapes. And I just sit there. I used to record boxing all the time, and I used to watch boxing on the forum back in the day when Rich Murata and Barry Tompkins used to call the show.
Mm-hmm.
And you remember I'm gonna say Sean Porter. What's the guy's name? Sean O'Grady from Tuesday Night Fights. Y'all remember him?
Yeah, Sean O'Grady. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually spoke with him, man. Yeah, I spoke with Sean O'Grady, man, and I want to try to get him on the show and give us a
good one. I like Sean O'Grady, man.
Yeah, and see,
not every fight so damn. Not every fight you're gonna be able to watch anyway, because not every fight is like you can watch.
That's true. Yeah. Michael Carbajal, hope you're setting something up with him at the first of the year. Josh Clottey, Lou Savarese. He right here in Houston, so I might go by his gym.
What Clottey doing right now? Was he able to have something outside of the boxing? What are you?
Yeah, he's over in his country. He's from I think he's from I'm gonna say Ghana. Where's Josh Clottey from? I'm gonna say Ghana.
No, he's from Uganda. He's from Uganda.
No, he's not from Uganda. That's you probably thinking of Kasim Uma. Josh Clottey is from Ghana, if I'm not mistaken, because he's from the same place, same city as Quartet, Accra, Ghana, and he got some hotels over there, some businesses over there. And when I spoke with him, he said he'll be back in Brooklyn the first of the year, and we're gonna set something up.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah, you remember Lateef Coyote? Remember him?
Yes.
Yeah, I spoke with him a couple of weeks ago. I'll try to get him on the show for an interview. He's got some interesting stuff to talk about. So I'm excited, man. Cause got a lot of fighters lined up to talk with him and stuff.
Yeah, man.
Man. Hey, I talked to Rick Glaser yesterday.
What are you talking about?
Really? You really want to know? Man,
he always has something
man, how I got to talk to him, I was talking to this one cat on Facebook, and I don't know if it's a fighter named David Telesco. David Telesco fought Roy Jones some years ago. But I always had like David Telesco. Yeah, I always had like David Telesco. And you know what, man? That's one fight I thought Roy, I said, man, that's a fight that I don't know. I know Roy's going to win the fight, but Roy better step away because David Telesco's a big guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm sure that night he probably rehydrated around about 200 pounds, maybe.
He
close to 200 pounds.
Thurman, David Telesco a little bit.
With that hair, huh? With that hair, a little bit. Yeah, but Telesco could fight, man. He just ran into Roy, man. And he said, guy was like, well, he shot me Rick Glaser's number, and I called him. And shit, me and him stay on the phone talking about an hour, man. And of course, you know, he was talking about, I said, is that true about the tank numbers? He said, yeah, it's true about those tank numbers, man, about Mayweather and them lying about, about the pay-per-views and stuff like that. And, he's a very interesting guy to talk to, man.
Yeah.
So
but I don't think he liked Mayweather, though. He don't like Mayweather.
He sure don't.
So I'm not sure why I'm here to believe all that, because he don't like Mayweather, though.
Well, that's not so much Mayweather's Leonard Ellerby. Well, then again, they still in the same,
okay, I got you.
Yeah, it's more Leonard Ellerby, But he's a cool guy. I mean, he's been around boxing a long time. He know a lot of fighters. He know a lot of people. He know a lot of real interesting guy to talk to, man. So, I talking to him yesterday, man. Nice guy.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah, so I try to do my little thing.
The numbers that Mayweather put out, for Tank or whatever. those numbers are clearly inflated too. Just because we can't fact check shit. Nobody can fact check shit though. So
All like you said, I mean, all them shits are damn inflated, unless it's doing something incredible. I mean, they just gonna be up on YouTube for us to talk about. Everybody's gonna have their own little number. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
So it's nothing we can do to validate it. It's not like we're going. Hey, Trick, can you tell them to
Yeah.
send us that paperwork over? Tell them to fax it. Hurry up.
Right?
That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, that's true.
Want that shit by 4:30. Goddamn it! Not a minute after.
Oh, come back here. Go. Hey, Trick.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell them 300. Tell them it was 350 plus. Put that shit out there. ASAP. Because nobody fucking knows. Like, yo, anybody can say whatever.
Yeah, that's true.
Matter of fact, Combat, me and you, we're a trusted source at this point, Combat. So every time, if Bud even gets on Twitter, yo, he did a million, 8 million tops. He just, Bud is on Twitter, 8 million. 8 million people. That's what it is. Come argue with it. Because trusted sources told me.
Trusted sources, that's it.
That's the magic word, trusted sources. Because
But see, I think you when that situation went down, and then you automatically reverted the response and said, "Who's your trusted sources?" And then I heard somebody tell you who said that. That's what he said. So I think that was Keon who said that's what he said. So that isn't a trusted source if it's coming from Errol Spence. But it's just a fact that you were right. Like who said that? How can you validate it? How can you prove that those numbers? What is the trusted source? Because you have to validate your trusted source. You have to fact check them too.
Right. You just cannot tell me a trusted source told you something that I have to go with that shit. No. Because I tell you what, when I was in the Army and I did pharmacy, right?
That's why you so argumentative. But go ahead.
Shut your ass up.
Go ahead. I'll wrestle with you.
But if some medication came up missing, right? And one of my soldiers told me hey, it's, polite. We only have 8 bottles of Tylenol. We're supposed to have 10. Okay, so what's the other 2? Well, somebody told me we only got 8. Well, who the fuck is somebody? Specialist Smith. What happened to the other bottles? I don't know. Specialist Google told me it was only, you know what I'm saying? That's the same thing. It's that's what they do with these numbers. And that's what they do. That's what they go down this whole list of Mr. Telephone Man. You remember that game we used to play in elementary school? Telephone line or whatever it was. The rumor game. What was it called, y'all? When somebody whispered something in your ear and you had to go pass down or whatever it was called. Telephone, wasn't it? I don't know what the fuck it's called. But that's the same game.
In the 90s, I was busy working.
In elementary?
You might have been skipping down the street kicking cans. I was working.
Get your ass out of here. I think it's called telephone though.
What y'all think about the Christmas card?
What Christmas card?
Vito Melnicki against whatever his name is. Yeah, I think it's pretty decent. Yeah. I would have liked my boy Mac to be on there too. He got injured.
What Christmas card are y'all talking about? Like a Christmas card or it's about fighting?
In Newark.
No, it's a fight card on Christmas.
Oh, in Newark?
With these niggas.
I don't watch anyway. He has not fought nobody of worthiness for me to even pay attention to him. Only person he ever fought was goddamn Nonito Donaire, and he was 787 years old. So, man. Yeah.
You making Luis Ortiz feel good now that nobody's talking about his age.
Yeah.
Look, hey, that I'll be honest with you. That's a decent $40 card though.
Yeah, I agree. Shit, hey,
for $40, I give him that.
Shit, Ortiz got
me on that little card right there.
Shit, Ortiz got two birthdays. He got one here and one in Cuba. So we don't know who that nigga
is. We don't. You're right.
Shit. Oh, Ortiz. Man, I met Ortiz. You know what, man? Speaking of Luis Ortiz, I met him in Vegas. And it was me, a Lion Killer, Town Business, and Reggie Owens. Man, we was all sitting up there chilling, talking. And we see this. I saw him at the kind of corner of my eye, but Reggie Owens really noticed it. Reggie was like, man, he said, man, that dude like Luis Ortiz. And we kept looking. That is him. Well, so we walked over there. We didn't walk up on him. We walked over there, and it was him. And they say Luis Ortiz, they list him at 6'4". Now I'm 6'2". He's not that much taller than I am. I'll give him with his shoes on. He might be about 6'3", because Lion Killer is about 6'3" with his shoes on. So they was almost about the same height. So, and Lion Killer's got me by a little bit. So Luis Ortiz is not that much taller than I am. So I'm like, he can't unless I'm 6'3". You know what I'm saying? But he's not no legit 6'4". That's just what I know that for a fact. Scotty, you met him?
Yeah, I seen Ortiz before.
So what you think?
I went to the fight. I went to I was at the fight between Deontay Wilder and Luis Ortiz.
Duh, I don't know why I asked you that. Damn. But what you think, man?
Yeah, what you said about right, because that's the first thing I did was size him up. We about the same height.
Damn,
yeah,
he got all y'all niggas is tall as shit. I mean, it's that tall too.
Hey, Scotty always sizing everybody up.
No, not really. That's a lie.
That's the military thing in you, bro. That's the military thing in you right there.
When I see fighters, I just see them on TV, and then I get a chance to see them in person. I always try to get close. Say, "Damn, okay, now I got a true." Just like Alexander Usyk, the picture I took with Alexander Usyk. I just wanted to see how big he really was, how tall he was. So he about 6'4", 6'5".
They say he is 6'4", according to like whatever it is.
Yeah, about 6'4". He's not that tall. He looks tall on TV, but he's not that tall. But he's in shape.
Of course, yeah.
What's going on, Sir Senior? How you feeling, bro? He's in shape, dog. I ain't gonna lie.
So Scotty, you legit 6'3", right?
What now?
You about a legit 6'3".
Yeah, 6'3".
Okay.
Okay.
Scotty, you legit 6'3", right? Shine quick. Y'all sound, I saw him. I said, man, Ortiz ain't that tall, man. He don't 6'4". It's funny like you. Tall, that's like his NBA players. I'm telling you, man. I saw. We got Destiny. You know what Fundy Rec is, right?
Who?
You heard of Fundy Recreation Center?
Where at?
It's off Allen Parkway here in Houston. Over kind of by Montrose. Okay. Well, during the summertime, the NBA players that live here or they coming here to visit, they go play ball there. That's what I'll tell you what, if you go there like on a Monday morning between like 8 o'clock in the morning and like 12, you'll see a lot of NBA players in there playing. So we used to go hang out up there. And I saw Damon Stoudemire one time. And they list Damon Stoudemire at 5'10". Man, Damon Stoudemire with his shoes on had been about 5'8". I was standing right there. Yeah, he little. And then like I saw Sean Kemp. I stood next to Sean Kemp. They list Sean Kemp at 6'10". Sean Kemp, I stood right next to him. And Gerald Green. They the same height. Sean Kemp's about 6'8". He's not 6'10". Him and Gerald Green the same height. So yeah, they exaggerate them guys' height, man. Them guys ain't that damn tall, man. They just
Dominique.
I used
to think Meek was extremely tall too. He's like 6'5". Dominique Wilkins. I used to think the way he dunked, he was super tall, but no. I can tell you somebody that's really true to form is Dikembe Mutombo. He's tall as shit.
Yeah, he looked like it. Yeah.
Hey, bro, I want to ask y'all about a fight out in Houston, man. What Greg Corbin up to, man?
Greg Corbin?
Yeah, the big heavyweight that was supposed to be up and coming. I think he lost the coffee.
You know what? You know what? He probably one of them. See, I haven't been doing this, but I will start going to them more often. These local fights here in Houston. Now, Stay Ready Boxing TV and 503 be up on that. Now, I've been to a few of these local fights around here, but I haven't heard that. I haven't heard of that guy's name. I haven't heard of him.
You know who that is? On the side of the big heavyweight that be fighting all cool. He checking a whole lot of angles. Don't throw no punches.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know who this guy is.
Checking angles and shit.
Let me see.
I never heard of that man a day in my life.
Is he straight U.S. heavyweight or he from a different country?
No, he here because he was fighting on the PBC. That they had threw him in there with him and Michael Coffey. That's how Michael Coffey got a name for himself because he had beat Greg Corbin. Because I think it was on their Spence. It was on the Spence Porter undercard.
Can I just be real with y'all?
Yeah.
Nobody, please don't take my head off. Even with our boy Deontay Wilder, bringing, trying to heavyweight boxing has just not been an interest to me like that for a long time. It just has not. I just don't feel like the competition, the level of competition and the boxing skills has been there, in my opinion.
So what you say about who? Deontay what?
Just for me, just me personally, I've been calling for a Super 6 in the heavyweight division for the last 2-3 years.
Yeah.
They've been needed a Super 6 or something like that.
And look, since he lost, ain't nobody saying shit about the heavyweight division.
No, what I'm saying though, I'm not saying there's no slices. Deontay, even with him, revitalizing the heavyweight division, I just don't think the competition level of talent is really there for my liking.
I mean, with Oleksandr Usyk, he was a former cruiserweight unified, so now he's heavyweight unified. Hey, boxing just came full circle to a point where we've been saying that Anthony Joshua was overrated, and I wish D would have got the shot back then when they was fucking him over with that 12 flat fee and 15 million flat fee. But now the boxing world know what it could have been because he's out. And no, ain't nobody talking about shit. They keep talking about Dillian White. They keep it's dead. It's dead.
The only hope we got right now, I ain't saying my boy ain't gonna get off the couch because he's still gonna keep fighting, but only other American after him that we really waiting on is Big Baby Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
No, Big Baby.
He's still
you got the Kari Scott down here.
I just don't feel like heavyweight boxing for me. It has not moved me since Tyson and Lennox Lewis and them left the arena. Honestly, I've not been enthusiastic about heavyweight boxing. I know a lot of people don't hate me for this. Even with Deontay Wilder, revitalized or whatever, I still was not enthusiastic about heavyweight. I just was not. I just don't feel like it just does not spark my interest at all like that. Like, oh, okay, yeah. To me, the level of competition is just not there.
They're not mixing it up enough, and I understand where you're coming from, and they just not mixing it up enough because
it's not even about mixing up. I just don't feel like the talent and the level of competition is there. I just don't feel like it for me.
It's a lot of good talent there. It's just they not mixing it up.
I mean, in your opinion, but not for my opinion. I just don't see it. I can't find it.
Well,
and I just didn't give a fuck about it.
In what division?
Heavyweight.
Oh, they got some talent now.
Yeah, they do. You know what?
Opinion, but for me, I don't find the talent very. It doesn't.
So which ones you don't find talented in the top 10?
None of them. None of them. None.
What?
None. Not one of them.
That's tough right there because I know I like Frank Sanchez. I like everything.
Oh yeah. I'm saying y'all something.
Look at what I'm saying about Jared Anderson. I am liking what I see with him, but he's not. You know what I'm saying? He's not arrived, so to speak. So I
He's not
mean, yeah,
alive.
when I say he hasn't arrived, you know what I'm saying? He hasn't like hit the grand stage.
What about the Frank Sanchez's and
He's okay. Like I thought Luis
No,
Ortiz was okay.
what about
He doesn't like blow my mind. For me personally, I'm not saying what y'all gotta think. It's for me.
I know what you're
It just
saying.
doesn't blow my mind.
I got you. I mean, I can understand you talking about, having that thrill factor.
Yeah,
Stepping into the ring. We don't have none of that. We just got basic heavyweights right now.
yeah, we just exactly. This is, I feel like you kind of got like robotic people. Even with Wilder having a charismatic personality, but it doesn't translate to me in the ring. And Wilder's not literally like knocking you out. He doesn't like wow me with his boxing skills. I don't have that thing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just not there for me. But whatever floats y'all boat, by all means. You know what I'm saying? Y'all like what y'all like. I like what I like. I liked what I like. And I just not have found it at the heavyweight division. So to me, heavyweight division has not been keeping boxing afloat for me personally. For me, I've always been like, looking at the smaller weight classes. And that's no cruiserweight has not been no, cherry, you know what I'm saying? Like no icing on a cake neither. A lot of those, bigger weight classes to me just has not been that interesting. Like, okay, that's great. Next. Like, they keep, like Helen, Usyk for winning, undisputed at cruiserweight. But who was he the people that he beat to get that undisputed? Who are these people? Who are these men that he beat? Never heard of them.
Now, when you talk about that, I agree in a sense, but you was talking about heavyweights. So, for Usyk first fight up, he fought Chase Witherspoon, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody gave a damn about that. And then he fought Derek Chisora. He looked okay. But when he came in there and fought Joshua, he performed better than he did with Chisora because we knew Joshua wasn't shit.
Yeah, we always knew Joshua wasn't shit.
Joshua made him look like a superstar.
But the funny thing is, though, Joshua said 2 weeks before that fight, "Oh, I don't care if I lose this fight." Right, you was already preparing to lose this fucking fight. So why is you wasting our fucking time, yo?
Exactly.
You said that 2 weeks before the fucking fight. I don't care if I lose this fight. So get the fucking sport of boxing, yo. You wasting our goddamn time.
Joshua was saying that shit because he knew the gig was up.
And you know what? You might be 100% correct with that. You might be 100% correct because who says that 2 weeks before a fucking fight? I don't care if I lose this fight.
And listen, y'all notice every time the Deontay Wilder is about to fight Joshua, is possibly going to happen, Joshua end up losing.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, and you know what? It's been said before. Don't be surprised that he get off them belts. That was said several months ago. Don't be surprised that he get off those belts. And that's exactly what happened.
And the thing with Joshua too, he's been in America this whole time. He ain't even training nothing like that. But he's chasing, American gangsters. He's in the club with all the damn rappers, living his best funky good life. Bro, if you're not interested in boxing no more,
come over here and get another baby, and get some other shit. Let him.
I ain't even mad at him for that. I'm not mad at him for that though. But you're wasting our time pretending by pretending that you're still interested in the sport of boxing. You're wasting true boxing fans' time by pretending.
Hey, look, he training with Ronnie Shields now out in Houston. You might can find him out there and tell him that.
Oh shit! Let me go start getting to this goddamn gym because y'all been knowing.
I'm glad you brought that up because I'm laying in the bed, right, and I was asleep, and my Facebook went off, and Dominic Gwynn was like, "Guess what?" And I'm like, "What?" And he sent me the picture of him and Joshua. So I hop up out my sleep. I'm like, "What?" He say that they fixed to start training them. He said, don't say anything. Keep it on the low. So I didn't. So Scotty know about this.
Yeah.
So it's funny how nobody knew about this. I say I was kind of the first one to get the news. So I shot it to somebody and I was shooting at Scotty. And as far as I know, they're supposed to be training him for his next fight. I don't know if he's still gonna train him. That's still in the works. So I just check back with Dominic and find out what's going on. Because that's how I get my little information from that camp right there. You know, so I'm gonna check back with him.
I mean, he really gonna train because I know they say Ronnie Shields is like he's a strickler. Like he's really strict about you training and being on top of your A game.
Oh yeah,
So he's gonna train with Ronnie Shields, and Ronnie Shields is gonna
Old school.
Exactly. Thank you.
He's gonna whip his ass in shape. Because you know what? I noticed the
Like
difference
Kevin
between
Cunningham, like that too.
Yeah.
I noticed the difference between David Morrell's last fight versus this fight. He seemed a lot more disciplined in this fight against Alontes Fox, than he did his last fight. And I know Ronnie Shields is only going to progress him even more.
It seemed like they trying to run Morrell into Benavidez too, man.
Right now though, like he needs to get his fights up with his weight so he can pay him back when he's bigger. But like you saying, they're trying to go fight him tomorrow. No. Can he get some fights up? Try to put that man in that damn ring with David Benavidez right off the rip. Like, yo, this man only has 6 fights. Y'all cut the shit.
I'm just saying.
That'd be bad.
That seems like the collision course that they own. Cuban Mexican rivalry. Hey, that'll do numbers.
It will. It definitely will. But this man need to get his fights up with his weights. So I mean, he ain't got that many fights. 6 fights. 6 fights in. Like they got some shit.
They threw Lomachenko in there with 3.
I mean,
how many fights did he have when he fought Gary Russell?
You talking about, man? They had that man set up concierge service before he turned professional. Look, hey, Destiny. I don't know if you know this, right? But Lomachenko fought professional fights before he even turned professional. And his team didn't want him to be on his record.
Right, it was 12 of them.
Wow.
It was 12.
Wow.
Yeah, and then you have to consider
like that shit. Like he fought professional before, and then he decided to say, "Okay, everything's good. The red carpet's out. Let's go." Then Orlando Salido said, "No, say, Bendejo. No, you're not gonna come in here today and break no records. Nope."
Wow. You know what the crazy part was, y'all? Orlando Salido was a legitimate Uber driver before he fought Lomachenko. He was literally driving Uber, y'all.
Damn.
Hey, baby, I don't mean to be disrespectful now, but hey, I ain't gonna call no man no Uber driver that had the nuts to get between the rope. Now I'm gonna give him a little bit more. He was an Uber driver. I'm not making that up. He was a little bit more respect than that. I'm just a little stickler about that. Yeah, I ain't gonna call nobody. I'm not saying I'm trying to be funny. That's not like taking his best away from him. He literally was driving Uber before he fought Lomachenko. That's exactly what he was doing. Like, Google it. I promise you. This man was driving Uber. Wow. I'm not saying that to like demasculate him or nothing. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, that's what he was doing before he fought Lomachenko, yo. This nigga was like driving fucking Uber.
Well, he must was in headbutt competitions too, so he was using his head a lot.
He was fighting Marcus Brown.
Hey, look, man, he came in with the plan that, look, I'm coming in overweight, fuck the belt. I was just coming in to do this damage so I can get my name up.
Hell yeah. He took Lomachenko to that Mexican school of boxing though, with all the dirty tricks and everything.
Oh yeah. He took him to TJ. He took his ass to Tijuana.
Wow, truth be told, too, now, Lomachenko ain't fought a style similar to that since either.
No.
Believe it now. He had a lot of tailor-made opponents.
Mm-hmm. But to the Chinko-ettes, they'll tell you different. There's nothing you can say about Lomachenko. He's fought the best 3-division champion. Goddamn. Well, they are saying he keep ducking. He ducked Devin Haney, but hey,
he did.
How? It was nothing in writing. He didn't duck Devin Haney.
He got that damn franchise championship when Devin Haney was his mandatory. And
Devin wasn't his mandatory.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Okay, who did he fight? Who did he fight? After Luke Campbell. Who? Okay, look.
You talking about Devin Haney or who you talking about? Who fought who?
check this out. After Vasil Lomachenko fought Luke Campbell for the vacant WBC belt, who did he fight after that year? Nobody, right? Because he said he wasn't fighting no more. So during that time, the franchise belt was already Canelo. So Devin Haney was not as mandatory.
Yes, he was.
He
Come back. He was his mandatory. Yes, he was. He was his mandatory. That's why Devin Haney got on TV and called him out. Yes, he was. He was WBC
So you saying
number
he called
one.
him out? You called him out,
No,
or
but
he was
listen.
just mandatory?
He told him,
I
"I'm
thought
your
he was just
mandatory." He
automatically
said, "I'm your."
elevated.
No. That's not. Devin Haney said, "I'm your mandatory." Devin Haney said to Lomachenko, "I'm your mandatory, so let's fight." And then Bob Arum petitioned along with Lomachenko, petitioned the WBC for the goddamn franchise belts.
No, that was
And they
already in the
granted it.
works. Devin Haney did not influence that decision.
Hey, go back and listen to what
I'll talk to the
Mauricio
people. I
Sulaiman
don't have to
said.
go back and look. I'll talk to the people about that.
Go back and listen to what Mauricio Sulaiman said. They Lomachenko requested, Canelo requested the guy, and Devin Haney was already his damn mandatory. Go back and look, and he was elevated to the WBC champion once Lomachenko vacated the belt. That's why you think Devin Haney
WBC title holder.
Why do you think Devin Haney was elevated to the WBC champion? It's because Lomachenko vacated it for the WBC franchise to avoid Devin Haney. So that belt had to automatically go to Devin Haney. Same thing that happened with Canelo and
So you're
Charlo.
trying to tell me Lomachenko couldn't have unified if he stayed WBC super champion? He couldn't have unified with T.O.?
It's not a WBC super champion. It's just the WBC champion.
I'm talking about before the franchise was even a thing. Let's just say he didn't petition for the franchise. He could have unified with Teofimo Lopez without fighting Devin, right?
Could he have gone around and tried to, I want to fight?
Been going around. He could have unified. The last title was the IBF title.
The IBF will allow you to, if you're unifying or going for undisputed, they will allow you to do that. But
so it's nothing guaranteed to say Devin Haney was not
the IBF champion yet, though. T.O. was not the IBF champion yet, though. That fight had not happened between him and goddamn I think it was the Richard Comey, the last or Nakatani between the two. I cannot remember. That fight had not happened yet. So at the time, his only choice was to fight fucking Devin Haney or go the route of goddamn franchise. So no comeback. You're wrong, sir. You're wrong. And I will bet you $100 on this. And I don't even bet. I fucking hate betting. But I'll bet you $100 on this.
I don't want to take your money. I don't want to take your money like.
No, you don't take my money. I'll take your money, though. Hey, put your money where your mouth is, baby boy.
Next to Christmas.
No, well, hey, but look though. Hey, our boy finally back, Scotty.
Who?
Gary Russell Jr.
Man, I fucking hate Curious George. I cannot. I hope Tank take his goddamn head off. I hate Curious George.
And they can fight every Haley's comment.
Curious George and Gary Russell Jr. synonymous with each other. Don't tell me like Gary Russell Jr. does not look like Curious George. Them niggas look exactly alike.
We ain't looking at
that nigga, goddamn Curious George. I cannot stand him.
Yeah, I talked to his brother Batman, or Gary Russell brother.
Batman still selling fights, man.
Say it again.
I said Batman still selling fights.
You say he's still selling fights?
Yeah. He had her thinking that Gary Russell Jr. and Devin Haney was gonna happen for real, man.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'll get what you're saying now. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think he's a little over it now, but yeah, that was a little thing that was going on. I remember when they was trying to get that going on or whatever, and they had the fans negotiating this fight, and I was kind of, like I said, I just stayed out of it because I knew they weren't gonna fight. So I'd like to see the fight, but just
I gotta get this super chat. Shout out to Thomas. Salute to you, my brother. Much appreciated. He said, good boxer talk, guys. Salute WCS Trick and the panel. I got the bounce. Have to get up in a few hours for work. Have a good night. Hey, appreciate you for pulling up, man. Spending time with us. That's what it is, bro.
No doubt. Good night,
Don't
sir.
hesitate to stop back through.
And Combat owes me $100 because
No, you need to let me finish on the T.O. situation. Now, that fight with him and Luke Campbell did happen before T.O., but it was already planned. Teofimo facing Richard Comey was already planned in the works for them to be in fight camp to have that fight. It was already on the docket. It wasn't something that just came out of the blue. T.O. was already scheduled to fight Richard Comey because he had already fought Masayoshi Nakatani.
But it was not already scheduled for him to fight goddamn Lomachenko. It was not already scheduled for that one. And mind you,
I never said it was. We was talking about the IBF title. You say he wasn't the IBF champion yet.
The IBF will allow you to unify or whatever. But
T.O. wasn't the IBF. He fought later on.
We're totally in agreement with that. We're in agreement with that. That's not what I'm saying. The fight between him and goddamn Devin Haney was supposed to happen before a goddamn T.O. even. We didn't know who was going to win that fight between T.O.
Not over unification. Like, look, he could have fought. Vasily could have fought in August, right? And then Teofimo fought in 11 or 12, right? Because you know what the mandatory. Check this out. You know what the mandatories are, right? You know what the different time restraints on the mandatory. If you fight a champion, right?
Devin Haney was the interim
champion. How many months do you have to fight your
Devin Haney was the interim champion. And guess how?
Make a difference.
Yo,
how many months do you have to fight your mandatory?
Sir, he took the franchise belt to avoid the smoke with Devin Haney.
Mandatory?
No, Devin Haney was his mandatory. And
I'm just saying, did Ryan Garcia, when he became interim champion, did he fight his mandatory?
And he did not. And that's guess what happened with his interim championship? It was stripped from him. Stripped.
That has nothing to do with this conversation because Devin Haney was elevated
once. Come back. You're not even making sense,
was
sir.
elevated to
come back. You're not even making sense.
Champion.
Come back. You're not making sense. I'm going to tell you how you're not making sense.
No, let me get it out first. We initially talked about Teofimo Lopez and the IBF title, and I said that Teofimo Lopez fight for the IBF championship with Richard Comey was already signed and delivered. You keep talking about Devin Haney should have been the mandatory to get this fight.
No,
how many months?
I'm not saying he should have. I'm not saying. I never said he should have. He was the mandatory to fight Lomachenko over goddamn T.O. I never said he should have. Should was never in my conversation. Did y'all hear me say should? No, I never said that. He was the mandatory. He was his goddamn mandatory. Even before T.O. stepped
not
1 footstep in the goddamn ring, sir.
Look, he fought Luke Campbell in August, right? He fought Luke Campbell in August. So being that he became the WBC champion, how many months do we have before he fights a mandatory?
3 months. You can have up to 3 months. 3 to 6 months.
Now get it right now. Get it right. Get it right.
3 to 6 months. 3 to 6 months.
You need to Google that.
3 to 6 months.
So anyway, I get past that.
You're right. Up to a year. It's up to a year. You're right. My bad.
I get past that. So during that time, you know who they was going to go to. They was going to go to Teofimo Lopez because it's a unification bout.
Sir.
They're never going to go to Devin Haney. They was never going to give him the fight. Never.
Sir. When did he fight T.O.? November of 2020, right?
No, he fought October.
October 2020. When was Devin Haney his damn mandatory?
Let me give you my cash app right quick.
When was Devin Haney his mandatory? When was Devin Haney his mandatory?
I'm not talking about when Devin wasn't anybody mandatory.
When was Devin Haney Lomachenko's mandatory? When was Devin Haney?
No, you trying to put Devin Haney in the position where he was never guaranteed a mandatory. Listen, because Mauricio Suleiman said that look, Mauricio Suleiman said Vasily Lomachenko has said he's not fighting for the rest of the year. So he fought Luke Campbell August in 2019. And that's only August. He said he wasn't fighting for the rest of the year. So Mauricio said, Devin, we're gonna have a fight for the interim championship. That is after he fought Luke Campbell. Devin wasn't even having the interim title yet. He didn't get that until he fought Zarul Abdullayev. That was after. Let me go to Devin's joint because
Abdullah,
I'm gonna send you my cash app too.
for the damn for the belts. He fought after he already like was granted the damn belt. But go ahead. But again, he fought.
The price just went up. I'm doing too much work for you.
T-Ho in October.
I'm doing too much work for you.
He said the price just went up.
Come back, because he's not gonna let me talk. Come back.
Check this out.
Whatever the dude name was, he fought that dude for the goddamn
Zarur Abdullayev. He fought him for the interim title.
No, he fought him. Did he fight him for? Who did he fight for the actual belt after the belt?
Abdullayev, September 2019 for the interim world.
You're right. Okay.
Title.
Right. Okay.
So the reason why it wasn't a title eliminator, the reason why it wasn't a title eliminator, because Vasil Lomachenko told Mauricio he was not fighting for the rest of the year, and he said, "Okay,
so he didn't fight for the rest of the year."
Devin Haney and Zarul Abdullayev, you're not fighting for a title.
Come back, let me talk. Come back, let you talk. Got it. He said he was not going to fight for the rest of the year. So all of 2020, the beginning of 2020, all up until October, before he fought T-Ho, Devin Haney had activated, for him to fight goddamn Lomachenko. Instead of him trying to fight Devin Haney, he went the route of getting the goddamn franchise belt, thus vacating the WBC Real Championship belt. And that's how Devin Haney was elevated to the WBC champion. And guess what Lomachenko said on Snow Queen's show? Oh, Devin Haney has my real WBC belt. He said that on Snow Queen's show.
He's not lying.
He's not lying because he vacated it to avoid the smoke with Devin Haney. When Devin Haney activated his damn internship to fight Lomachenko. But prior to him even becoming interim champion, Devin Haney was calling out Lomachenko, and he refused to smoke with him. But
it don't matter if he was calling out anybody. He was calling them out. He was calling them out. He was calling them out before. Hey, Devin Haney was calling him out before he even picked up his
everybody else that called him out, but Devin Haney.
What? I mean, we already know what's going on with that, so I have no debate with you on that. I just know when Vasil defeated Luke Campbell, he said he wasn't fighting for the rest of the year. Between time, they were scheduling to fight Teofimo Lopez. You know how I know? Because I was talking to their camp. Even when Tio was supposed to go the WBC route and it fell out, it didn't really fall out. They told him to go a different route because Lomachenko was not going to be designated and demanded to fight any fighter underneath him. Mauricio Sulaiman told Team Lopez that he is not going to be fighting anybody. I will not mandate him to fight any fighter to defend his WBC title. So that's why Tio redirected with the IBF route, and then you saw the petition, and he was elevated to franchise title, and we saw the damn unification bout.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You just literally just spoke in circles to me. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. All I do know is...
Let me explain it to you again.
No, don't explain it to me again. You literally just spoke in circles. No. Come back. I'm not gonna let you play with me. No, sir. You just spoke in circles. And again, he went to Lomachenko, a whole ass nigga, with the damn T-Ho route to avoid the motherfucking smoke with goddamn Devin the Nightmare Haney.
Go nowhere. He was just elevated.
The whole man definitely did that, and he thought T-Ho was a cherry pick and got his ass smoked, dusted. Same thing with T-Ho did.
How are you saying you talking about something totally different? You calling them names and shit. I'm trying to tell you how the business was working behind the scenes.
And I hear everything you're saying. I hear everything you're saying. I'm listening, although you're talking in circles again.
Okay.
But what we do know is every time they do that shit, oh, we're doing this for this, and that reason. Then now all of a sudden, why Lomachenko didn't give T.O. a goddamn rematch?
See, you changed the topic. You changed the goalpost to the highway.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Keep it on the field so I can kick this. So I can punt this 3 points. So I can go home.
I'm getting to a point. You won't let me finish. Why he didn't do a rematch reclause in the damn contract was because they thought he was gonna be fucking T.O. He was a motherfucking cherry pick that they thought he was easily going to beat. Same reason why T.O. didn't give Kambosos a goddamn rematch in that damn contract.
Because they thought absolutely nothing. Okay. That's pointless to what we're talking about. Pointless.
Okay, you're right.
I'm just saying it's pointless because who cares about a rematch? That shit is over. Okay. I'm just trying to explain to you, Devin was not mandated as the mandatory because that's the reason why.
What do you think? He was the mandatory.
The Mauricio put in the petition, allowed the petition to be had for him to be elevated the franchise to make the T.O. fight. That's why T.O. redirected his focus to the IBF to fight Masayoshi Nakatani, Richard Comey, and then Lomachenko for the grand finale. That's what Devin was never included in that. Never.
Devin Haney ever Lomachenko's mandatory and then put it on the goddamn screen. Just Google was Devin Haney ever Lomachenko's mandatory and put it on the screen.
I just don't understand that broken English.
Google it.
I don't understand.
Google it. Was he ever Lomachenko's mandatory and put it on the motherfucking screen?
See, you're just talking about as far as position goes, you're trying to say it, but Mauricio said they wasn't.
Google was he ever his mandatory and put it on the screen?
There was nothing on paper that he was going to get the shot with Lomachenko.
And it was on paper. It was on paper. Just Google it.
No, it wasn't. Google
it.
Now you capping. It wasn't on paper. You know how it wasn't on paper because I was talking to the people about that.
And you know what Mauricio Suleiman just said? Devin Haney is the pride champion and Kambosos is the real undisputed champion.
Why you mad at him? You mad at him for that?
No, I'm not mad at him for that. But I was already on this shit way before this shit even happened with this goddamn undisputed bullshit. You don't know. You're not gonna play with me. What you gonna do?
I do know because I got phone numbers.
Just Google it. Just Google it. Combat. Just Google it.
Them behind the scene though.
Combat. Just Google it. Just Google it.
I need to. I talk to the people. Dion, you better tell her how many interviews. Hey, Dion, you still here or no? Dion,
I'm here.
Who from T.O.'s camp who I did the interview? Ain't nobody else on this YouTube did the interview with him. Who from T.O.'s team I did the interview with twice that I had on here twice talking to? David McWater. I have his number. I have numbers of other people that was totally informed about that whole situation that was going down with Teofimo Lopez going the IBF route and getting that undisputed.
What does that have to do with?
Because Devin Haney was never in the process of being no mandatory for nothing, period.
What does that have to do with Devin Haney being Lomachenko's mandatory and
undisputed? Devin Haney is literally in the same spot he was before the tournament broke down.
And why?
He just has more hardware.
Why? And why is he in the same spot? Because Mauricio Suleiman is doing what? Because Mauricio Suleiman is doing what?
What he always do as a president. That ain't my problem.
Playing race relations. But again,
that ain't my problem though. We know that.
According to the WBC, by their own rankings, according to the WBC. Okay, let me ask you a question. Right now, let me ask you a question.
Turn the Blu-ray.
No. Let me ask you a question. According to the WBO, who is Bud's mandatory?
According to the WBO, who's Bud mandatory? That's your question?
Yeah.
According to the WBO, Virgil Ortiz.
Right.
Virgil Ortiz should be his mandatory.
Right. Has Virgil Ortiz tried to activate that? Has Virgil Ortiz tried to activate to fight Bud?
Huh?
Has Virgil Ortiz tried to activate his mandatory thingy to fight Bud?
Did he try?
Yeah, has he tried it? No, he has not.
He turned it down.
Hey, that's my point. I just said no, he is not. But guess what Devin Haney did?
He did what?
He tried to activate it to fight to make sure that he fights Lomachenko. And guess what? When he did that, guess what Lomachenko did when he did that? He went and got the goddamn franchise belt.
That was already in the works. I'm telling you.
No, the franchise belt was not already in the damn
It
works.
was. Canelo was already the
Oh my
franchise
God,
champion, and they
oh
plan
my
on
God.
making
Come back.
Lomachenko the
Come
champion.
back. Come back. You know what? I'm not
telling
gonna
you,
argue
I
with
was
you anymore.
seeing all this play out.
Come back. I'm not gonna argue with you no more. You right, bro. You got it. I'm not gonna argue with you. You got it.
Destiny, I've seen all this. You don't
Okay.
know me long enough to know who I talk to.
Okay, but you got it, sir. You're right. That never happened. It was already in the works. Everything was already, all the stars was aligned.
If Devin Haney would have fought for a title eliminator, he would have absolutely received a title shot within
He did fight for the title eliminator. What do you think?
2019. He would have fought for the WBC because
why do
he
you
was
think he
fighting
fought
for a title
the
eliminator.
Abdul dude? That's why he fought the Abdul. That's exactly for the title eliminator.
Zaru Abdullayev was for the interim championship.
What's
But
the interim championship for then,
check this
sir?
out, if the WBC tournament would have not failed, they would have fought for the title eliminator.
For? What is the interim championship for?
Title eliminator.
What is the interim championship for? What did Jojo Diaz just fight for before he fought Devin Haney? Interim championship, right? When he fought Fortuna, right? And guess what that made for Jojo Diaz? Devin Haney is goddamn mandatory. Why do you think Devin Haney was so upset when he tried to go the damn Ryan Garcia route?
You know who
and he
was
said,
ranked in
"You're my
front of
mandatory."
when he got to the IBF? You know who was ranked in front of him? Devin Haney.
We're not talking about the IBF. We're talking about the WBC, sir. We're talking about the WBC,
because
sir.
one person got to the pot of gold and one person didn't.
Sir, we're talking about the WBC, sir. We're not talking about the IBF. We're talking about the WBC.
The WBC stalled Devin Haney out, and that was a bad move for them to stay there.
Again, he was Lomachenko's mandatory, which you said he wasn't. But everything I've been saying, you've been agreeing with, which he was his mandatory.
Look, regardless of him being in the position of Destiny, Mauricio did not designate Devin Haney as a mandatory to do shit.
He didn't have to. He was a mandatory. Never mind. Come back. Never mind. Come back. You're right. He was never a mandatory. He was never mandatory.
You know who was ranked above Teofimo Lopez at the IBF? It was Devin Haney and Masayoshi Nakatani. But they designated a title eliminator for Teo to fight Masayoshi Nakatani. Then they got the title shot with Richard Coleman. It wasn't like that in the WBC. You know why? Because Mauricio shut it down. Period. He shut it down. He wasn't going to allow Devin Haney to get a hold of Vasil Lomachenko.
Okay. It was never his mandatory. You're right. Okay. How about you? Right. But we can agree on but we're gonna agree to disagree on this one.
Yeah, we can do that. It's all good.
That's fine. But I'm finna go to bed. Somebody already snoring on here. So I'm going to bed with them.
Hey man, y'all hold it down. Appreciate you pulling it up. Hey, everybody tune into the live chat. Appreciate you pulling it up. Legacy Boxing, you just pulled up at the last minute. So as you look at the clock, I've been on here for 5.5. So we really don't know what you're talking about.